Hey everyone, welcome back to the alternate path. Today, we're diving into part 4 of our brand new What If story. What if Bella Swan uncovered Edward Cullen's biggest secret? Here's a quick summary. When Bella begins working for the elusive Edward Cullen, she becomes determined to uncover the secrets behind his mysterious lifestyle. But the truth may change everything. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to the alternate path and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Let's start the story. Took one last look in the mirror, quickly adjusting my thick sweater and jeans, before I picked up my keys and bag by the door. I ran down the stairs towards the parking lot, managing to avoid the puddles scattered across the uneven pavement and only tripped once. I didn't even fall. Things may just be looking up. 4 years ago I had been awarded one of the coveted positions on campus in the library. It was an easy job yet not too boring. It allowed me time to complete my homework and my coworkers were all nice and pleasant enough. I didn't know many of them well, but I preferred to work alone and only had a small group of close friends. Unfortunately, once I graduated I no longer could work on campus and I was desperately trying to find a full-time job in the area. I really had no interest in moving back home to Phoenix at this point. I had just finished helping a student with reference material and was about to start combing the want ads when Mr. Hudson, my boss, came up and asked me to come to his office. I followed him behind the rows of shelves to a private area that housed the offices of the library administration, wondering what he wanted to meet with me about. He gestured for me to take the empty seat across from his desk before asking, "Bella, you haven't found a job following graduation, have you?" I shook my head at him, and grimaced. "No, I have sent my application out to dozens of places, and have had a couple of interviews, but so far I haven't had much luck." I'd been completely frustrated at the lack of job opportunities offered me. I was bright and hard-working. I had experience and good references, but I couldn't seem to catch a break. And I needed one fast, as this job was going to be over in 2 weeks and I would have rent and bills to pay with no job. Mr. Hudson had been my boss the entire time I'd worked in the library, and he was really more like a mentor than a supervisor to me at this point, so I wasn't completely surprised he had noticed my plight. He smiled and said, "Well, I think I may have found something for you." "Really?" I said as my mouth broke out into a grin. "That would be great. Tell me about it." He sat back in his seat, relaxed and said, "I don't know if you are aware, but Pacific Northwest Trust is a large contributor to the library and its programs. They have always been very generous, and in return I have assisted them in finding a personal assistant for their CEO every year or so." I thought about what he was saying. I had never considered being a personal assistant and wasn't sure what that involved, but I was desperate and willing to consider anything at this point. "I've heard of them, aren't they involved in a lot of philanthropic work around the city?" I asked, trying to place the name of the company with the programs it funded. "Yes," he replied, "Mr. Cullen is very involved in supporting the arts and other nonprofit organizations. I think you're a perfect candidate for the job. You're very organized and pay close attention to detail, plus you're the most professional employee I've had in years. Mr. Cullen has very high standards and requests only our best. I think this year that person is you." I felt the heat run up my cheeks. "Wow. Thank you. What do I need to do? Send in my resume or fill out some type of application?" I was seriously flattered. Mr. Hudson leaned forward and picked up the phone. "Let me call and make the arrangements. Bella, I think this could be a great first job and PNT will be an excellent referral for future positions." I couldn't help but think that my luck was running high as Mr. Hudson called Mr. Cullen's office and secured me an interview for a couple of days later. That night when I returned home I did what every new employee would do before going in for a new job. I Googled my boss. I was entering the information when my roommate Angela entered the apartment, dropping her school bags on the couch and plopping down in the thick cushions. "Hey, I've got great news," I started smiling at her over the monitor. "What kind of news?" she asked, sitting up a little, intrigued. "Mr. Hudson has found me a job after graduation." I squealed a little, because I honestly couldn't help it. "Wow, that is really great. Tell me all about it," she said excitedly. Angela was a great friend. A true friend. We both lived in the same dorm freshman year but in different rooms. She had a roommate with a serious boyfriend and things became uncomfortable fast. I had a roommate who set her alarm for 6 a.m. regardless of what time she had to get up and had a habit of pressing the snooze button for hours. After 2 months of this, our living situation deteriorated when I threw her alarm clock down the hallway in a fit of sleep-deprived rage. Angela and I found refuge in one another and had been together ever since. Well, it's with Pacific Northwest Trust, and apparently their CEO, Mr. Cullen, needs a personal assistant for about a year. Mr. Hudson thinks it could be a great stepping stone for me, I explained. I saw a flash of curiosity in Angela's eyes. Mr. Cullen, I went to high school in Forks with some kids named Cullen. They were, how do I describe them, different. I squinted at her for being vague. What exactly does that mean? I don't know how to explain it. There was a girl and guy in my grade, Alice Cullen and Jasper Hale. Their siblings were in the grade above. A boy and a girl. She said, walking across the room and getting a Coke out of the refrigerator before coming back over and saying, they were all very smart and very, very attractive. I doubt I will ever see guys as hot as those two in real life. Or two women as beautiful, but, she trailed off. But what? I responded, a little irritated. Angela was a very nice person and didn't like to say rude or bad things about people. I felt the same, but this was important to me and I needed as much information as I could get. Angela rolled her eyes at my impatience before answering, but they were very standoffish. They made no friends the entire time they were there. They kept together, and from what I could tell they were split into couples, Alice and Jasper and Emmett and Rosalie. Which sounds odd, but they weren't related and were foster children of the local doctor and his wife. It sounds rude, but there was just something about them that made me feel uneasy. I don't know if it is the same family or not. All he told me was Mr. Cullen, but I can't imagine this being the same group of people, can you? I said, turning back to the computer. But, I was on my way to finding out what I could when you came in. I entered in Pacific Northwest Trust, and countless links showed up on the screen. I clicked on the first option and I felt my eyes grow wide. Mr. Cullen apparently was Edward Cullen, and he was gorgeous. I mean, really, really gorgeous. Does he look familiar? I pointed to the screen. Angela leaned in and said, wow. No, not really. But he does kind of resemble them. I can't explain how, other than, maybe something about his coloring. Wow, he's hot too. I looked at the picture. I noted he was dressed in formal clothing at some kind of charity event. The most noticeable thing other than his looks was he looked tired, with dark circles under his eyes. And he looked young. Very young. I scoured the information and found mention of his age to be in his early 20s. He must be some kind of prodigy or something. While reading the information about Mr. Cullen and PNT, I found that most of it was very general and not specific at all. It all sounded the same, page after page of press releases, the same 2 or 3 photos and general description of PNT and the wonderful work they did in the community. I was intrigued by my potential new boss and was definitely getting excited about the idea of working for him. This was the attitude I held when I showed up for my interview a couple days later. I had been feeling a bit rejected after so many interviews and no solid job offers. I was encouraged about this one though and tried to keep my spirits up. As I arrived at the address I had been given, I was surprised to find I was at a townhouse located in the historic part of town. Mr. Cullen's current assistant Kim welcomed me when I rang the bell. As she ushered me inside, I assessed that I would be working from his home and not his offices. Kim took me to a formal parlor off of the foyer and offered me a seat. I was astonished at all of the beautiful antiques in the room. I had never been in a home with such expensive and tasteful decor. But then again, I had never known anyone who had a personal assistant or that was a CEO of a large company. She was pretty, a tall B-owned woman in her mid-20s. She sat down in the seat across from me and smiled. Isabella, thank you for coming today to meet with me. I've heard wonderful things about you from Mr. Hudson. I used to work for him as well, but in another department of the library. I'm surprised our paths never crossed. She mused. I realized how young she was, only a year or 2 older than myself. I smiled back, feeling relieved that she seemed so nice and casual, and said, thank you for seeing me. It is nice to meet you as well. I also appreciate you taking the time to interview me. Let me start by saying, this is not really an interview, Mr. Cullen thinks you will be a wonderful assistant and would like for you to start after graduation. I will be leaving in 2 weeks and it would be best if you could spend some time with me next week training. It is not a difficult job but Mr. Cullen is very particular about what he needs done around the house. I nodded enthusiastically as I realized I had a job and I would be starting pretty much right away. Kim continued, honestly, since Mr. Cullen is not here right now, I feel free to tell you exactly what is expected of you. If you think you are in over your head at any point, tell me so we can make other arrangements. This revelation stunned me a little, but I appreciated her being candid with me. Working for someone in their home was different from any kind of job I'd held before. Back in Phoenix I'd worked in retail and as a waitress during the summer breaks, but nothing like this. First, let me explain that he is really a wonderful man but very quiet and keeps to himself. Some weeks I don't see him at all. She paused for a minute and watched my expression. I had no problem with this at all as I preferred to be alone myself. I gave her an encouraging smile and asked her to continue. He leaves me lists of my duties each morning on my desk before I come in. They're not difficult jobs but he is rather particular about how he wants things done. I will show you more about this later on. Kim, I promise you that you cannot scare me off. I am pretty meticulous about my work as well, so this sounds like it will be a good fit. Mr. Hudson wouldn't have suggested this job to me if he didn't think I could handle it. I assured her. I agree and am glad you feel that way. Now, another thing about Mr. Cullen is that he is an extremely private person. If you want to keep this job you must use discretion about him at all times. He holds a position of prominence in the community and his reputation is very important. Do not go out on a Friday night and talk about him in the middle of a bar. I'm not sure how, but he will find out, and you will lose your job. Furthermore, you will be asked to sign a confidentiality agreement before you start, which is completely standard for a personal assistant. Her voice was serious when she said this, and again all I could do was nod my head in agreement and express that I understood. After this Kim took me on a tour of the house. The downstairs held the parlor, a kitchen, a small office for me and a library. I peeked in the library and was overwhelmed by the amount of books and music he had in there. The shelves were lined floor to ceiling and there was a complicated-looking stereo on one end of the room. Kim noted my interest and said, "You are welcome to look at or listen to any of his music. He has encouraged me to do so before. Just make sure you put it back where it goes." One time I put a CD back on the wrong shelf and he spotted it immediately. I swear he has eyes like a hawk. We made our way to the kitchen and Kim opened some cabinets and the refrigerator which both held minimal amounts of food. She laughed when she saw the questioning look on my face and said, "Mr. Cullen has a specific diet he maintains. I'm not sure what he eats but it is very little and it is never in the house. You are welcome to keep coffee or tea here for yourself and to keep your lunch in the refrigerator if you'd like. Grocery shopping is not one of your duties." We moved on to the laundry room, storage areas and garage which housed what looked like several expensive cars. I was completely clueless about cars and anything to do with them. I wondered aloud if I was responsible for them in any way. Kim laughed again and said, "The cars are something you have to earn his trust with. But yes, you may have to take them in for service or something now and again." We went back inside and she explained that the house has a front and back staircase. We took the back staircase to the second floor and she quickly pointed out the areas I was allowed to enter. Kim waved her hand down the hall to 2 closed doors. "Those are Mr. Cullen's private rooms. Do not enter them at all. Ever. During my entire time here I have never had to go into his rooms. There is a guest room and bath down the hall if he has a visitor, which does happen time to time, and well, follow me," she said. Before she opened the door she gave me a look and said, "If you can handle this room you can handle this job," and she gestured for me to follow her to a room to our left. She pushed open the door and I felt my jaw drop. It was a full-sized room that had been converted into a closet or a dressing room. All 4 walls were filled with shelves, drawers, or rows of hanging racks. I walked over and ran my fingers down a section of suits arranged by color or possibly season. I looked over at Kim and said, "This is unbelievable." There were lines of shoes and shirts and coats, each with its own special drawer or shelf. It would take several lifetimes to accumulate this amount of clothing and accessories. I couldn't imagine the amount of time or money it would take to shop for a wardrobe like this. As I inspected the items closer, I noticed a trend. Many of the items looked vintage. All were in good condition but clearly from another time or era. I pointed to a row of hats on an upper shelf and wondered aloud if he was a collector. Kim agreed, "I've wondered this myself. You will find that he is something of a hoarder. I don't think he has ever thrown anything away. And I don't think I have ever seen him wear the same thing twice." She showed me a couple more areas of interest and then we walked back downstairs. We worked out a part-time schedule for the next week since I had to complete my exams. Kim escorted me to the door and I walked out to my car feeling a little overwhelmed from all the information that had just been given to me. And I was not completely sure what I had gotten myself into. From what I could gather, I had apparently just agreed to work for the next year for a reclusive, obsessive-compulsive, vintage clothes wearing and special diet eating boss. I sighed as I started the ignition on my car. I quite possibly had made a huge mistake, or at least I may have lost my mind. But desperate times call for desperate measures and I needed a job, and who was I to turn my nose up at a perfectly good one just because my boss had some strange habits? EPOV. I drove down the back alley and clicked the button on the garage door opener. The door slid upwards and I eased the car into its parking space. It was after 5 but it was raining so the streets were already getting dark. I pushed open the door to the kitchen and listened, noting the quiet. Kim was gone for the day. There was an odd scent lingering in the air, like flowers, and I wondered if Kim had brought some in or was wearing a different perfume. I walked down the hall to the library and chose a couple of CDs for the night. I had work to do from home tonight since I'd been cooped up in a never-ending board meeting all day. My head was pounding from the constant hum. I looked forward to some peace and quiet. Walking past Kim's desk, I picked up the report sheet she left me each day, updating me on messages and paperwork or any tasks not completed. I scanned her report and noted the new PA had come in and was set to return next week. This was good as I didn't want a disruption in my schedule or routine. Pushing the door open to my dressing room to change, I noticed the scent of flowers was prevalent here as well and I concluded it must be a new perfume. I liked it, but well, it made me kind of hungry. I quickly changed, dropping my soiled clothes into the hamper and grabbed the stack of newspapers Kim left for me on the changing room table. I popped in the CDs and searched for the remote on the table by the couch. Pressing play, I settled into the soft leather and began thumbing my way through the huge stack of papers. I sniffed. Nothing. Intrigued, I got up and walked into the dressing room again. I inhaled deeply, filling my lungs. Flowers. I considered for a moment before I walked out the door and down to my car. My research could wait, but the sudden, ravenous hunger inside could not. Graduation came and went with the usual caps and gowns, tassels and photos. My mom and dad came up from Arizona for the ceremony, which was nice because I imagined it would be a while before I saw them again. I was sad to see them go but at the same time excited about officially starting my new job. I'd spent the last week training with Kim and felt pretty confident in managing what was expected from me when I was on my own. I still hadn't encountered Mr. Cullen during my training since he was never home during the times I was there. Kim said he had many meetings at his office and he traveled some during the day to check on the projects supported by PNT. It was raining, of course, as I drove up to the Cullen house. Unfortunately, I could not find a spot out front and had to drive to a side street for a space. I grumbled under my breath as I took out my umbrella and slung my messenger bag over my shoulder. I managed to make it to the house fairly dry and I trotted up the stairs, letting myself in with the key that I'd been given by Kim. I shook out my umbrella and took off my raincoat, pausing to hang it on the rack in the foyer before I walked towards my desk. My desk. Kim had removed all of her personal items and the desk was clean and free of any clutter. I took a moment to sit in the chair and relish the moment. My first real job and my first real desk. It was kind of daunting to be a grown-up. I picked up the list written by Mr. Cullen, who had the most elaborate, distinct script I'd ever seen. It was very old-fashioned looking and had a touch of femininity to it. I was jealous of the smooth lines and curves of his letters. I hoped I never had to write something for him in my own loopy girl handwriting. I shook my head at the thought and continued to read my instructions that included gathering his laundry, running some basic errands to the home improvement store and drug store. He also needed a certain type of pen from a specialty shop north of town. I was instructed to go to his P.O. box where he had his mail and newspapers delivered. Apparently Mr. Cullen subscribed to over 15 newspapers a day which he reviewed each night. I had no idea how he consumed all that information after a full day of work, but I guess it was not my business to wonder. I reviewed the list and the instructions, taking time to call for directions for one of the shops. I also noticed there was a shiny Sliver credit card attached to the notepad with Pacific Northwest Trust embossed on the front. A separate note said I was to use this for approved purchases. I went to the foyer and put my raincoat and bag on again, popping out my umbrella under the small awning over the top step. I sighed before I dashed to my car, hopping over the puddles. 6 hours, 8 stores, 1 stop for gas, another for lunch, 1 stumble into a puddle and an argument with the laundromat later. I was back at the office. I was exhausted and drenched from being out in the rain, and all I wanted was to go home and get in bed. But I had 2 hours to go and need to put up my purchases and do the small list of things I was instructed to do here at the house. I spent some time changing the light bulbs out in the library and parlor. Apparently Mr. Cullen had decided to switch over to environmentally conserving halogens. I felt wasteful throwing out the old, perfectly fine bulbs, but that was not my choice. In the library I was distracted by the books filling the rows that wrapped around the room. As with many other things in the house, it was a mixture of old and new, and there were even a large amount of books in foreign languages including German, French and Italian. I paused to pick up a series of leather-bound editions of Shakespeare. They were worn and soft. There were copies of Homer and Steinbeck. I also noticed a tidy row of thick medical journals. I know he was supposed to be a prodigy, but I found it hard to believe he could read all of these. I snorted to myself as I imagined the pretension and ego of my boss. After I finished saving the world 1 light bulb at a time, I made my way upstairs carrying the laundry and other personal items to his dressing room. After laying the clothing over the back of a chair, I placed the newspapers on the dressing counter as instructed, stacking them up with a small gap at the top revealing the title of the particular copy. Then I arranged his mail in the slotted organizer, large envelopes in the back with the smaller in front. Walking back to the clean laundry, I tore the plastic wrappers off and pulled out the hangers I'd picked them up in. I laughed at the extravagance of using special hangers, thick wooden ones, identical, lined up, sterile and uniform. I slid in the appropriate hangers and placed the clothing in the right spot. I knew it was the right spot because I had a chart, a cheat sheet, or rather a cheat binder, given to me by Kim. Each item was photographed and documented in its proper location. I walked around the room, adjusting and making sure everything was in its place. For some reason I liked being up here. I had to admit it was a little lonely being in the house without company, and being in this dressing room was the closest to human contact while at work. The rest of the house felt kind of impersonal, and up here I was able to learn a little more about the elusive Mr. Cullen. I noticed for the first time a collection of vintage tees hanging on one of the racks. I flipped through them, reading the names and scanning the logos: the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Who, the Grateful Dead, the Doors, Janis Joplin, Pink Floyd, Led Zeppelin, David Bowie, Queen, and Key. I stopped at the Key one and ran my fingers over the slick surface of Gene Simmons' painted face and ridiculously long tongue. There were too many to go though, but they seemed in chronological order, and towards the end I saw one for Cher, Elton John, Nirvana, and the latest one for Madonna's Hard Candy Tour. It was an impressive collection, very eclectic. He must have found a specialty shop that worked off original designs. I mused whether or not Kim was in charge of finding and purchasing these. Ah, the life of the rich. I left the room, switched off the light and closed the door behind me. I wandered down the stairs to my desk and filled out my daily report. I typed it up, not wanting to reveal my hideous handwriting, and left it on the edge of the desk as instructed. As I gathered my things, I noted that it had been a good day, but I was happy to head home to order a pizza and go over the day's events with Angela. I wondered if I would see Mr. Cullen anytime soon, since my interest was getting more and more piqued as the days went by. Surely I had to come face to face with him at some point. EPOV. Flowers. The scent still assaulted my nostrils, and I could only assume it was the new PA. I was one of those fragrances that at first it smells really good. Then it becomes overwhelming and obnoxious. I was teetering between the two, which was incredibly annoying. Regardless, I would leave her a note tomorrow asking her to stop wearing the perfume, claiming it was giving me migraines. This may be a stretch, but it was messing with my head one way or the other, and migraines sounded as plausible as anything else I could come up with. I was in my dressing room and removing a shirt from my vintage collection off the hanger. I was going out tonight. I needed to. I had the tendency to shut myself off in the house at night, decompressing from the long days at work. Normally, I didn't go into the office so much, but as it was the end of the fiscal year, there were many meetings with accountants and committee chairs, reviewing the budgets and organizations we funded. I had no choice but to show up and fulfill my role as CEO. I pulled the light blue shirt over my head and tugged my jeans up, buttoning them at the top. I selected a pair of brown boots and a jacket before walking over to the desk to peruse the mail from today. I held an envelope under my nose and winced as I felt a sharp pain. Damn flowers. Sniffing the envelope one more time before leaving the room, I tucked several of the papers under my arm and left by the front door instead of the back. It was still slightly misting when I set off in the direction of the more populated and trendy section of town by foot. I noted that the fresh air made my head feel better, but I still felt a tinge of pain. I reasoned it was the lingering effect of the perfume and shook it off. Crossing the street, I walked towards my destination, taking time to observe passing groups and listen to their chatter. It was a Monday, so the crowds were thin and thoughts seemed to be on work or other regular life stressors. Trivial. I walked to the corner cafe, one with a patio out front, and greeted the counter worker with a smile. She knew my face and my order, as I was a regular here. Businesses come and go in this area, and this particular shop had been here for about 6 months, which was perfect for me. Long enough to been seen, but not long enough to make a long-term impression. I went back out to the covered patio and placed my papers and drink on the table, pulling out a seat and settled in. I scanned the first paper, tagging the items of interest. There were several small mentions of the type of incident I was looking for surprisingly close to town, which was concerning. I would take the tagged articles and do further research at home. As I read, I was aware of the nagging pain that would not leave me. I wondered if someone else was wearing the cursed fragrance as well. This could be a problem for me if it suddenly became popular. Irritated, I sniffed the air and found nothing of interest, and finally realized, with astonishment, the offending odor was coming from me. I pulled up the front of my shirt to my nose and inhaled. Shit. A burst of fragrance came from Gene Simmons' upside down, makeup-covered face, and my head began to spin. I dropped the shirt for a moment and took a gulp of fresh air. Okay, better. A master of discipline, I was intrigued by my reaction and reasoned I should attempt to get used to it since it was bothering me so much. Edward Cullen loved a challenge. So I sat and read, ignoring the throbbing pain. Occasionally, though, I found myself pulling my shirt up quickly and breathing in, under the guise of checking to see if it was any less offensive. It wasn't, but I didn't stop either. Like a junkie craving a hit of heroin, each time I get in the odor, I felt a rush, followed by pain, and then disgust. After an hour of repeating this ridiculous pattern, I threw away my untouched coffee and collected my papers. I was more than a little disturbed at my behavior and irritated at the power this was having over me. I stood on the street corner, torn, unsure as to what to do. I had 2 choices. Go home as intended or go out and satiate my cravings. For the second time my cravings won, and I turned away from the direction of my home, shoved the papers in the trash, and walked with determination towards the only thing that could ease my hunger. I watched the computer churn out the sheet of paper documenting my accomplishments for the day. Leaving the paper in the assigned location, I let out a deep sigh. I had survived my first week of work and now was meeting Angela out for dinner to celebrate. I picked up my bag and slipped my arms into my coat, thankful for once that it was not raining. My phone rang as I turned the lock on the door, and I scrambled to find it in my purse. In the process, I dropped the keys and barely flipped open the phone before it went to voicemail. Hello, I answered, distracted, looking around for the keys. Isabella. Yeah, this is Bella, I grunted. Ah. My fingers connected with the keys. Oh yes, Bella. This is Edward Cullen. I froze. Crap. I fought to gain some professionalism before saying, yes sir, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. I know it is late, but I need you to do one more thing before you leave. He informed me. Oh, of course, I replied, groaning internally. Yes, of course. He would pick tonight, Friday night, the only night I had plans to keep me late. Pushing the key into the lock, I let myself back into the house. I'm having my office send you some paperwork via fax. Once it all comes in, please copy it in triplicate, and have them spiral bound. His words came out in a rush and I ran down the hallway to get a piece of paper to write on. The cover should be clear, but the backing needs to be opaque. You may choose the color. Black usually works. Each set of documents needs to be numbered, notarized and logged in the file. When you're finished, just leave it on your desk by the daily report. I was still scribbling down the information when I realized it was my turn to talk, so I blurted out, "No problem. I would be happy to do that. Thank you, Isabella." And the line went dead. I dropped my head to the desk and Ned. I guess I knew he had my number, but I hadn't expected him to use it since I'd never actually met him. This was the first direct task he had asked me to do. Well, other than the note he left asking me to change perfume since it was giving him migraines. I didn't wear perfume, so I had no idea how to fulfill that request. I picked up the phone again and texted Angela apologizing for ditching her and cursing the life of my elusive boss. I asked her to meet me at our favorite bar at 9 o'clock with margaritas on the table. I refused to let this ruin my whole night, so I kept it up and prepared to finish my task quickly. So I did the best thing you can do when in a hurry. I waited. My eyes flicked to the fax machine and waited for the information to start rolling in. 5 minutes passed and nothing had come, so I checked the power switch and confirmed it was on. Then I checked the paper supply. Then I checked the connection to the wall, and the power switch again. 45 minutes later the machine began humming with life. I snatched the papers as they came out, making sure they stayed in order, and quickly ran out the door to my car to the copy store. Luckily there was a 24-hour shop a couple miles away. I glanced at the clock on the dash as I darted out of the car. 6:30. Plenty of time to finish, go home and change and get to the bar. Since it was Friday night the store was not very crowded and my hopes soared. I took a place in line behind an older man with a small stack of papers. My hope was short-lived as I watched the 16-year-old behind the counter approach the customer in front of me. He had earbuds hanging over his shoulders, a dirty t-shirt peeking out from behind his crumpled vest, and clearly did not have a date later that night, so he was in no rush. Their exchange lasted a full 38 minutes, according to my watch, when the man in front of me, who had explained for the 13th time that he needed the paperwork enlarged, but not too large and not too small. They had to make countless copies before the perfect size was agreed upon. And I almost clapped when he finally walked out of the store. I skipped up to the counter, smiling brightly at the surly teenager in front of me. "Hi," I said, hoping he would put some pep in his step if I was nice. He barely glanced at me as he said, "Hey. What do you need?" I may need to up the charm." "Oh, I need some copies made and then bound. Here," and I shoved the paperwork in front of him with the directions I had written down. "Sorry, I know, but my boss really needs it. Working on Friday night KS, right." He picked up the directions and grunted, turning to the copiers behind him. I sighed and stole a glance at my watch. It was 7:15. There was no way I could make it home to change, but I looked. Okay, well, I thought I did, even if copy boy didn't think so. He could do this and I would get it notarized and then leave it on the desk and race to meet Angela. No problem. I spent the next 25 minutes pacing the store. I made a bracelet out of paper clips, and wrote my name in whiteout on scrap paper I found in the trash. Just when I thought I was going to completely lose my shit, copy boy walked back over and I skeptically looked at his hands, which were annoyingly empty. "Finished?" I asked. He shrugged. "The binder is kind of messing up, so I had to make new copies for the one that got jammed up." 20 minutes later I had my binders and had paid with my shiny black credit card. I sat in the car and realized I had no idea where to get something notarized at this time of night. I ran back in and asked copy boy if someone there could do it. He thought for a minute and said, "Yeah, Sarah, my boss, can do it." I almost leapt over the counter and gave him a key. Probably his first one, but I was willing to make the sacrifice. "Great. Can you give them to her for me?" I asked. "Well, no. She doesn't come back in until 10. Sorry." Stupid copy boy. He would die a beep, I was sure. Pissed, I walked back to my car. I had no idea what to do. I was banging my head on the steering wheel when my phone rang. I answered with little enthusiasm. "Hello. Bella, are you finished?" It was Angela. I could hear the music behind her thumping, signaling that she was already at the bar. "No, I have everything, but the paperwork must be notarized. I have no idea what to do. It's Friday at 8:15 p.m. Not only am I not going to be able to meet you, I will probably get fired since I failed at my first assignment given to me directly by my boss." I whined. "Okay, calm down. We can totally figure this out," Angela assured me, and I took a deep breath, trying to make myself focus. Clutching the phone, I said, "The notary at the copy place won't be back until 10 p.m. The bank is closed and any other official place would be too by now." There was a long pause on the phone and finally Angela said, "Well, what would his old PA have done?" Angela: "Yes. Let me call Kim and find out what she suggests to do." I snapped my phone shut, hanging up on her. I scrolled through my number and found Kim's where I had entered it in case of an emergency. I sighed in relief when she picked up in the third ring. "Kim. It's Bella. I need your help. EPOV. I realized it was almost 10 o'clock when I gathered my things from the back seat of the car. I had spent part of the day in Forks taking care of some family business. Well, they called it family business. I called it an intervention. For the 20th time in as many years. This of course put me behind on my work here, and my nerves were shot from all the talking and guilt and the non-stop chatter I'd spent all these years avoiding. My fingers paused on the doorknob. Thump thump. It was a vibration that I could feel in the hollow of my chest. Thump thump. I looked around and even leaned out the door of the garage towards the alley. Nothing. Silence. Not even a car in sight. I walked back to the door and pressed the button to the garage door before walking in the kitchen. As I closed the door, I was assaulted by a wave of perfume. Damn. I swelled with irritation. Earlier in the week I left her a note about the perfume, and unbelievably it actually seemed worse today. Was she bathing in it? Thump thump. The smell must be making my head pound, which was the least of my problems as I felt my hunger growing even though I was well fed. Thump, thump thump, thump. Holding my breath I walked through the kitchen towards her desk, planning on grabbing the binders I had asked her to complete, before heading to my room to escape the obnoxious odor. I was approaching the desk when it happened. In the mental silence of the room, there was a person standing 5 feet away. Thump thump. 5 feet. I had no idea. I heard nothing. Not a whisper. Well, that wasn't entirely true. Shocked, I reacted defensively and a low growl rumbled in my chest. I had broken a fundamental principle. Never let down your guard. Thump, 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 thump. Louder and faster the thumps came. I took a deep breath. Flowers. Thump, 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 thump. I could taste her fear. She had long dark hair and a fair complexion. She turned and looked at me, surprised, her eyes widening and her small hand covering her pink lips. I cocked my head at the silence. I searched but found nothing other than the pounding of her heart. "Oh," she exclaimed. "You scared me. You must be Mr. Cullen. I'm Bella," and she extended her hand towards me. Thump, 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 thump. Her heart beat faster and faster even though her face had calmed once she realized it was me. I stared at her face and then down at her hand. She held it there for a moment, floundering in the air, until she finally withdrew it, surely remembering the rules Kim had told her about touching me. Or never touching me. I had mere seconds to pull it together, to maintain composure for the woman in front of me. I squinted, focusing on her face and not her heartbeat, not her scent, but her face, and looked her in the eye. As calmly and softly as possible I told her, "Ms. Swan, I think you need to leave." Her eyes were filled with confusion and definitely fear. She gaped for a moment and then took a step back before dashing towards the front door, where I heard her pull something off the hook on the wall and slam the door. Her motion caused a waft of flowers to hit my mouth and I literally ran towards the door, crashing into it with my body. Palms pressed to the flat, wooden surface, I braced myself from actually opening it and rushing into the night. I leaned my back against the door and slid to my knees, clutching my hair in my hands, and groaned loudly. What the F.K. was that? BPOV. Blow, Angela commanded as she handed me a tissue. I took it from her and wiped my nose. After I'd been told to leave by Mr. Cullen, I ran to my car and cried all the way home. Angela found me a short while later curled up, in my pajamas, eating peanut butter out of the jar. She was sitting next to me, feet tucked under her body, with her own spoon. She said, "Tell me exactly what happened after we hung up." I sniffed. "Well, I called Kim and thank goodness she has a friend who works in an attorney's office who is happy to help out when in need. Needless to say I have him on speed dial now." I dipped my spoon into the jar and came up with a hulking scoop of peanut butter. Before putting it in my mouth I continued, "So I drove over there and booked it back to the office trying to salvage part of the night. I was standing at the desk when I heard something behind me. I ate a chunk of peanut butter off the spoon and Angela did the same. I took a huge gulp of milk to wash it down. Angela, you know when you get that feeling, like the hairs on the back of your neck stand up?" I asked. Angela nodded and said, "Intuition, your sense of self-preservation." Exactly. That's what I felt, except it was weird. It was just Mr. Cullen, so I was relieved, but at the same time he was not happy to see me. In fact, he seemed downright furious for some reason. It was almost like I could feel his anger rolling off his body before I even knew he was there. I said. Angela furrowed her brows and asked, "What did he have to be angry with you about? You were only doing the job he had asked you to do." "Right. Of course. That's what makes this even more infuriating. He is the one who called me so late. He is the reason I was still at work 4 hours after I should have left. If he didn't want me there when he got home he should have thought this through better." I shouted. My tears were gone and now I was just pissed. So not only was my boss obsessive-compulsive and pretentious, he was a jerk too. I shouldn't be surprised. Angela licked the back of her spoon and said cautiously, "Maybe he was having a bad day." I rolled my eyes at her and she stuck her tongue out in return. "I don't care, Angela. It is not okay to treat people so rudely." She paused for a moment and I could see a glint in her eye when she said, "Well, tell me this. Was he as hot in person as he was in those photos?" Leaning back into the side of the couch I groaned before answering, "Hotter. Definitely hotter." Angela groaned with me and we began laughing at the situation. I'd finally gotten a job with a really hot, young boss and he was a total ass. My luck had run out. EPOV. Time moves differently at different phases of your life. When I was a schoolboy the day would go on endlessly. Each minute felt like an eternity. Summer vacation would pass in the blink of an eye. As if changed, hours go by like seconds, days like hours, and weeks, like days. In the blink of an eye I would realize a month had passed and while I could recall every instance, the actual time had slipped away with little notice. Not this weekend. From the moment Isabella Swan ran out the front door on Friday evening, my life had come to a screeching halt. It took me several hours to pick myself up off the floor. Well, this wasn't entirely true. I had one slip where I actually made it out the door. I stopped myself but not before ripping the intercom system out of the wall in utter frustration and disappointment. I forced myself back inside and lay on the floor until I calmed down. Physically I was fine, for the most part. The lingering scent was still bothering me but that was the least of my concerns at the moment. The girl had changed things for me. I realized I was living recklessly and relying on my gift far too much. In my line of work there was no room for error. An intruder in my home was unacceptable. And although Ms. Swan was not actually an intruder, the fact she surprised me, that I was unaware of her existence in my own home, was more than concerning. It was alarming and quite frankly suicidal. After I managed to contain myself, and was convinced I wouldn't do anything rash, I moved quietly through the house. First I went to her desk. I lowered myself in her chair, looking for something. Anything. Unlike Kim or the PA before her, there were no personal photos or trinkets on the desk. I opened the center drawer and pushed aside the pens and pencils. I found a receipt in the corner of the drawer. I picked it up and began reading. Ted's Tofu Hut. 1 falafel wrap 5.99. No onions. 1 large herbal tea decaffeinated. $1.99. 1 slice carrot cake 3.99. I felt my eyes narrow in concentration. She was a vegetarian, who didn't eat onions or drink caffeine. But she wasn't totally healthy. I shut the drawer and reached for the tablet near the phone with curled girlish writing on it. I felt a wave of humor looking at her handwriting. It reminded me of the pathetic love notes sent to me by various girls when I was a student at school. Apples. TV guide. Apple sauce. Socks. Snapple. Q-tips. What was a Snapple? And why did she love apples so much? And what kind of store sold applesauce and socks? I shoved the list back to its place, feeling more confused than before about my assistant. I thought about what I did know. I had read her recommendation from Mr. Hudson and her resume. She was highly recommended, and although she was not at the top of her class, she was smart and hardworking, which was really more appropriate for this job. Kim was impressed and thought she would do well here. This was all fine and good, but had nothing to do with my current situation. I spent the rest of the day wandering the house, retracing her footsteps. In the kitchen she had used a glass and a mug from the cabinet. There was a tea bag in the trash can. In the refrigerator I found soy milk and yogurt. In the storage closet the light bulbs were stacked perfectly and slightly angled to fit on the shelf in even numbers. In the parlor I found her footprints near my Cézanne. In the library the oil from her fingers marked the covers of my Shakespeare. In the bathroom I could smell flowers on the hand towels. She had marked my home, yet I couldn't penetrate her. This information meant nothing, I knew, but it was all I could do for the moment. I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to go find her and listen. Make her sit down in front of me and listen to the silence echoing through the room. Was it real? It was possible I'd imagined it. No, not possible. So I spent the weekend locked in my home. I pretended I didn't care to know more about the mysterious woman I'd encountered earlier by studiously researching or cataloging information. Yet I continued my habit of desperately escaping to my closet to press my nose to any article of clothing she may have touched. I ignored the vibrations of my phone and the outside world. I stifled the desire building to search her out. By the end of Sunday I was thoroughly exhausted but had made some decisions. I stretched out on the couch in my room, away from the flowers, and worked out a plan. Isabella Swan was an enigma, I was willing to admit. But she wouldn't defeat me or my mission. I would use this as a challenge, as a test to further my discipline and focus. And if it didn't work I would let her go and find a new assistant. But for now I would immerse myself in her smell and her lack of thoughts and struggle to become stronger from the outcome. I was standing on the curb talking to myself. To a passerby I'm sure I looked unbalanced, and I probably was. I didn't know many other people who were willing to go back to a job environment as hostile as this one. I wasn't even sure if I still had a job, but really all he did was ask me to leave in the calmest, smoothest, creepiest voice I had ever heard. I wasn't someone who quit for trivial reasons, and Mr. Cullen being a jerk, as far as I was concerned, was trivial. It was a beautiful day, the first in weeks. In this area when it is nice we take advantage of the sun and stay outside as much as possible. I was hoping Mr. Cullen would take this opportunity to be out of the house all day and to stay away from me in general. So, with one last, Edward Cullen can F.K. himself, mumbled under my breath, I stepped off the sidewalk and onto the path leading to the front steps of his home. With my chin up and shoulders back I strode down the walkway and up the steps. Well, except when I saw what was at the platform at the top. I eyed a newly formed, gaping hole in the wall outside the front door and an ugly tangle of wires and metal on the brick steps. I pushed aside what was once the intercom box with my foot and managed to put my key in the lock. I had no idea how this could have happened. It honestly looked like someone had ripped the entire system out of the wall. Crap, he may not know this had happened since it was the front of the house and he tended to use the back door. I really didn't want to have to discuss this with him in person or on the phone. I took a final deep breath before I turned the knob and walked through the front door quickly, shutting it behind me and listening for a moment. Silence. Thank God. Mr. Cullen seemed to be out of the house, or at least upstairs. I'd decided to treat this day like any other, like Friday evening hadn't occurred. I walked through the house and placed my lunch inside the refrigerator, noting I had some yogurt and milk left from last week. I'd planned on taking it with me on Friday, but obviously that was not possible. I made my way back over to my desk and sat down, sighing with relief when I saw the tidy list of instructions waiting for me. Well, this at least confirmed I hadn't been fired. Not yet, at least. I noted that the first thing to do was to call the electrician about fixing the intercom system. Good. He knew already. The list instructed me to stay in the home with the electrician at all times, and there was some work to do on the computer while waiting for them to complete the job. I turned on the computer and found the address book with all the contact information for Mr. Cullen's needs. I called the electrician, who almost squealed with delight when I said who my employer was, and she immediately informed me someone would be here within the hour. I rolled my eyes as I heard the eager secretary make arrangements for the workmen to be here as soon as possible. It was infuriating how the rich were doted on and treated differently. I imagined calling for my own needs or home and having to wait several days. Of course, he probably paid more for this type of service as well. I busied myself with updating names and addresses into a new program recently installed on the computer. Mr. Cullen wanted this to be coordinated with his handheld device and his laptop. I stared at the daunting list in front of me but finally just bit the bullet and began working. I had made it though 1.5 pages when the front door rang. Expecting the workman, I rushed over to open the door, and was surprised to see it was a postal delivery man carrying a huge box instead. I greeted him and signed for the box addressed to Mr. Cullen. Pointing to the parlor, I directed the delivery man to place the box there until I was told further directions. As he was leaving, I saw a van pull up with the logo for the electrician on the side, and I waited for them at the front door. 2 men close to my age walk up the front steps in jeans and matching work shirts. Stopping near the top, I watched as their jaws dropped as they assessed the hole in the wall in the intercom box. "So, I guess I don't have to tell you what's wrong." I laughed and gestured to the mess at my feet. They laughed with me and shook their heads. One of them spoke up and said, "No, I think we can figure it out." "But how did this happen?" I noted his name embroidered on his pocket. "Tyler." "I have no idea. Mr. Cullen just left me instructions to call you and have it repaired," I admitted. The other man, whose name was Eric, was holding the box with wires spilling out the side and shaking his head. He said, "Doesn't matter how it happened, I guess, but I hate to tell you this is going to take more than us to get this fixed." I frowned and asked, "Really? Why?" "I'm pretty sure the brick needs to be repaired as well, and I suspect we may have to come inside and replace the interior of this, which means that wall will have to get touched up also," Eric answered, giving me a slight smile. I groaned, which made them both laugh a little, and said, "Great. Well, you guys need to get started and I will go call the handy man. How long do you think this will take you, before I ask him to come over?" Knowing whoever he had on that list would rush over in 2 seconds to please the wonderful Mr. Cullen. Tyler said, "It's gonna take us at least until late afternoon to make sure it's all working correctly, so you can tell them to come after that." I nodded and turned to walk back to my desk. I heard one of them call out, "Hey, by the way, I'm Tyler and that's Eric, what's your name? You know, in case we need you for something." I turned back towards him and noticed he had nice brown eyes and a friendly smile, which made me smile back. "I'm Bella. Bella Swan." I reached my hand out towards him. He gripped it in his own and softly shook it, saying, "Nice to meet you, Bella." I nodded and started towards my desk. I could hear them go outside to talk about the work they had ahead of them. I opened the address book, this time searching for the handy man. Whoever had destroyed that intercom system probably had no idea what a mess he had made and the work it was going to do to repair it. EPOV. I watched dawn break through my bedroom window with chirping birds and a glaring sun. This solidified my plans for the day. I didn't want to admit to myself I was happy to have an excuse to hang around the house all day, but I knew it was true. Ms. Swan would be here in several hours and I needed that time to figure out what to do since leaving was not much of an option. After walking downstairs, I wrote up a detailed list of her assignments and placed them on her desk. I also took the time to immerse myself in her scent for the final time before she came back in the house. I was fairly confident I could be in the same room with her at this time. It would be painful, but I didn't think I would hurt her. The fact I wasn't 100% certain made the decision for me. Since I couldn't easily leave the house for the day, I decided to spend it in my study, which was in an adjoining room to my bedroom. It was a special room for me since it was where I kept my collections and my extremely sophisticated computer system. This room was also where I maintained my security system and the documents most damning to the carefully crafted career and persona of Edward Cullen. It was my bat cave. My fortress of solitude. Take your pick. It was a large room, the size of 2 bedrooms I had converted and customized to my instructions. The walls were sound and fireproof, although I was able to still faintly hear noises through the walls if I focused. There were manual and electronic locks on the doors and windows, which included sensors and alarms that were directly sent to me regardless of my location. As frustrated as I was that I would be unable to hear Ms. Swan's thoughts, I did have other methods of observing her. I flicked the switch on the monitors and they sprung to life, filling the screens with images. One was a normal monitor that opened directly to a password prompting page, to which I was the only one who had access. I watched the other larger monitor come in focus and I was able to see multiple locations throughout the house. The entire house was constantly being filmed by high-tech hidden security cameras, excluding this room and my bedroom. Normally I do allow outside help to come in and do much of the work around the house, but not this. Jasper and I rigged this whole setup together and no one but the two of us knew it was here. Well, other than Alice, of course. There were cameras filming the front door and walkway, the foyer, parlor, kitchen, garage, back alley, the front and back stairways to the second floor, the common area upstairs, and my closet. These cameras were state-of-the-art, military-grade, although not necessarily from our military. I could see with perfect clarity small movements or the writing on a piece of paper. It was excessive, but I had a desire for the best and this was it. I didn't use this system every day, but after attempt of retaliation by a business acquaintance I realized I couldn't rely on my senses alone. Friday night Bella Swan confirmed this for me. I spent the early morning hours cross-referencing dates, locations and victims' names from the previous week's papers. Although there were moments of randomness, I could tell there was a spiraling pattern emerging and it looked like it was coming closer and closer this way. I had a large map on my desk and Google Earth up on my computer. Using these and the data I'd collected, I was able to plot out the prior moves of my target. At approximately 9 am I watched as Ms. Swan walked to the front of the house and paused. I felt my brow narrow as she appeared to be speaking to someone even though she clearly was alone. I focused and saw the words, Edward Cullen, and F.K. himself, roll off her thick lips. This seemed to resolve her and she marched towards the door. I continued to watch her but leaned back in my seat, running my hand through my hair, confused at her words. I know I probably scared her on Friday night, but the hostility was unnecessary. I had asked her as calmly as possible to leave the house, which was for her own safety, although she couldn't know the other options would have been far more unpleasant for her. Intrigued, I observed her get to the top of the steps and warily eye the intercom box on the ground. I grimaced. This was definitely not one of my better moments, but she would have it repaired, never knowing any different. The best part of having a personal assistant was the knowledge they would take care of your demands with no questions asked. Thump thump thump. I could hear the pulsing beats behind my fortress of insulation. I shook it off and directed my attention back to the video. Her movements were still determined as I watched her travel through the frames, down the hall to the kitchen, pausing at the refrigerator, walking back to her desk where she'd picked up my directions, and a look of relief passed over her face. Her facial expressions perplexed me, but I knew I shouldn't be surprised. I had relied on my gift far too long and hadn't really focused on people and their body language in many years. It was quite fascinating to hear her speak on the phone and watch her movements and wonder if what she was saying was the same thing she was thinking. Often she frowned or rolled her eyes or even curved the edges of her lips to smile, and I had no idea why. I noticed the postal truck pull up and the delivery man haul a huge box to the door. Ms. Swan answered and allowed him to bring it inside. I could read the handwriting inside to myself as I realized what was in the box. Another vehicle drove up and the two young men from the electrician company walked up to the door and began conversing with my assistant. I noticed I had lifted somewhat out of my seat as I strained to listen to their conversation. They were looking at the mess I had made and discussing the repairs. I could hear the lilt in her voice as she laughed and the deep tones of theirs in return. I could hear the men's thoughts as they appraised her, considering her looks and her features. The one called Eric was less interested and immediately began assessing the damage to the wall. The other, Tyler, couldn't keep his eyes or mind off Ms. Swan. As they went to do their respective jobs, the men at the door and Ms. Swan at her desk, I got up from my seat and paced the room for a while, processing the information I had gathered this morning. My assistant was brave, as she returned to work even though I had been potentially dangerous to her at our last meeting. This of course could also be interpreted as stupid, risky behavior as well. I also noted she was diligent, hardworking and surprisingly professional. And apparently to the men downstairs, she was quite appealing. Which I guess I could relate to, but in an entirely different way. I closed my eyes for a moment and looked into the mind of the man called Tyler. I tried to understand his view of her. He found her dark eyes interesting and desperately wanted to touch her brown hair. He felt the pull of her body and his thoughts kept returning to her pink lips. These were not the things that drew me to her. I thought of her pale skin, so fair it was almost translucent. I could see the bluish veins spreading across her wrists and neck. I could see, feel, and hear the pulsing beat of her blood as it circulated through her body. And then there was her scent. I shook off the urges I was having for my assistant and went back to my monitor, scanning the video. Ms. Swan was in the kitchen with 2 glasses filled with ice and water. I observed her take these down the hallway to the front door and kindly ask if the 2 men were thirsty. They smiled happily and took it from her. They spoke politely about the weather, how warm and beautiful it was today with the sun finally out, how they were lucky to work outside on occasion. Fascinated by their simple, polite conversation, I watched how these people talked and laughed and communicated. I tried my best to fit in, but I doubted I was ever quite this smooth. The girl collected the glasses and I noticed Tyler's finger lingered for a fraction of a second on her hand. His face was collected and unassuming, but as I leaned into the monitor, watching his every move, I saw it. Ms. Swan turned, walking back inside, and her hair flipped just slightly, and Tyler moved towards her and sniffed the air, trying to capture her scent. Mine. Like an animal marking his territory, I leapt from my seat and reached the door in an instant. I closed my mouth before entering the hallway, and although I was not assaulted with her scent, I could feel her in my bones. Thump 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 thump. Mine 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 mine. The words echoed, over and over in my head. Again, I had lost all sense of control and discipline. My resolve to stay behind closed doors for the day didn't even last a morning as I rushed down the stairs, too fast, and appeared at her side, startling her. She shrieked when she noticed me suddenly by her side. Aware of my mistake and in an attempt to maintain a semblance of control, I forced myself not to move too quickly, and I watched helplessly as the glasses tumbled to the ground and shattered. Mr. Cullen, not again. Stop doing that, she shouted, clearly frustrated. She was taking huge breaths, gulping in air to calm herself down. The 2 men came running in, their minds shouting out their concerns, but stopped in their tracks when they saw me. I glared at them for a moment, positioning my body between them and the girl, and waved them off. As Ms. Swan regained composure, I ran my hands up my face and clenched them in my hair. In seconds I had completely unraveled. I hadn't planned ahead, and now I was faced with an enormous dilemma. Here I was, standing in front of her after seeming to appear out of thin air. What could I say? The truth. That I rushed down here, like a fool, to mark my territory. That I was ready to fight these other men over her like a dog would fight for his dinner. Even I knew this wasn't acceptable. I was stuck here facing the girl, and I knew the minute I opened my mouth I would be overwhelmed by her scent. I was convinced I could ultimately resist her, but it still was dangerous. The other option of turning away, like I should, no longer seemed possible. I stared at the girl in front of me as she calmed herself. She ignored me and leaned over to begin cleaning up the shards of broken glass scattered across the floor. A third, horrific option opened up to me as I watched her fingers near the sharp edges of the glass, and the sudden desperate shrilling of my phone ringing cut the silence, causing her to pause and allowing me the opportunity to open my mouth and say in the most charming voice I could muster, "Please. Let me do that. Please. Let me do that." I froze in my position. His voice was so soft and smooth, almost mesmerizing. My fingers paused in the air from picking up the shards of glass I had broken moments before. Not that it was my fault, I thought, as I pulled myself up and looked towards him, surprised to hear his voice lacking any hostility. My first instinct had been to think he would be upset or angry at me for making such a mess. I found my voice, which sounded high-pitched and squeaky, next to his and said, "Oh. Thank you. Let me get the broom." He nodded curtly, and as I walked towards the storage closet in the kitchen, I could hear his phone shrill again. I waited in the hallway, giving him privacy for his phone call. Leaning against the wall, I couldn't help but overhear his side of the conversation. "No. It's fine. It's under control. No. I know, but no. Please, thank you." His voice was still calm and collected, yet I could feel the hint of tension underneath, having experienced that side of his personality before. I tentatively walked back in after I knew he was finished, and he gave me a small smile while reaching his hand out for the broom. I hesitated and said, "I really should do this. Ms. Swan, please hand me the broom. I really don't want you to cut yourself. And, it was my fault. I'm the one that startled you," he explained, again using the most soothing voice. I relinquished the broom and he began sweeping up the mess scattered across the hallway. I watched him now, for the first time really, and noticed how elegantly he maneuvered across the floor. Each movement was quick and precise. His long fingers wrapped around the handle of the broom and noticed how smooth they were. His hands were clearly not accustomed to manual labor. Yet, he seemed comfortable in this moment. He wore khaki-colored pants and a summer button-down, dressed up but not in a suit. His hair was dark, but streaks of red glinted through it from the sunlight streaming in from the open front door. It was messy, but it looked intentional. Everything about him looked intentional. He was perfect from his messy bed head to his expensive leather shoes. I couldn't see his eyes, as he was looking down, looking for glass. I wondered what color they were. Blue. Green. He looked so young, but his movements and gestures were that of a much older man. He was tall, but he wasn't very big. No, it was more like he was long and lanky without the awkwardness. I wondered again how old he really was. I watched as he searched the floor for any remaining pieces of stray glass. He spotted one hidden in the corner, invisible to my eye, and quickly swept it into the pile. He turned and asked, "May I have the dustpan, please?" Our eyes locked briefly and I saw them. Gold. Not blue. Not green. Gold. I asked, immediately embarrassed by my words but unable to speak coherently. I was transfixed by the rich amber color of his eyes. Amusement twitched at the edges of his mouth. "The dustpan, may I have it?" I felt the heat rise to my cheeks. "Yes, sorry. I think I'm just a little flustered still," I explained, and he gave me a quick nod of understanding. He swept up the pile of debris and gave me a full smile this time before saying, "Ms. Swan, I also need to apologize to you for the other night. My behavior was unacceptable." He lifted his hands in the air, one occupied by the broom and one with the full dustpan, and said, "I'd introduce myself properly with a handshake, but..." Unfortunately. His voice was still soft, yet there was something missing. He sounded so formal and stiff for someone so young. His apology rang with sincerity, yet it came across as somewhat forced, like words from a script. "Here, let me take those," and I reached out for them. "I'm Bella. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Cullen, and I accept your apology." He handed them over to me and I put them away. I returned to find him standing in the same place, unmoved, with a concentrated look on his face. "Was there something you needed?" I asked, which caused him to look at me with a confused expression. I pressed, "When you came down here, did you need something from me?" Recognition flittered across his face. "Yes. I saw the delivery man come in and I came to take the box upstairs and ask you to unpack it for me." I nodded and followed him to the parlor. He leaned over and picked up the large box with ease. I noted that it must not have been as heavy as I suspected, and I gave him space to take the box to the upper level of his home. As I walked behind him to the steps, I heard my name being called from behind, "Bella," and I turned to find Tyler in the hallway. Mr. Cullen was already at the top of the stairs, so I quickly ran over to Tyler to see what he needed. "Can I help you?" "I need to help Mr. Cullen upstairs," I explained quietly. Tyler frowned at the mention of my boss's name, but he recovered, saying back in a low voice, "I wanted to ask you if I could have your number. Maybe I could call you sometime." I smiled and went to my desk, retrieving a card from the holder on the top. "Here is my cell," I told him, and wrote it in with a pencil. From the top of the stairs I heard a loud noise. I waved to Tyler and quickly ran up to find Mr. Cullen. I stumbled on the top step and caught myself on the banister before I actually fell flat on my face. He was on the landing waiting for me with a look of irritation on his face. Flushed and out of breath, I explained, "I was just helping Tyler with something, sorry." Abruptly he turned away and went into his dressing room. I hesitated for a moment but followed him, unsure of my next step. I wasn't sure why he was irritated with me. It had only taken a second to speak with Tyler, and it's not like he knew we were talking about non-work related activities. Sighing, I entered the dressing room and he was looking at the package from downstairs. I could tell all the progress we had made downstairs was gone as he brusquely told me what to do with the items in the box. This package is filled with clothing and accessories. Please place them in the appropriate areas of the closet. Then take the camera, the one in the bottom drawer over there. My eyes followed his fingers, they pointed in the direction of a row of drawers against the wall, and photograph each outfit. In the box you will find an envelope with an itemized list which will provide information about what article of clothing goes in which section of the closet and binder. When he finished he turned, without a word, and walked in his private room and shut the door. I stood for a moment, stunned by the sudden change in behavior. Admittedly he hadn't been overly friendly downstairs, but he did at least appear sincere. My eyes stung a little as I tried to process what had just happened. I felt like a child that had been caught with my hand in the cookie jar by a mother with eyes in the back of her head. Other than speaking to Tyler, and leaving him waiting for a moment, I had done nothing wrong. But that didn't make any sense since it had only been a moment and he was upstairs the whole time. Kept back the tears and found a pair of scissors and began opening the package. Inside were tightly packed stacks of dress and casual shirts, 4 or 5 pairs of nice pants and 2 pairs of jeans. There were also shoes, belts, and other accessories. I looked at the labels and rolled my eyes at the designer names. Ralph Lauren, Gucci, Prada. I was sure the button-down shirt I was holding cost more than my entire summer wardrobe. The items in this box alone would be enough to dress a normal man for a year, not just the summer, and honestly he was going to run out of room soon to store it all. It took me several hours to coordinate and photograph all the new items. As the minutes ticked by I found myself glancing towards his door wondering if he would open it and come back in. I had visions of standing up to him, asking him what his problem was and why he thought he could treat me so badly. Leaning on the dresser I daydreamed of walking up to him and poking his chest with my finger, which of course would be difficult since he was so tall. And then I would force him to look me in the eye and admit he was being a jerk and that his first apology meant nothing. I wanted to tell him that he was a spoiled little boy who needed to treat people with respect. This is what I wanted to do. But he never emerged, so it didn't matter. I sighed and stood up straight and began placing belts on the rack hanging from the wall. If I knew I was going to be hanging up clothes all summer I would have gotten a job at the GAP. I finished and ate lunch at my desk while working on the rest of the data entry I'd started that morning. Tyler and Eric left while I was upstairs thankfully, and when the handyman came that afternoon I simply showed him what needed fixing. Mr. Cullen never reappeared from his rooms even when the worker began banging and making an enormous amount of noise. At 6 I packed my bags and left my daily report on the desk. I walked towards the front door. I paused for a moment at the bottom of the steps, positive I could hear the faint strains of music from above. I was annoyed with the fact he could relax in his hidey hole upstairs while I managed his household. I made my way to the door, closing it with force and locking it behind me. I walked into the warm night thinking about how this quiet little assistant job was turning into a roller coaster due to the behavior of my boss. I was worried I wouldn't be able to make it if things continued this way. But I wasn't a quitter, even when I probably should be, so I resolved to make this work regardless of his attitude. EPOV. From my bedroom I heard the front door close a little louder than necessary. I was stretched out on the couch with my eyes closed. If only sleep would come and make this nightmare go away. Or even better, if I could wake up and it only had been a nightmare. I had no idea what I was doing. The entire day had been a fiasco as far as the relationship with my employee went. I'd broken my own rule of staying upstairs and away from her. I had no clue as to what came over me when I ran downstairs. Mine. Her. What was I thinking? Was I really so overwhelmed by her scent and pulsing heartbeat that I actually tried to claim her from another? From a harmless man who wanted nothing more than to get to know her because he thought she was attractive. I had watched the mating rituals of humans a million times before, never taking much of an interest. There was nothing about this that made sense. I was being ridiculous, impulsive, downright animalistic. Mine. All these things I had struggled to overcome for decades and had been overwhelmingly successful in doing so. I was the CEO of a large foundation. I mingled in society with grace and ease. I laughed at the right place when a joke was told and frowned when I heard news that caused heartache. I ordered $5 coffees and listened to current music. I had box seats for the Mariners and the Seahawks. But one small girl had brought out the demon in me and I wasn't sure if I could push it back inside. Sure, I was holding on to the threads of my sanity. I had watched her lean over to pick up the shards of glass on the floor, and in one brief moment I could see her slice her finger on the jagged edge, piercing the skin and allowing the blood to flow down her hand. I saw it as though it had already happened, and in that split second I wanted it. The opportunity. I could let it all go. The discipline. The sacrifice. I could let it go and just be me. Greater forces were at work though, and my phone rang, breaking the insanity of the moment. I swallowed back the desire and did the only thing I could do. I unleashed my charm on her. And I could tell it worked. I could feel her eyes on me. She was assessing me. Humans do this. They judge you on your appearance or demeanor. Trivial, but it is what their senses allow. I smiled at her, I apologized, and I looked her in the eye, attempting to calm her and bring her ease. I knew what I was doing before I did it. I made her come upstairs to do some work away from the electrician. His thoughts were still on her and didn't want him near her. So I instructed her to follow me, but she didn't. She stopped to talk to him and gave him her number. I tried to be amused at the mating ritual of these two, the dance they held for one another, but I couldn't. My mind was filled with irritation and annoyance, not unlike the feelings I have when Emmett beats me in the hunt. We often compete, seeing who can capture the animal first. My competitive nature leaves a bitter taste in my mouth when Emmett gets the better of me. The bitterness filled my mouth as I stood at the top of the stairs and listened to Tyler ask Ms. Swan for her phone number. Mine. I maintained my composure this time, though, and remained upstairs. I was better than this and I had to get it together. I dropped the package with a loud thump, hoping to alert her to me waiting upstairs. I waited for her to come up and watched as she stumbled at the top step. She was so weak and fragile. Again, I swallowed back the desire running through my body. I left her with instructions for the package that had arrived today. I knew what it was, of course. It was the latest in clothing and seasonal accessories from my sister, Alice. She hated the distance between us, so this was one way she made up for it. I haven't been in a clothing store in years. Alice picks them out for me and has them sent to me. My assistant then incorporates the new items into my absurdly large closet, made to Alice's specifications, and I always look like I stepped out of the pages of one of her fashion magazines. It's the very least I could do for her. I left Ms. Swan to her work and I escaped to my isolation, determined to stay away for real this time. I admit I went to the other room to watch her on the monitors several times, but mostly I focused on my work and keeping my mind off of her. Now, hours later, I was relieved she had left for the day. It was dusk and I now stood, in my dressing room, inhaling her scent, and to my distress, missing the echoing beat of her heart. Damn it, I groaned and pinched my nose between my thumb and index finger as the need built back up. Why? Why was this happening to me? I had business to take care of. I didn't want or need distractions. Frustrated, I changed into jeans, a black button-down, and boots. I was headed out for the night, first to the woods to replenish my strength and then to follow up on some of the leads I'd made today. I emerged from the park satisfied. Rejuvenated and feeling a little high, I set off towards the last pinpoint on my map. As I reached the location, I could still smell the faint tinge of copper in the air. I traced it to a smudge on the sidewalk. There were conflicting scents here, but I was able to recognize a couple besides the blood of the victim. I decided to head east, following the pattern I had formulated, and see if I was able to make any progress. As I traveled, I opened my mind to the noises of the night. Passing homes, I could hear the sounds of families having dinner and children playing outside enjoying the warm weather. I overheard an argument by two lovers, one bitter over the betrayal of the other. Most of it was mundane, people worried about bills or work or relationships. After all this time, I'd become numb to the day-to-day worries of humans. I attempted to respect their privacy when possible, but tonight I was listening for something else. Him. I'd heard him before, several times in fact, but I was always too late. He seemed to have a sense of when to move on, of when I was coming. I'm not sure if he knew I was onto him yet, but I felt like it. He was elusive, always one step ahead. There were others with him, I was sure, but their voices changed and were mingled with the victims. I was having a hard time identifying who was who, and I had found it impossible so far to get there in time. So, tonight as I walked, I listened for their voices, the clues I needed to find them before another unsuspecting victim stumbled onto their path. I was confident I would find him tonight. The pattern fit and my research was flawless. Oh shoot, I burned the bread, mommy. Jane hit me on purpose. I'm sorry, I really am. Oh my God, you will not believe what I just heard. My thoughts turned to Ms. Swan and I wondered where she was at this moment. Had the electrician called her? Had she made plans to see him? Again, I was irritated by my fascination with her and determined I had to move past this. Did you watch Oprah today? I'm going to the store. Do you need anything? Please, please, whatever you want. My mind perked up at the last one and tried to zero in. The voice was distressed, trembling. She was terrified. Do you want my money? Or my car? Here, take my keys. Just please. I watched it unfold in my head, pictures of a wooded area kind of like a park but not traditional. I couldn't place it. I could see him though her eyes. He was owned and scruffy, but his face was not clear in the darkness. Behind him was sign. I needed her to focus on it, show it to me. But she didn't, her eyes were darting around, looking for an escape. He was not alone, she knew this but she couldn't see them, they stayed behind her in the darkness. His thoughts were muted, less emotional and easily overshadowed by her hysteria. I could feel his hunger though, the need to take her life and feed from her energy. He wasn't interested in playing, which was lucky for his victim, but it didn't give me much time. I'm gonna die. Crap, 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 oh my God. Her thoughts rang through the night, flashing images of a dark-haired man smiling and a dog, and then she focused back on her predator. He was standing in front of her, grinning, explaining it was too bad she crossed his path on this warm summer evening. He moved, too quickly for her to adjust, and her eyes landed on the sign. Lullwater Park. Jogging trails. Hours 6 a.m. dark. With a destination in hand, I tore through the darkness in the direction of the park. This was the closest I had come to him, the closest I had been to stopping him from continuing his terrorization of this community. She was begging for her life, no longer speaking to him, just rambling on in what she knew were her final moments. I was running towards them now, I could physically hear her voice bouncing off the trees, leading me towards her. They couldn't be more than a mile or two away. I heard him speak, tell her not to worry, that it would all be over soon, once he and his friends were satisfied. My mind was filled with dueling visions. Ricocheting from one mind to the other, I received flashes of the scene unfolding behind my eyes. I focused on him, noting that his voice was deep and rough. His accent was indistinct but the tone of his voice spoke with authority. He was the leader of this group. I watched as his companions, one with flaming red hair and the other with long dark strands, grabbed an arm each and pulled her to her feet. They held her before him like a sacrifice, arms stretched wide. He came towards her and touched her face gently before snapping her neck in one fluid movement while the others tore at the flesh on her exposed wrists. I was fast but in this moment they were faster. I broke though the brush to find her lying in a heap by the side of the trail, blood trailed down her arms and pooled in the dirt. I tried to catch their scent but they had scattered, running in different directions, crossing one another until all traces of them faded into the night. Returning to the body, I pulled out my cell and dialed 911 before retreating back to the thick woods. After I hung up my raincoat, I placed the mail and newspapers on my desk, and sat for a moment in my chair. I rested my head on the desk wishing it was time to go home. I had spent the morning running the typical daily errands for Mr. Cullen and dreaded facing the tedious, ridiculous job he had for me that afternoon. I hadn't seen him since Monday, and it was now Thursday. He was lucky I hadn't seen him because I was one confrontation away from quitting this nightmare of a job. I came in on Tuesday prepared once again to move past our bumps and enjoy my job. I watch and I knew rich, attractive people were eccentric in their desires and wants. I knew Anna Nicole demanded her entire bedroom be a fairyland of pink feathers and P. Diddy insisted on only having crystal in his refrigerator. At least I wasn't cleaning up after little dogs on the Osbournes or sanitizing the hot tub for Bret Michaels. Things actually could get worse. Orgies aside, Mr. Cullen was definitely difficult. I was learning his obsessive-compulsive habits were passing eccentric and moving towards mentally unstable. On Monday he left me directions to reorganize his enormous CD collection in alphabetical order, then subgroup each artist by date of release. I also had to write down and catalog each CD and enter it into a database. This took me the entire day and my brain was a puddle of mush by the time I'd finished. On Wednesday he left me with various chores around the house. My instructions were to straighten and dust all the paintings on the walls. Of course for this I had to wear cloth gloves and to never, ever touch the actual painting itself. I had a special dusting cloth to use for the artwork as well as the other antiques in the home. After I completed the paintings I had to dust the common rooms, taking time to hand clean each curio or knickknack he had apparently collected or inherited from around the world. Being the notoriously clumsy person I am, touching or cleaning any of these objects stressed me out. I was sure at any moment I would drop and shatter a priceless heirloom. As I carefully cleaned the panes on a gorgeous Tiffany lamp, I began to wonder if Mr. Cullen wanted me to quit. Some of the tasks he had given me were so outrageous that I felt he was watching me and waiting to see if I was fool enough to follow his instructions or if I would actually refuse. If I refused he would have justification to fire me. Bella Swan was not getting fired. With this in mind I spent Wednesday afternoon on my hands and knees with a comb, straightening out the fringe on the antique rugs and carpets throughout the house. Which, by the way, was utterly ridiculous and a complete waste of my time. So there I sat, with my head on my desk, plotting my escape from this madhouse. I groaned and forced myself into the kitchen, to the large supply closet which would normally act as a pantry, but of course, Mr. Special Diet Cullen doesn't keep food in the house, so the pantry is now a supply closet. I had purchased new bins and containers for the closet earlier in the day. Apparently Mr. Cullen needed his office supplies separated and into specific containers. The paper clips from the push pins, the masking tape from the scotch tape, and so forth. I was also armed with a state-of-the-art computerized label maker since he couldn't just look in the clear container and figure out which one was which. I was mumbling under my breath something about spending $6,000 on college tuition when I saw, or rather felt, something behind me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end and I said a silent prayer that I was imagining it. I was a little on edge since hearing about the recent murder in the park. I slowly turned and breathed a sigh of relief when I saw a short, dark-haired girl with a huge grin on her face standing in the middle of the kitchen. "Hi," she greeted, bouncing a little in front of me. I took a step back from her and felt my brow narrow and asked, "Hi, who are you and how did you get in here?" Still smiling, she took a tentative step forward and said, "I'm Alice, Edward's sister." I let myself in. I muttered, "Of course, someone needs to tie a bell around your necks," and looked her over. She had dark hair spiking across her head, pale skin and golden eyes. She was impeccably dressed and held herself with the same confident air Mr. Cullen possessed. "Oh yes. I'm sorry. Was he expecting you?" "Because he didn't tell me you were coming," I rambled. "No, he's not expecting me. I thought I would surprise him," she answered, smiling at the thought of surprising him. She seemed to think this would be a good idea. I placed the boxes on the shelves and said, "By the way, I'm Bella, the new assistant." "Of course, Bella." My name rolled off her lips and she nodded approvingly. I could feel her eyes boring into the back of my head as I continued with the mindless task of sorting post-it notes by color and size. I was resisting the urge to take all of the notes, I quit, in color-coordinated Sharpies and stick them all over the house in a fit of rage. I turned to face her again, and asked, "Can I get you something? Tea or coffee?" "Mr. Cullen doesn't have any food in the house, but I could go get you something if you want." I was rambling again. Alice was making me nervous with her watchful eyes and ever-present grin. Alice shook her head and said, "No thank you. I'm just going to wait in the other room. Will you sit with me? Please?" For a moment I lost my train of thought. Her eyes were so appealing, like her brother's. I wasn't sure what to do. I had a feeling Mr. Cullen was not going to like this unannounced visit. He didn't seem the type to like surprises or anything fun. Then I also was not sure how much I was supposed to be entertaining his guests. I would hate to offend his family by being rude. This was uncharted territory. Alice must have noticed my unease and said, "Please. Don't worry about Edward. He can blame me if he wants." She laughed and added, "He will anyway. He always does." I hesitantly nodded and followed Alice as she skipped into the parlor, taking a seat in one of the large overstuffed chairs. Her feet barely grazed the floor and the chair almost swallowed her dainty body whole. Alice reached over and placed her hand on the arm of my chair. Really, Bella, don't take my brother too seriously. I know he can be a bit of a grump, but he has a good heart. He just forgets how to act around people sometimes, she said, rolling her eyes. I smiled back but said nothing, not wanting to fall into the trap of speaking about him. There was a moment of awkward silence as she realized this, and thankfully she changed the subject, asking me about my schooling and future plans. I told her I was from Arizona and had gone to the local university. Alice listened intently as I explained my hopes to go to graduate school in the future and how I was currently exploring my options. It was way too easy to talk to her about my life, and it made me wonder if she was really this good or was I just this desperate for someone to talk to. I remembered my conversation with Angela, and asked, I was wondering, are you from Forks? Alice nodded, but a moment of confusion passed across her face and she tilted her head in question. My roommate, Angela Weber, grew up in Forks. And she mentioned that she had classmates named Cullen at her school. I wondered if that is you. I explained. Oh, of course, I know Angela. Not well, but yes, we were classmates. She answered me, her grin back in place. Just then I heard the back door open and close. I stood up quickly while Alice remained seated. Mr. Cullen came directly into the parlor. He gave Alice a pointed look, like he knew she was there before he walked in the room. Alice smiled at him and he rolled his eyes before turning to me. Nervously, I waited for his reaction and was relieved when he turned to me, said in a pleasant voice, I see you've met my sister. He smiled warmly in her direction. As you can see, she has a way of making herself at home. Yes, I did. But now that you're here I'm going to go back to work. Nice to meet you, Ms. Cullen, I told her as I began to back out of the room, trying to make a fast escape. Alice jumped up and ran over to me and said, It's Alice. And it was great meeting you too, Bella. I hope to see you again soon. And she gave me a brief hug. I walked back to the kitchen and began my work in the closet. As I listened to them quietly go up the front stairs I thought about how different they seemed. Alice was so open and warm compared to Mr. Cullen and his stiff nature. It made me wonder how two people who grew up in the same home could turn out so unalike. Although it was interesting to have a new perspective on him, it would take more than nice words from his sister to change my mind about him. EPOV. Edward, you didn't tell me Bella was so attractive, Alice taunted as we walked upstairs. I didn't acknowledge her comment and walked into my dressing room to put my coat up and change out of my work clothes. I have to admit she does smell really good. What are you doing here, Alice? I asked, pulling a clean shirt over my head and running my hands through my hair. No, how are you, Alice? Or, I'm so glad you came to visit. I brushed past her and walked into my study and sat behind the desk looking for something to do other than talk to my sister. You can't ignore this, Edward. I ignored her. Stop it, Edward. We need to talk about this. She spoke aloud, the frustration evident in her voice. She flopped on a chair in front of me, arms crossed, determined to have this discussion. I sighed and looked at her. Fine, Alice. What do you want me to say? Do I find her appealing? Yes. Am I going to do anything about it? No. There is nothing more to discuss. Are you sure you can handle it? I glared at her and said, yes. You know I can. I have. Alice glared back at me with identical deep gold eyes and challenged, you almost slipped. With the glass. And the other night, she barely made it out of here alive. But she did. I told you on the phone it was fine. You know I'm disciplined. I'm under control. I told her, hoping my tone would end this conversation. She's going to quit. I sighed and slumped into my seat. I know. It was what I was hoping for. After my reaction to her and the electrician on Monday, and then the fact I'd failed in my attempt to save the woman in the park, I'd resolved to push Bella Swan out of my life for good. I spent the rest of the week ignoring her and leaving her with hours of monotonous tasks. I figured after several days she would grow tired and frustrated with the menial projects and resign. It's what you want. Right now the decision is clear, but it doesn't have to be. It's for the best. I am under control, but it is a distraction I really don't need. I just want her to leave on her own terms. I don't want to fire her. Alice broke out into laughter. I quirked an eyebrow at her, waiting to understand what was so funny. She's quite determined at the moment to stay. To prove to you that you can't break her. But a couple of dirty jobs will seal her fate. Alice explained and showed me exactly what would be the final straw for poor Isabella Swan. This caused me to chuckle and shake my head. All the qualities I desired for hiring her will end up making this so much harder on her in the end. We fell into a moment of silence now that the main reason for her visit had been discussed. Alice was blocking her mind from me, which was fine, a relief in many ways. But I knew her well enough to anticipate her thoughts. The boys were sad you wouldn't go with them. I nodded slightly. Part of me wished I could have gone hunting with them as well, but it wasn't possible. It's not the same. It's never the same. Alice, I warned. She sighed unhappily. I hated disappointing her, but the decision had been made. I tried to change the subject and asked, "When is Jasper coming home?" She pursed her lips together, clearly not convinced we were finished with the prior topic. I begged her silently to let it drop. Her face relaxed and she said, "Tonight. They're in Montana now. I really need to for him to come see me. Will you tell him?" I asked, relieved we had moved on for the moment. "Yes, of course." I got up and walked to her and pulled her out of the seat. She quickly rose and wrapped her arms around me, embracing me tightly. I reciprocated, leaning down and inhaling in the smell of her hair and clothes. As much as I resisted, there were moments when I regretted the choices I had made in the past. This was one of those times. Later, after Alice had gone home, I realized that the last time I'd touched someone was during my last trip home. Common touches from humans or others of my kind were a sacrifice I'd been forced to make. And for the most part it was a decision I'd been content with for some time. But for the first time in many years, I realized that when Alice left I was missing something. BPOV. "Hey Ang, I'm home," I called out as I walked in the front door of our apartment. I dropped my keys in the dish by the door and went directly to my room to change out of my work clothes and into something more comfortable. I was pulling my hair back into a ponytail when Angela came around the corner with a glass of wine and thrust it into my hand. "Thanks, you have no idea how much I needed this," I told her and took a gulp as I sat on the couch in the living room. Angela laughed and said, "I had an idea when you called on the way home and left me a message chanting the words, 'Do not let me quit my job,' over and over." I put my glass down on the end table and pushed my face into my hands, groaning. I know. This job is such a nightmare. Do you want to know what I had to do today?" I asked her. She nodded eagerly, and settled back in her chair, taking her own sip from her wine glass. After I arranged all the office supplies in the pantry, I rolled my eyes. I had to go into his garage and sort through all the nails and screws on his work table and separate them into matching sizes. Then of course I had to place them into labeled containers. Everything in that house is labeled. Angela started laughing even harder. "Ha! You've never seen his bedroom. What do you bet he labels the outside of his bedside table?" She snorted, which made us both burst into giggles. "No way. That guy is way too uptight to read or watch Poe, and no girls are coming to his place. He would have to sanitize them before and after they left his room. This may be why he is so cranky all the time." I mused. "And I wish he'd smoke a little weed. I'd chill him out." Suddenly I remembered something else. "Oh, and guess what?" Angela cocked an eyebrow at me, waiting for the news. "I met Mr. Cullen's sister today. Alice Cullen, from Forks." She sat up in her chair and exclaimed, "I knew it." "Was she as pretty as I said?" "Did you say anything?" "I mentioned you and she said she remembered you. She really was very nice, and beautiful. She seemed to know her brother was a bit of an ass, which was cool, but she had a little of that 'I'm a perfect Cullen' vibe going on herself." We talked a little more about Alice, but our conversation was halted when my cell rang. I jumped up and pulled it out of my purse and answered. When I heard the voice on the other line I couldn't help but smile into the phone. "Oh, hi Tyler. How are you? Tomorrow night?" "Yeah, I think tomorrow night would be great." "A friend?" "Sure, she would love to. We'll meet you there at 8 o'clock. I said goodbye and snapped my phone shut. Angela was looking at me with curiosity and I said, "Well, the good news is that I have a date tomorrow night. The better news is that you do too." I smile a huge, fake grin, hoping she would play along. Angela's jaw dropped. "Bella. No, you know how I feel about blind dates." I put on my best pouting face and whimpered, "Angela, please. I really want to go, but I'm not comfortable going alone. Especially not right now." Angela nodded in understanding, her long dark hair bobbing up and down. "Okay, but only because there is a maniac on the loose and I want you to be safe. Plus, what else am I going to do while you are out?" I ran over and gave her a hug before sitting back down and picking back up my glass. Speaking of, did you hear any more news about that poor girl's murder? I asked. Well, I had the police are totally confused. They can't decide if it was a murder or an attack by a wild animal. Apparently, the wounds appear to be from an animal of some kind. The problem is that animals don't attack in patterns or leave 6 bodies in the same exact way. She shuddered a little. I wrapped my arms around myself too, suddenly feeling vulnerable. These murders were pretty horrifying. All were women, alone at night. Several were outdoors like the one at the park, but 2 of them were in neighborhoods, walking to their cars, and at least 2 others were in their own homes. Angela and I had begun double locking our doors and made sure our windows were secure all the time. I thought about how I worked alone so much and how Alice had sneaked up on me today. If she was able to walk in without my notice, I'm sure anyone could. I made a mental note to make sure the doors were bolted from now on and to let Mr. Cullen know. It was Friday and all thoughts I'd had about staying at this job disappeared the minute I walked in the front door of Mr. Cullen's home. Due to this, I was looking at the row of t-shirts, trying to decide which one to pick. Bruce Springsteen. Nah. No need to desecrate an American flag. Coldplay. Too whiny. I needed somebody with balls. Jimi Hendrix. Even I couldn't bear to do it to Jimmy. I flipped through the shirts one by one, before I made my decision and removed it from the rack. It was soft and worn, but still pristine, loved and truly unique, clearly one of his favorites. I held it up to my face and inhaled the soothing smell of his laundry detergent. Mr. Cullen's laundromat used the best-smelling soap. It was perfect. Entering the bathroom downstairs, I changed out of my blouse and into the t-shirt. I assessed myself in the mirror and noted how his shirt was too big, which wasn't a surprise since he was so tall. It was actually better that the shirt was so big since I needed as much coverage as possible. I pulled my hair on top of my head, pissed I had spent 20 minutes blowing it out this morning for it to get frizzy in the humidity outside. I left my blouse and shoes in the bathroom and walked to the kitchen for my supplies. Bucket, bleach and a scrub brush. The F. Kerr had me cleaning his patio furniture. I was scrubbing the dirt and grime from the winter away with a little brush and a bottle of bleach with no advance notice, so I had come to work in my usual clothes. As I read the instructions he left for me, I was stunned. And super pissed. And, I hated to admit it, close to tears because I had never had someone treat me like this before. It was just so degrading and defeating. I didn't mind the manual labor or tedious shit he was asking me to do, but it was the way he asked me. His stupid, beautifully handwritten lists left on the desk for me each day. Like he can't bear to be near me or lower himself to speaking to me directly. I was educated, and smart, and attractive. Frankly, he looked at me sometimes like I smelled bad or was repulsive. Then there was the fact he was so rude. Of course he acted nice to me when Alice was here, or the electricians, but other times he either ignored me or treated me like shit. Every day I completed his ridiculous, exhausting demands, and never once have I heard a please or a thank you. How f***ing hard was it to leave the words, "thank you," at the end of a note? How hard was it to come down from his private rooms and actually greet me once in a while? I was at my wit's end and refused to be his lackey any longer, so I resolved to finish the day, scrub his damn furniture and quit. But first, I was going to make him pay. Armed with my supplies, and dressed in Edward Cullen's t-shirt, I opened the back door and walked out to his overly manicured patio. Potted plants, ferns, and ornamental trees surrounded the tiled floor. It was sunny today and the tiles were warm under my bare feet. A huge fireplace sat in the corner while wrought iron furniture was placed around strategically, designed for socializing. I tried to imagine Mr. Cullen out here socializing with friends or his family on a cool fall night, fireplace lit and candles all around. I honestly couldn't see it. I could see Alice out here holding court, glass in hand, while he lurked inside, hiding from people. I sat the bucket down and poured in the bleach and pulled out the hose from beside the house. I mixed the two up and began working. With every minute I was going more and more furious at my boss. I was more convinced than ever that he was actually trying to make me quit, and I had reached the point where I was happy to grant him his wish. EPOV. I heard Jasper the moment he pulled into the garage. Alice had called to say he was coming to see me today despite the weather, so I left the garage open for him so he could park undercover. Ms. Swan was outside, scrubbing the never-used patio furniture, unaware of Jasper's presence inside. I hoped Alice was right and this dirty task would be the final straw and she would leave work today and never return. I even had a reference letter prepared to send her next week if she needed it, although her time here was so short I'm sure it would be better never to mention it again. I'd spent the morning going over my maps and the recent news about the murder from Monday night. None of it was very useful, which was why I'd asked Jasper to come see me. He reached the top steps and knocked softly on my study door. Edward. I walked over and opened it for him and gave him a huge smile. Jasper. Come in please. How was your trip? I asked, genuinely interested. He walked in the room and sat in the same seat Alice had occupied the day before. He was thinking about her now, and how much he wanted to be back at home with her. I felt a twinge of guilt as I realized again that the whole family always sacrificed for me and put my needs above their own. Always the prodigal son. Jasper stretched his long legs out and crossed them at the ankle and pushed a thick piece of own hair behind his ear. His eyes lit up thinking about the hunting trip. It was amazing, Edward. You should have been there. Emmett got into a tussle with two mother bears. They completely shredded his outfit and he ended up soaked in the river. He ruined his new phone in the water and Rose was pissed. It's the third one this month. I doubt I've ever laughed so hard. I watched the scene unfold in his mind as he told the story and found myself laughing with him. Emmett could be such a fool sometime, but he was a total competitor. He wouldn't stop until he was successful. You should have come. You know making fun of Emmett is better when you're there. The smile slowly slid from my face and said, I know. I wish I could have, but Jasper, something is going on around here and I need your help. Have you been following the news? He nodded and said, yes. Carlisle and I were watching it this morning. The national press has picked up on it. What are you thinking? I waved him over to look at the map spread across my desk. I pointed out the pattern, which he was able to see as well. I showed him the descriptions of the bodies found and I told him what I'd heard and seen the other night. Jasper stopped my explanation and clarified, so you think there were 3 of them, 1 leader and 2 others? I nodded, yes, that was all I could hear, but the scents were not the same as they were from the other sites. The owned the leader, his scent has been at each location, but the others seem to change. Jasper sat back in his seat and was quiet for a moment. I caught fleeting images passing through his mind, most of them from his life before he joined our family. I'd seen these scenes before but was confused as to why he was thinking about them now. What are you thinking? I asked. I'm not sure but it feels familiar yet still off somewhat. There is a sense of planning and organization but there were some random killings not within the pattern. He said. I walked over to the window and looked out thinking about the information we had and how to piece it all together. I don't think the police have caught on to the fact the random killings are being done by the same predator. They are claiming there are 6 murders when it is more like 10 from what I can tell. I heard Jasper emit a deep sigh, and you're positive the bite marks on the arms were from vampires? I'm sure. I could see them rip the flesh with their teeth. And I could hear the leader's thoughts, the hunger for her blood, but what I don't understand is why does he let the others eat while he simply breaks their necks? I questioned. Jasper shook his head, still caught up in thoughts of his past. I have no idea, Edward. But it begs the question, if he isn't feeding on them then who is he feeding on? We spent some time discussing strategy, how I should step up my patrols and ways to get to my target faster. Jasper agreed that he must have a 6th sense, some kind of ability to escape me since I was incredibly fast. Jasper was getting ready to leave when I remembered to ask him a question about the computer system. Stopping him from leaving, I asked, can you look at this for me? I want to be able to access my assistant's computer downstairs from this one, but I do not want her to have access to mine. Can you help me set this up? Sure, let me see what we have up now. And he walked around the desk and sat in my chair. As he worked his mind began swirling with questions. You've been talking to Alice, I see. I grimaced. Jasper continued working on the computer, his fingers moving swiftly across the keys, never looking up. So you want her to quit, huh? I grunted low in my throat. She really smells that good. He glanced up at me then to see my expression. His eyes were curious but his mind was elsewhere. He was thinking of his own past, of the men and women he had taken, whether any of them had blood that called to him like Isabella Swan's did to me. I rolled my eyes but nodded. Jasper reached over and flipped on the monitors, enlarging the one for the back patio. We watched as Ms. Swan crouched in front of a chaise lounge and scrubbed the arms and legs of the chair with a thick brush. Her hair was plastered around her face and I could see sweat dripping down the sides of her neck. Her skin was flushed, pink and inviting. I watched as she stood up and rubbed her brow with the back of her hand. I swallowed back the first hint of desire. I heard Jasper choke and stifle a laugh and I shot him a questioning look. "Man, your shirt." I looked closer and saw Bella was wearing my classic 1969 Let It Bleed Rolling Stones t-shirt. It was wet and you could see spots of bleach on it. "What the F, K?" I growled. Jasper leaned back in my chair and began laughing uncontrollably at the rage he felt rolling off my body. "Stop. It's too funny and you're making me angry and I want to laugh at you instead," he said, gasping for words. "Please don't make her quit. I like her already." I turned back to the monitor and watched her as she lifted the hem of my shirt and wiped her chin with it. The tiniest sliver of pale white skin popped out from underneath and at the sight of it my mouth rushed with venom, thicker than before. "Mine." Jasper's laughter faded in the background and I heard him, faintly in the background. "Edward." I was transfixed by her in my shirt. "Edward." The hollow pit of my stomach clenched. "Edward." I looked up at him questioningly, irritated at the interruption. "What are you doing?" he said barely above a whisper. His eyes narrowed, trying to read my emotions. I immediately was flooded with guilt and began apologizing. "I'm sorry. It must be overwhelming for you to be around. I've never experienced hunger like this before." His eyes were filled with confusion still and I searched his mind. I shot back from the computer and desk, pacing furiously around the room as I settled in on his thoughts. I locked eyes with Jasper for a moment, trying to understand him. His eyebrow was arched, waiting for me to confirm his suspicions. "What?" I asked incredulously. I didn't understand. "That's not hunger." "Well, a little bit of hunger, but that is not the main emotion you are feeling," he trailed off, skirting around the word. His fingers drummed the arms of the chair and he struggled to keep his eyes on mine. "Are you serious?" "Yes." I paused in the middle of the room and ran my hands through my hair. I looked directly at Jasper to make sure he wasn't playing a joke on me or trying to piss me off. His yellow eyes were filled with sincerity and a touch of shock. The shock was probably a reflection of my own. Lust. Lust. The word hung thickly in the air. Lust. Now mingled with confusion, repulsion, and fear. I could see the words floating around his head as he picked them up from me. I was sure irritation would be on that list in a second. Jasper and I were sitting across the room from one another. He was behind the desk, glancing down occasionally at the monitors, updating the system like I'd asked him to. I was across the room, as far away as possible, as though that made it less likely for him to read me. The minutes ticked by and Jasper finally spoke. "Edward, it's not a big deal." "Well, it is a big deal but not the way you're thinking. I mean you like her. She's cute and well, obviously not afraid of you," he said, breaking out into a huge grin, which frankly makes her either the coolest girl you've ever met or the dumbest. "I'm not sure yet." He glanced down again at the monitors and I could see her through his eyes, spraying down the furniture and cleaning up the mess she had made on the patio. My shirt hung over her shoulders and her jaw was set. There was a look of something, determination, possibly, in her eyes. I wasn't sure. Again, the fact I couldn't hear her thoughts was distressing. I mean, really disturbing. This situation opened up a whole other equation I'd never considered. Lust. I began rubbing my hands back and forth across the top of my legs trying to squelch the feelings bubbling from inside. Although I was confused, I was utterly intrigued. In all my years I truly had never experienced pure lust. Not like this. Every emotion I had felt, in this second life, was tainted by the thoughts around me. There was no such thing as privacy or true intimacy. Being in a relationship with a woman was difficult, although not impossible, and I'd tried in the past unsuccessfully. The parts one desired, the wonders of sharing with another person, opening yourself up, spilling your secrets one by one, were elusive. The part of a relationship when two people grow and change together in their journey to become one was destroyed the minute I read their minds. My gift annihilated the give and take, the mystery of first love. For me this was not possible. There was no mystery. So even when I had desired another, that desire or need was mingled with her thoughts, which inevitably complicated the situation. It was impossible to tune her mind out yet cave to my base emotions. Say, while physically pleasurable, was mentally tortuous. But she was different. She was silent. Isabella Swan was a mystery. Again, through Jasper's eyes I watched her come in the house and put up the cleaning supplies. She meticulously placed them in the cabinet before she fell out of range in the bathroom. Staring down at my knees I finally broke. "What is she feeling?" I asked, barely above a whisper. He heard me, of course. He paused and I looked over at him. There was a tinge of a smirk on his face and he was blocking his thoughts. "What?" I asked, growing irritated quickly. This dependency on others was becoming more and more obnoxious. Jasper lifted his brow and stretched back in his seat, placing his hands behind his head. He was clearly enjoying my discomfort. "So you really can't hear her?" he asked me. "No, nothing. Tell me what she's feeling," I demanded. "Interesting because I can feel her and Alice can see her. Yet, you can't hear her," he mused, running his hand across his jaw. I glared at him. "Yes, it's fascinating. Tell me." He ignored me and continued, "Then to complicate matters, her blood sings too. And you desire her physically. So on one hand you want her. And on the other hand you want her." His lips were tugging at the corners. "So what's really going on here, is you like a girl?" he taunted. "Edward likes a girl." In an instant I was up and over the desk, pinning him in the chair to the wall. "Tell me, you idiot. What is she feeling?" I was going to kill him. He pushed me off, his foot firmly placed against my chest, and I flew across the room, back over the desk and landed on the chair, shattering it under my weight. I leapt to my feet but he was in front of me already, hands on his hips and a huge grin on his face. "Man, I'm impressed. You cleared the desk. I was sure you were going to take out the computer," he said as he picked up the leg of the chair and flipped it in his hands. I laughed and walked across the room to get a trash can. We bent down to clean up the pieces of smashed leather and wood scattered across the floor. I know. I wasn't sure if I could make it either. At the last minute I twisted a little. Together we cleaned up the mess and put all of the debris in the bin. Jasper, apparently done tormenting me for the day, opened his mind and gave me what I'd asked for. "She's pissed, Edward. Like really, really, pissed. Her feelings range from bitterness to rage. Oh, and I'm picking up on a little bit of smugness since she ruined your shirt and she knew it would make you mad. But she's definitely going to quit." I nodded. I knew this was for the best even though I wasn't sure it was what I wanted anymore. But I never got what I wanted anyway. This was nothing new. My life had been about sacrifice and discipline, especially the last 15 years. Isabella Swan was just another sacrifice I had to make. BPOV. I looked in the mirror and took in my flushed face and grimy hands. I took a finger and rubbed at a swipe of dirt that was smudged across my face. All that did was make a red mark on my already red skin. I sighed. I was disgusting. My hands and feet were black with dirt from being outside and I was still sweating. Nice. And I definitely ruined his shirt. It was splotchy with bleach and smeared with grime. Good. I didn't feel bad. He deserved it. I had 2 hours left before the end of the day, but I was done. I was going to leave Mr. Cullen my pre-written letter of resignation on my desk where he could find it when he came by for my daily report. "Here's your daily report. I quit." The thought of leaving that note and the look of confusion on his perfectly featured face made me smile for the first time that day. Part of me wanted to go out in flames but the other needed to salvage a scrap of dignity so my regular notice would have to do. I gathered my things, still barefoot, and walked to my desk, placing the letter on the corner where he would see it. I had my bag and my shoes and I needed to stop in the kitchen to remove my food and other items. I wanted to leave Mr. Cullen's home the way I found it and remove every trace of my presence. It would be like I never existed. A blip on the screen. 2 weeks of disturbance in his routine and stagnant existence. To my absolute horror, just as I walked in the room he came down the back stairs. There went my scrap of dignity. Mr. Cullen was standing at the bottom of the steps and I noticed his hands were full of trash and behind him I could see a tall, lanky man carrying an armload of what appeared to be parts of a chair. Mr. Cullen wore the normal, pained grimace on his face that I'd come to expect when he saw me. We stood for a moment in silence while his eyes traveled down my body, taking in his t-shirt. I held my breath for a moment waiting to see what he would say. The absurdity of my behavior was dawning on me. My boss was completely neurotic and anal retentive, and I was standing in front of him in his shirt. His shirt that I had all but destroyed. And I was currently wearing it in an act of defiance. The fact that he was overwhelmingly gorgeous when he was mad only made the situation worse. Or better. I had no idea. I lost all sense of rationality when he looked at me. I felt the heat rush to my face as I realized he could call the police and have me escorted off the property and press charges against me. Maybe I hadn't thought this all the way through. I heard a stifled cough from behind Mr. Cullen and looked up at the other man, who was staring at me with the slightest hint of amusement in his amber eyes. And who could blame him? I was standing in the middle of the kitchen, my arms piled with my belongings, barefoot, wearing my boss's enormous shirt, covered in dirt, and smelling like a sweaty pig in front of the two most gorgeous men I have ever laid eyes on. Best day ever. Apparently deciding to take the high road, Mr. Cullen walked past me out the garage door without a word. The other man followed but gave me a wide smile and nod of encouragement, leaving me alone in the kitchen. I silently watched the tall B-owned man amble past me and close the back door with a sharp click. I let out a deep breath, realizing at that moment, I'd been holding it for some time. That, I decided, as I cleared out the refrigerator and gathered my belongings for the final time, was my signal to leave. My shoes kept slipping off the footrest on barstool I was perched on. I hated wearing heels. The music thumped around us and the lights were low, I'm assuming for ambiance or something. But it was all lost on me as I swallowed the last of my drink. I peered into the bottom of the glass hoping a refill would magically appear. Where was that waitress? I slumped back in my seat, dreaming of my couch and comfy clothes. I'd had to scrub myself clean when I came home from work to rid myself of the filth that covered my entire body. I was hoping it would remove some of the horror and humiliation I'd experienced as well, but sadly soap didn't take care of that. My bad mood was lingering as I sat between Angela and Tyler and pretended to be interested in their conversation. I'd never quit a job before and left on bad terms. I also felt terrible ruining Mr. Cullen's shirt. Sure, he was an A.S., but it was immature and I was embarrassed by my behavior. King hindsight. I fingered the paper coasters on the table and pretended to listen to Tyler and his friend Ben argue who was the better martial artist, Jackie Chan or Bruce Lee. I groaned internally and looked around the table for a sharp object to gouge my eye out with, but came up empty. What I did see was Angela making eyes at Ben and pretending this was the most fascinating conversation ever, which I knew for a fact, it wasn't. She caught my eye and raised an eyebrow at me, motioning with her own mouth for me to smile. I rolled my eyes at her but plastered a smile on my face and returned my attention to Tyler. I knew I wasn't being fair. It wasn't his fault my boss was a douche. I appraised Tyler, noticing how he looked nice in a blue shirt that matched his dark eyes. He really was cute and nice. The problem was he was a bit boring. At the moment he was animatedly informing Ben the reasons Bruce Lee was superior to Jackie Chan. Jackie exaggerates often by adding wild stunts and a lot of wire work. If you watch Jackie fight, you will be entertained, but when you watch Bruce, you might learn something. The end. And the win goes to Bruce Lee. I watched with mild interest as Ben took a deep breath and said, "Since you wish to point out past history, let's get a more complete view." In Fist of Fury, Bruce Lee kicked Jackie Chan off a 20-foot ledge onto an unforgiving cement floor. Yet Jackie Chan survived. Then in Enter the Dragon, he not only suffered the indignity you so much relish, but also was conked on the head with an errant nunchuck, a swing from Mr. Lee. Yet Jackie Chan survived. Then in their third encounter, well, there wasn't any third encounter. And there is a good reason for that. Bruce Lee was dead before there was a third encounter. Jackie Chan went on to become the next big Asian action movie star. Coincidence? I don't think so. Ben leaned back in his seat and took a long, smug pull from his beer. He and Tyler eyed one another, trying to determine where to take this next. I had to admit I was impressed. Not so much from this conversation but from the fact people actually knew this much random information about something I cared so little about. The waitress came over and took our order for another round of beer, and when Tyler introduced the next topic of who would win a death match, Webster vs. Gary Coleman. At this, I excused myself to the restroom. At the sink I pulled out my hairbrush and was attempting to tame my thick mop of hair when a woman next to me washing her hands said, "Wow, your perfume is amazing, what kind is it?" I laughed and said, "Oh, I don't wear perfume. It gives me a headache. It must be someone else." In the mirror I watched as she smiled and ran her fingers down her long, curly, red hair. Her skin was pale, flawless, completely smooth. She had on large, rose-tinted glasses and was wearing a tight black dress. Unscrewing the cap to my lip gloss I said, "I love your glasses, I could never pull off something so dramatic." She flashed me an ultra-white smile, that kind of gave me the creeps. "Thanks. I have sensitive eyes so I wear them all the time. So I saw you out there with that guy, are you here on a date?" I sat back against the sink. Yes. I mean, he's cute and all, but boring. You would not believe the argument he and his friend have been having all night. And what is worse, my friend has hit it off with his friend so I'm doomed for the evening." She threw her head back and laughed, her red curls bouncing behind her head. She was really beautiful, interesting looking, like a model. "Yeah, doomed. Well, you come find me if you need an escape. My boyfriend is supposed to meet me later but he can be unreliable." I put my brush and makeup away and followed her to the door. Stopping just before she pushed the door open to the thumping beat of the outside music, she turned and said, "By the way, my name is Victoria." EPOV. With my props in place I was able to successfully stake out the corner of the business district on this busy Friday night. I'd been here for about an hour, my coffee now cold and my newspaper thoroughly read, color-coded post-its in place. Everything was as it should be. Except the lingering scent on my clothes. And the memory of the sight of her skin, creamy and white. And the fact I apparently wasn't just hungry but behaving like a typical, horny 17-year-old. Other than that, it was a regular day in the life of a 111-year-old vampire. I couldn't believe it when I came down the stairs to find Bella in the kitchen. I'd held my breath when I left my rooms and attempted to ignore her thumping heart. With Jasper there I was doing fine until I stepped into the room and saw her standing there flushed and red. She was so small, draped in my decimated shirt. I stood still and fought the urge to reach out and rub my finger over smudge of dirt on her face. Jasper felt the atmospheric change and nudged me in the back, bringing me back to the moment where I took my leave. Annoyed with these thoughts I picked up my trash and threw it in the receptacle by the curb. I made a stop at my car to put the newspapers in since I'd decided to patrol a bit before returning home. I didn't expect to find the vampire tonight. I was sure of my pattern and we were not in the right location or timing for one of his attacks. As I walked, I cleared my head and listened to the crowds. It was a typical Friday night and most people were having a good time. Humans act foolish, though, in their quest for fun. The excessive drinking, suggestive behavior, or questionable acts always caused more pain than they expected. It all begins as fun in the minds of young people but tends to spiral out of control quickly. There was section of this area was full of popular bars and restaurants. I wandered around for a while, waiting and listening. Wow, I wonder if Amanda saw Robert, he looks really hot tonight, finally, Friday night. TGIF. Why did I wear these shoes? They are killing me, now. Where did I put my car keys, or my car? I found him after a moment of searching and followed the voice, the one looking for his keys. Even his thoughts were blurry, intoxicated and incoherent. I found him stumbling in a parking lot across the street when I approached him. "Hey, let me call you a cab," I said, and watched him struggle to find his keys in his pocket. I stood by and watched as he fished them out and promptly dropped them on the ground. It was easy to help intoxicated people since they were not clear enough to notice the speed or strength you possess or the coolness of your touch. I quickly picked them up and held onto them. "Who the F.K. are you? Gimme my keys," he stuttered, swiping a meaty hand towards me. I stepped back, grimacing. This guy was getting on my nerves and I really didn't want his dirty hands on me. I left him for a moment, struggling to maintain his balance and walked to the curb, waving down one of the many cabs trolling the area. "Come here. Get in the cab," I directed, rolling my eyes at his asinine behavior. Assisting him to the vehicle I shoved him inside and gave the driver more than enough cash to cover the fare. The driver nodded and pulled away from the sidewalk. I watched the taillights as they trailed down the dark road. I took a deep breath and continued my patrolling of the bar district. I can't believe he was looking at the waitress that way. Asshole spilling his drink on my new dress. I wonder if she'll give me her number. Those murders are freaking me out. Stupid manager making us park in the back of the lot. I honed in on the last one and watched a girl, dressed in a uniform from a local restaurant, dart to her car in the shadowy corner of the parking lot. She was safe from vampires tonight, but I kept an eye on her to make sure there were no drunken frat boys around. As usual, I wondered why she chose to go alone. Why she didn't bring a coworker into the dark night. The danger people put themselves in was usually their own fault. Avoidable. My mind flashed to Ms. Swan, and I wondered if she took risks like this. All humans do, but some were worse than others. My stomach recoiled at the thought of her alone in the dark, unprotected. The waitress drove away and I turned behind the businesses, to the edge of the dark alley clustered between the old buildings. It smelled like garbage and the constant wetness gave the whole area a funky, bad odor. I held my breath to keep the disgusting scents at bay. The night was fairly quiet, as I'd expected, and I realized for the millionth time the absurdity of my policing this area. Why was I, a monster, a murderer, wandering the dark streets helping people to their cars and shoving them into cabs? Why did I leave the comforts of my home and my family to comb the beer-soaked alleys of the inner city? I knew why, and tracking the bee-owned vampire steeled my resolve. For countless years I'd lived in my own world, focused on myself and my needs. Mastering our alternative lifestyle, quenching my thirst through the hunt, gaining knowledge through books and countless degrees, collecting bits of history to prove I was there, living with my family, and coping with their thoughts and love. Those were the things I consumed myself with. They were trivial, self-absorbed. I spent more than 50 years striving to be nothing. But when I decided to go on my own, I focused on what I could do with my abilities, and as I roamed the dark nights of the city, alone for the first time in many years, I found a person in need. And I helped them. Finally, I had a sense of purpose. Then I noticed the trends of rogue vampires that hovered on the edge of cities. Their kills were less noticeable to the authorities but fairly easy for me to identify. The deaths appeared random, products of living in an urban area. I determined to claim this city as my own, keeping the citizens safe. So every night I walked the streets of the city, helping those I stumbled on and tracked the far more dangerous members of my kind. As the years passed, I honed my gift and vampire abilities. I finally listened to people instead of tuning out their voices. I learned how to pick up on the subtle differences in their tone, determining what was fear and what was not. At first I was terrible at tracking and was unable to follow the scent or clues left by those I hunted. Eventually I developed a system of physical skills and research that was unparalleled to others of my kind. I used the money I'd earned over the years to fund my mission, and with the help of my family I was able to help more people and save more lives. I was faster and better prepared than those I sought out. The one compromise I made to my family when I left was to continue the tradition of immersing myself into human culture by acting as the CEO of the Pacific Northwest Trust. It was the only thing that kept me in regular contact with people, which allowed me to hold on to a thread of my humanity as well. So I stood now, on this warm Friday night in a dank back alley waiting to help the next poor soul that crossed my path when in need. "Bella, would you like to dance?" Tyler asked, and held his hand out expectantly. My eyes went to his hand and stared at it for a moment while I tried to come up with an excuse to say no. Too tired. Drunk. Would prefer not to encourage my boring date from hell any further. As I considered my options, I realized a fair amount of time had passed and his hand was still out there, waiting for me to take it. "Tyler, if there is one thing you should know, it's that Bella doesn't dance," Angela said from behind his back. "Greater men than you have succumbed to injuries from her feet in the middle of the dance floor." I shot Angela a look of annoyance and she gave me a wicked grin back while giving me double thumbs up. I narrowed my eyes at her, trying to decide if I should thank her or tell everyone she once left a party with her dress tucked into her underwear. She saved me, true, but not before spilling the dirt on my traumatic dance history. I mulled it over and decided to save that bit of dish for another time. I shrugged. "It's true, Tyler. These babies," I lifted a spiked heel off the ground, "are lethal. But please, dance without me. I'm happy to sit on the sidelines and watch." Angela took my permission and ran with it, grabbing Ben's hand and dragging him into the crowd of sweaty, pulsing bodies. Tyler cocked his head to the side and said, "Are you sure? I don't mind sitting with you. We could talk some more. And listen to him talk about his costume for DragonCon next year." Too quickly I responded, "No really, go." I'm totally fine. And I gave him a reassuring smile and waved him off. He nodded and I watched him as he gave me one final smile and disappeared into the sea of people. I let out a deep sigh of relief. 10 minutes later I felt a tap on my shoulder and braced myself for Tyler. I prepped myself for an exaggerated yawn and arm stretch to signal my need to go home, but to my surprise it wasn't Tyler but the redhead, Victoria, from the restroom. "Hey, I saw you sitting here all alone and came over to keep you company," she told me as she slid into the bar stool next to me, her bracelets clanking as she rested her arm on the table. "Oh, Victoria, right." I pushed the empty glasses out of her way and smiled. "I'm Bella." Victoria flashed me an ultra-white smile and asked me how my date was going. I pointed through the dancers to Tyler who was attempting to grind on a small B, owned in the middle of the floor. "My date is occupied, which is honestly more than I could ask for." I laughed. "He really is nice, just not my type." We watched the dancers for a minute. I could see Angela's huge grin all the way over here at the table. She was really hitting it off with Ben, which I was truly happy about. They had identical looks of infatuation on their faces, so I felt the night was a success for both of them. I turned to Victoria and said loudly, over the music, "I think I'm going to head home. It's been a really long day." She nodded and said, "I'll walk you out. I'm supposed to meet my friend outside." I darted over to Angela, telling her my plans to leave and asking her to let Tyler know that I had to go. She waved me off, motioning for me to leave, too involved in Ben to really notice. We both knew she owed me for setting her up with Ben, and in return she would do a little damage control for me with my less than spark-inducing date. I met Victoria by the door and we walked out of the air-conditioned bar and into the warm damp night. It wasn't raining at the moment, but it was typically so wet that everything carried moisture. In the bright lights in front of the bar I could see Victoria better than before and again was struck by her beauty. She was tall and graceful. I noted that she reminded me a little of Alice, poised and confident. Standing next to her made me feel awkward and out of place. She was the kind of girl I could see Mr. Cullen with. Long legs, perfect face, supermodel hair, cat-like manicured nails. I wondered for a moment if she liked obsessive-compulsive men. We began walking towards the parking lot, past the restaurants and other businesses. "So you're waiting for your boyfriend?" I asked. "No, he called while you were saying goodbye to your friend and said he couldn't come. But I told him about you and he really wants to meet you," she said with an excited giggle. I heard my own nervous giggle escape my lips before I stopped myself. "What did you say?" "He wants to meet me." She stopped and looked at me, her perfect pink lips twitched. "Yes, he really does." Suddenly I realized how unnerving it was to be unable to see her eyes fully. Her tinted glasses were not fully opaque, but I couldn't identify the expression on her face. Was she kidding? Or serious? I had no clue. What I did know is the internal alarm system we all have inside was beginning to clang. I took a small step back and said, in the steadiest voice I could muster, "You know, I really shouldn't leave without Angela. I have her keys and I wouldn't want her to get locked out." My words trailed off into an uncomfortable silence between us. Well, I was uncomfortable. Incredibly so. Victoria seemed calm, controlled, bored. I took another step back while keeping a fake smile plastered across my face. She reached out and touched my arm. I jerked at her touch and my eyes widened. Her hands were freezing. Not cold. Freezing. "Bella," Victoria said as she took off her glasses and pushed them to the top of her head. "I need you to come with me." I realized too late that we were alone, near the corner of two buildings that were separated by a small, dark alley. I was looking for my escape when I noticed her eyes in the headlights of a passing car. Rubies. They were the color of rubies. I choked back my fear and began to run, but she cut me off, stepping in front of me, far too quick for a normal person. She pushed me once, hard in the shoulders into the shadow of the buildings. Her long red nails pressed sharply into my flesh. "Oh," I gasped, startled by her strength but not enough to lose my head. I turned and ran again, this time down the alley, since she was blocking the exit. The cliché of the moment was not lost on me even in my desperation. I was alone in the dark, cornered by a deranged, sick woman who wore red contacts, who preyed on ridiculous young women. I stumbled in my heels and scraped my knee on the ground. Stupid King shoes. Picking myself up, I could hear her behind me, slowly following me in the darkness. Bella, please don't do this. It's no use. Once I told James about you, he insisted on experiencing you himself. She called, her heels clicking loudly on the pavement. I saw some light in front of me and spotted the back doors for several of the bars. Dashing towards them, I could hear the loud music thumping behind the closed doors, signaling people nearby. I reached my hand out and turned the knob, music and light filtering though the crack when suddenly a thin, pale arm shot out and slammed the door shut. I was breathing heavily from running and from the fear that gripped my heart, and I let out a slight cry as Victoria leaned in front of me. "Victoria, what are you doing?" I whispered between quick, short breaths. She grabbed my wrist and pulled me towards her. She bared her teeth, and to my horror she ran her tongue across the front of them before laughing exuberantly. I shuddered under her touch and twisted my arm away. Victoria held firm, tightening her grip, and causing me to buckle under the pressure. She ran a finger from her free hand across my cheek. "He is going to love you. All yummy and full of spunk. He likes his girls spunky, you know. You will make a wonderful addition." I had no idea what she was talking about. They were quite possibly the ramblings of a mad woman. At that moment the back door opened roughly and knocked Victoria and I apart, and I heard a sharp hiss leave her lips. I scrambled away and pressed my back to the wall. I distractedly began rubbing the swollen skin on my wrist. My heart was racing in my ears and I tried to regain my senses. A man stepped out and filled the space Victoria and I had occupied a moment before. He turned my way and I was shocked to find Edward Cullen standing between us, tall and composed. "Isabella, go." His voice was tight but soft. Wide-eyed I looked from him to Victoria. Her eyes were angry, narrowed with frustration. His back was to me now and I had him speak again, with more force, now. I nodded absently and skirted behind him, quickly making it to the door. My hands were shaking as I turned the knob and slipped inside, away from the dark and my hunter. EPOV. I felt the vibration in my pocket and pulled out my phone. Alice. I slipped it back in and concentrated on the night. High-traffic areas like this were hard to read. There were so many people, and when you combined their thoughts with alcohol or drugs it made things incredibly fuzzy. My phone shifted again. "Hi. I'm working. What do you need?" I asked in a low voice, not wanting to draw attention to myself. Alice's voice came out in a rush. "Edward, you must find Bella now." I was confused. "Isabella Swan. She's in trouble. Real trouble." I flashed to this afternoon when Ms. Swan stood in front of me, flushed and determined. "Well, where is she? I need something to go on, Alice." I barked and ran my hand through my hair, agitated. Alice spoke faster. "I'm seeing a flash of red hair and tinted glasses. She and Bella are laughing now, sitting in a restaurant or bar, but the vision shifts and then she is running from her in the dark." My mind churned and I asked, "Red hair?" "Yes. Flaming red. Too red. Unnatural." I was still listening, but I began walking towards the front of the buildings looking inside for Bella. I had no idea if she was inside, but it was the best I could do. A red head. The same from the other night. The vampire. I pushed down the panic building in my throat. Since I couldn't focus on the silent mind of Ms. Swan, I was forced to search for the mind of the red head. Pausing outside a bar, I focused past the chatter and drinks clinking on the tables. Beyond the sounds of the bar, rushing water and gurgling liquid as it filled glasses. I inhaled deeply. I couldn't hear Ms. Swan, but I could taste her. As the air hit, a slight rushing of venom filled my mouth. Mine. She'd been here. I flung the door open, pushing past the complaints of the bouncers, and walked into the middle of the bar. Swallowed by the loud and pulsing music and writhing bodies, ket in more air and choked as her scent was stronger and fire poured down my throat. I scanned the room, unable to pinpoint Ms. Swan or the red head. I closed my eyes and tried to hear the vampire, though the noise. "Mr. Cullen," I heard, and whipped around to find myself looking down at a dark-haired girl who eyeing me from behind a pair of Tina Fey glasses. Yes. Who was this? No one ever recognized me in public. King bastard, crushed my best friend, do not get distracted by his eyes. The girl set her jaw and squinted her eyes at me. "I'm Angela. Bella's roommate." Bella's roommate. Oh. I leaned in slightly and noticed she carried the smell of flowers on her person. I pulled together a smile and looked her in the eye, hoping to use my abilities to encourage her to be forthcoming. "Nice to meet you. In fact, I was looking for Ms. Swan." Is she here? Angela rolled her eyes at me. Prick. Ouch. No. She left. She had a really hard day. You know. At work. Her boss treated her like crap, so she finally got up the nerve to quit and let him sort his own underwear. I could hear the anger in her voice, and the words floating through her mind told me quite a rant was building. And while I wasn't going to deny I deserved it, there wasn't time. I jumped in before she could get started. Angela, you're right. I treated Ms. Swan poorly. I came to apologize. You said she left. Angela nodded and replayed their conversation on the dance floor in her head. Tyler. She had been here with the electrician. But didn't leave with him. My eyes roamed the room and found him huddled up with A.B. on the dance floor. Part of me swelled with happiness that she left without him. The other was enraged he could let someone as fragile as Ms. Swan leave unescorted. Angela, when did she leave? About 5 minutes ago. You just missed her, she said, and her thoughts were slightly kinder towards me, under the assumption I was here to apologize. I ran towards the door but caught a snatch of the redhead's thoughts. I could see bits of dark, wet pavement, and walls of brick. She was moving, with determination, down the long passage towards something. Ms. Swan. I knew there was an alley behind the building, and I turned and ran back through the crowd towards the rear of the bar. I easily passed through the throngs of people and pushed the kitchen doors open. Moving though the workers, I ignored their shouts and questions on my intrusion. The back door was in front of me, and I could hear them clearly now through the thick metal. The vampire spoke of him, and then Ms. Swan called her Victoria, fear dripping in her voice. Images flooded my mind of Victoria's hands touching the skin on her arm, twisting and tearing the smooth, white flesh, damaging what was mine. I was consumed with rage as I attempted to open the door but was met with resistance. Stepping back, I used my foot to burst into the darkness and felt the two of them tumble away. My senses were flooded immediately with her excruciating scent, which was amplified by her perspiration and fear. I paused for a millisecond to brace myself but noted, oddly, the desire I expected was trumped by the overwhelming need to protect. I stood between them, assessing the injuries to Ms. Swan and maintaining a position of offense on Victoria. I clenched my jaw as I smelled the blood from her scraped knee and watched her rub her tender wrist. She needed to leave. Isabella. Go. I directed, and turned towards the vampire. She paused behind me, processing my words. There was no time. I could see the plans of escape flitting through Victoria's mind. She was 3 steps ahead of me, and I had to stop her. Without looking back, I spoke again, now. And this time I felt her pass by me, a wave of her scent assaulting my nostrils as she slammed the door behind her. Victoria and I were alone now. She was plotting, running through scenarios, quickly rejecting one after the other. I could kill her. It would take but a moment, but I needed some information from her first. Where is he? I asked. Confusion flitted across her face. She wasn't expecting that. Who? She returned, now in the role of protector. I stared at her for a moment, watching the images of her blonde leader pass through her mind. She was in awe of him, her thoughts filled with respect and allegiance. Do you think he feels the same for you? I taunted. She cocked her head to the side, trying to follow my questions, her red eyes questioning. This doesn't concern you, vampire. She hissed. I arched an eyebrow and explained, yes it does. You are in my territory, drawing attention to yourselves and me by association. She laughed, her hair shaking down her shoulders. I think this is about more than your territory. You knew that girl, you spoke her name, and she inhaled deeply. You reek of human contact. I ignored her comments and began to figure out how to destroy her in this populated area. Her confidence grew in my silence, and she stepped closer. You'd better get used to us. We are not leaving. We have plans, and your little girlfriend is part of them. Once he makes up his mind, there is no turning back. You better say goodbye to your pet now, because it's only a matter of time. I charged her and pushed her to the wall, my hands clamped around her neck. Her eyes bulged, but the smirk on her face remained, daring me to make her a martyr for her cause. I leaned into her ear and growled, you will stay away from her, and you will stay away from the city. Go. I pulled her off the wall and shoved her in the direction of the street. Take that message back to him and pray you never cross my path again. She looked ready to pounce, but I stood firm, and seconds later the back door opened and 2 bartenders began carrying out bags of trash and recyclables. Victoria used the opportunity to disappear into the darkness and I opened the door to begin the tedious process of damage control. BPOV. I was standing outside the kitchen door, next to the bar, waiting for him to come back in. I wasn't sure if he would, but I had nowhere else to go. I was too scared to walk to my car alone and I was too freaked out to go into the bar and look for my friends. So I waited by the kitchen door, pressed against the wall, hoping Mr. Cullen would come back inside and tell me what was going on. My hands were clenched into fists at my side in order to stop them from shaking, but it didn't really help since my whole body was shuddering as I attempted to process the situation from the alley. I could feel the accelerated thumping of my heart keeping time with the dance music in the next room. What had happened out there? Who is Victoria and what was she rambling about? She said something about me being good, addition, and several things about him. She looked so crazy with her red eyes and scary teeth. The kitchen door bumped open and I jumped to see if it was him, but instead it was a short girl carrying out a large tray of drinks and food. I slumped to the wall again and thought about how Mr. Cullen found me. He wasn't the type to go out or party as far as I could tell. And why would Edward Cullen, esteemed CEO of PNT, be in the kitchen of a mid-scale bar? He probably has smashed up food in the soles of his fancy shoes and will want me to clean them out on Monday. Monday. I slapped my hand over my face and groaned. I'd forgotten for a moment I'd quit. Well, I'm sure he can find someone else to do the job. There is probably a temp agency for rich guys who need grunts to do all their dirty work he can contact until he hires a replacement. The door swung open again and I saw Mr. Cullen's tall frame walk by. I pushed off the wall to follow him, but he suddenly turned and faced me. The expression on his face was one of relief and he said, "I'm glad you waited. Are you okay?" I nodded slowly, not really sure what to say. He looked down at my knee and grimaced. "Why don't you go clean that up? I'll wait right outside the door," he said, and directed me towards the restrooms. I went in the women's room feeling totally overwhelmed. I'd just been threatened by a woman outside the bar, and my former boss, who was rude to me all week, actually saved me and is now concerned about my scraped knees. Nothing was making sense. Sure enough, when I walked out he was standing stiffly across from the bathroom door. A girl with a low neckline passed him on her way into the restroom and gave him a flirty smile. I observed with fascination that he completely ignored her. His eyes were fixed on me. I thought they were on me, but I nervously glanced over my shoulder looking to see if something more interesting was behind me. No, just me. He gestured for me to walk ahead of him and we made our way out the front door. On the sidewalk I turned to him and watched him for a moment. He was attempting to act casual, but something was off. His hands were shoved in his pockets and he rocked slowly back on his heels. His actions appeared forced and deliberate. The neon lights from the bar signs cast a hazy glow over us and Mr. Cullen's skin almost seemed to reflect it. Watching the shadows play in the tendrils of his ever-messy hair, I felt my own in an effort to straighten it. We stared at one another in an uncomfortable silence. I let out a deep breath and said, "I have some questions." His eyes tightened, but he nodded as though he expected this. I opened my mouth to begin, but my feet swayed under me. Mr. Cullen reached out and caught me by the arms and held me upright. Neither of us moved for a moment. He was frozen, hands clamped around the thin fabric of my shirt. Again, we briefly locked eyes until we both turned away, embarrassed by the situation. I wiggled from under his grasp and he quickly withdrew his hands, stashing them behind his back. My face flushed and I said, "I'm okay. Thanks." The slightest trace of discomfort passed over his face before he said, "I think I should drive you home." This was incredibly uncomfortable in so many ways. He clearly was not happy about the situation either, but I really didn't have any choice, so I nodded and followed him down the street to his car. When we reached his car he pressed the remote to unlock it and I lowered myself into the passenger seat. Mr. Cullen was already in the seat next to me with the car started. He was looking straight ahead, busying himself with driving. He deftly flicked switches and pushed the levers in his expensive car. I inhaled the rich leather scent as I slid into the soft, buttery seat. Though half-lidded eyes, I observed that his car was typically spotless, no trash or CDs. No books or coffee cups. Nothing to provide a glimpse of the real Edward Cullen. I nervously ran my fingers across the dashboard and fingered the lever on the glove compartment door. I twisted my neck and saw him watching me, and I pulled my hand back quickly and placed both my hands on my lap. I live on 3rd and Main, I directed, breaking the quiet of the car. He nodded again, still not speaking. The quiet hum of the vehicle was making me sleepy, but I had questions and very little time to get them answered. Breaking the stillness of the car, I cleared my throat. Will you answer my questions now? This time he looked over at me and replied, yes. If I can. Who is that woman? I don't know. Where did she go? She ran away. He must have seen the panic in my eyes because he quickly added, but I don't think she'll bother you again. I let that sink in for a minute and watched his hands manipulate the steering wheel. His fingers were long and slender, arched over the curve of the leather. We rounded a curve and he gracefully moved his hand to the gear shift. I decided to go with another line of questioning. How did you find me? Silence. How did you find me? Silence. I shifted my body so I was looking at him even though he continued to keep his eyes straight ahead. Are you going to answer me? Answer me. He pulled the car into the parking lot of my apartment and stopped. He angled his body towards mine slightly, hands still gripping the wheel, his knuckles tense and straining. They creaked against the leather. No. He sighed. I felt my jaw drop. What do you mean, no? He looked me in the eye and said, why are you quitting? Nice deflection. I stuttered, trying to come up with a response. He held up one perfect hand and motioned for me to stop. He took a deep breath and said in his thick soothing voice, I'm sorry I was rude to you. I treated you unfairly and I was completely unprofessional. Sometimes I don't realize what is and is not appropriate to ask my employees to do. He laughed lightly and said, I tend to get a little self-absorbed sometimes. I chuckled quietly at his revelation and said, thank you. And well, if anyone should apologize, it is me. I totally ruined your shirt. Like, really ruined it. Even in the shadows I could see the flash of anger pass across his face at the mention of his shirt. It was brief, only there for a moment. Well, yes, you did massacre my shirt. But I guess that makes us even. He said this as a question and his jaw arranged in a slight grin. The grin softened his features and I noticed his eyes looked darker with purplish rings marring the skin under them. I wondered if he was as tired as I felt. I leaned my head back and rubbed my inflamed wrist, suddenly overwhelmed by exhaustion. Does it hurt badly? He asked and gestured to my arm, his voice soft with concern. I closed my eyes for a moment and soaked up the richness of his voice. My mind wandered for a moment and I wondered if he could sing. Isabella, his voice pulled me out of my thoughts. No, it's okay, I said, and held it up for him to see. I bruise easily, I'm sure it appears worse than it actually is. He stared for a moment at the splotchy skin. Suddenly he blurted, will you come back to work? I'm afraid in the 2 weeks you've worked for me I've become quite dependent. I checked his expression to see if he was serious and to my astonishment his face was sincere. He noticed my hesitation and continued, I promise to back off some. And no more scrubbing the furniture. And his lips curved into the most dangerous smile I've ever seen. I'll think about it, I said, not sure, but afraid if he kept smiling at me like that I would agree to just about anything he asked. He nodded and wrapped his fingers around the door handle, pushing it open. I followed his lead and got out of my side of the car. I'm fine from here, I told him and gave him a short wave. Don't be ridiculous. I'm walking you in, he said, annoyance filling his voice. Fine, I replied, once again trying to determine if I wanted to stay on the emotional roller coaster of Edward Cullen. We walked together up the stairs to my second-floor apartment. I fished for my keys in my purse, pulled them and he offered a courteous, let me, and he quickly took the keys from my grasp and unlocked the door. We stood for an awkward moment, unsure of our boss-employee status, and I almost sighed with relief when he dangled the keys in front of me to take. Good night, Isabella, he said, my name rolling out of his lips with ease. I was disturbed at the slight chill that ran up my spine when I heard him speak my name. Good night, I replied, and thank you. I watched as he stepped around the corner. Exhausted and spent, I closed the door and stumbled into bed. EPOV. Hours later I stood in the shadows listening to the sounds of the night as a slight breeze whispered across my face. Fingering the key in my pocket, I rubbed the grooves over and over, memorizing the pattern. It was late, and the apartment was quiet except for the sounds of sleep. Angela was tucked in her bed and was dreaming of the young man she met earlier tonight. She was content, unaware of the horrors her roommate had suffered hours earlier. I couldn't hear Isabella's mind, of course, but I could hear her steady breaths and evenly paced heartbeat. Once again I was at a loss. I was standing outside her apartment, key in hand, desperate to see her. To check on her and make sure she was okay. But I knew she was okay. I could hear her breaths. Her home was locked and safe. I'd delivered her there myself hours before. I needed to see her. I slipped the key into the lock and silently twisted the knob until I felt the click of the chambers as they released. I moved inside, shut the door and quietly replaced the key on Isabella's key ring by the door. Standing in the middle of the room, I inhaled deeply and relished the fire that scorched my throat. The burning fire was harsh and painful, but it signaled the one thing I wanted. Isabella. I choked back the venom and continued to inhale deep, rhythmic breaths of delicious, mouthwatering flowers. Crossing the living room, I walked directly to her room, pausing for a moment to assess my resolve. I was sure I wouldn't hurt her. I couldn't. It was now my job to keep her safe. A thin sliver of light traveled across her face as I opened the door to her room. She was in her bed, lying on her side, tangled in a mass of sheets. Her hair was tangled and snarled, splayed across the pillow, and her hands were clenched under her chin, balled into tiny fists. Her bruised wrist was glowing with heat in the dark. I picked up the blouse she had worn that evening and pushed it to my nose, burying myself in her exquisite aroma. I found another shirt on her dresser and inhaled. Intoxicating. Isabella shifted in the bed, rolling to the opposite side, moaning slightly. I dropped the shirt and froze. I watched her lips and waited, the pink tint visible to my eyes in the dark. I was holding my breath now, unnecessarily straining to hear that sound escape her lips again. It only took a moment before another low whimper left her mouth. I was instantly flooded with desire. My body, not my mouth. Aware now of the true nature of my feelings, I forced myself to retreat through the apartment, leaving the object of my desire to her unsettling dreams. "Bella, you look terrible," Angela informed me as I felt the bed give under her weight. I had my head back on the pillow and my eyes closed tightly. Groaning, I pulled the blanket over my face and snuggled into the bed further. I had been awake for some time but rationalized that if I stayed in bed it could all just be a nightmare. Angela lightly reached under the blanket and picked up my hand. I could feel her fingertips gently touch the swelling on my wrist. It definitely wasn't a nightmare. "What happened?" she asked softly, concern growing with every word. "Are you okay?" I pulled the blanket off my face and looking into her worried eyes I felt my own start to burn. I sat up, leaning back into the headboard. I wiped my eyes and nose with the hem of my shirt. "I'm okay. Really I am. I don't really know what happened. It was all so strange." Angela and I sat on the bed for over an hour as I told her about my encounter with Victoria and Edward Cullen. Her eyes were big as saucers the entire time and I got to the point where I was convinced I must be exaggerating. The whole thing made no sense at all. "Do you think she was kidding? Or playing a joke?" Angela asked, trying to understand what I was telling her. "I don't know. I mean, part of me thinks she was, because who says that kind of stuff? But Angela, you see my wrist." I kicked off the blanket to reveal my scraped knee, and I fell here while she was chasing me, and then, I pulled the neck of my shirt to show the finger-shaped bruises and small scrapes from Victoria's nails on my shoulders. "I have these. This is not a joke," I said, and felt the mixture of fear and anger overtaking me as I looked at the clotting blood on my leg. "And Mr. Cullen, how did he find you?" she asked, putting the pieces together. "I have no idea. And he wouldn't tell me. One minute I'm at the mercy of a deranged woman and the next, my boss, well, my ex-boss, is saving me," I said, snorting at the irony. We both sat quietly for a moment until Angela cleared her throat and with a glint in her eye said, "So he just swooped in like some kind of Superman and saved you?" I grunted, "Yeah, if Superman had OCD and was a pain in my ass." We looked at each other for a moment and burst into laughter, collapsing on the bed. Angela sat up, shoulders heaving, and said, "I wonder if Superman had separate drawers for his socks like how Mr. Cullen separates his." I had told Angela how Mr. Cullen had a whole dresser full of socks. There were athletic socks, and work socks. Thick wool socks for hiking or backpacking. Colorful stripes, argyles and plaids. Each style had its own small drawer in his dressing room. I rolled my eyes and said between giggles, "Angela, Superman wears tights, not socks." "I guess Clark Kent wears socks though to the Daily Planet." "I'm not sure but I suspect Clark Kent is a little OCD. He seems kind of uptight." Angela nodded. "I don't know if Superman is a good fit though. I'm thinking he is a little more like the boy wonder. You should have seen his face when I yelled at him last night." I sat up straight in horror and gasped, "Angela, you didn't." She smiled smugly. "I did and I don't care." He had it coming. Of course I had to force myself to look away from his gorgeous eyes. "You're right. He is better looking in person." Her eyes glazed over for a moment and I could tell she was thinking about him. I couldn't blame her. He had the exact same effect on me. She shook it off and continued, "He apologized, right? And offered you your job back. Are you going to take it?" I shoved the pillow under my chin, using it to prop my body up while I sat cross-legged and thought about her barrage of questions. I wasn't sure if I wanted to go back and work for Mr. Cullen. He was such a pig before, but at the same time there were some nice moments where I felt like I saw the kind person who came to my rescue last night. He had promised to behave better and didn't I owe him the opportunity to prove this? Of course, I considered, I had some bad moments as well and I glanced sideways to the Rolling Stones t-shirt in my hamper. It probably wouldn't hurt my reputation to go back and prove myself as well. Then there was this part of me that just felt a sense of gratitude for last night. How do you turn away from the man who saved you from a psychopath? I wasn't sure I could. And even though I was putting on a brave face for Angela, I was scared of Victoria and her threats and Mr. Cullen made me feel safe. I looked at Angela who was watching me expectantly. "I have to think about it, but I may. I feel the need to do this the right way. If I have to leave again it will be on better terms." She nodded at me in agreement and stood up. "Let's go get some lunch. I have to tell you all about my night with Ben and then tell you about the silly girl Tyler left with. I think you dodged a bullet with that one," she said before walking out the door and closing it behind her. I got off the bed and straightened up the blankets and pillows. I put my dirty laundry away, shoving it on top of the ruined shirt, and began gathering my things for the shower. I heard a tap on my door and Angela cracked it open with a thoughtful expression on her face. "You know, I couldn't help but think about what the boy wonder would look like in a cape," she asked. I smiled back at her mischievously. "I already have. And he's caught." Angela nodded her approval and shut the door behind her once more. I turned back to my dresser and began rummaging through my clothes, looking for something to wear that would cover all my wounds. The injuries were a horrible reminder that Victoria was still on the loose and I shuddered at the thought of her finding me. I really was lucky Mr. Cullen had located me before Victoria had an opportunity to continue her game because the alternative was too disturbing to think about. Superman or Boy Wonder, I wasn't sure. But last night, in the dark alley, he was definitely my guardian angel. I walked up the steps, standing under the protective covering of the awning, nervously deciding if I should do this. This was me going back to work, king up my pride, ignoring my instincts to turn around and walk away forever. I had returned my key with my resignation letter so someone had to let me in. I pressed my finger to the doorbell and to my surprise Edward Cullen opened it before I had a chance to remove it. He stood in the doorway, hair in disarray, wearing a gray versus neck shirt and his typical crisp black pants. His golden eyes looked brighter than before and the purple-hued skin underneath was lighter. He had the appearance of a man who had a refreshing, well-rested weekend. At least one of us had. I knew my mouth was gaping, partially from the shock of seeing him in the doorway, partly from his overwhelming beauty. I tried, discreetly, to close my mouth and appear nonchalant, like my appearance at his home was expected. Mr. Cullen widened the door and gestured me inside. "Good morning. Please come in." "Thank you," I responded, relieved that he was welcoming and hadn't changed his mind about asking me back to work. I shrugged out of my raincoat and hung it on the rack in the foyer. Mr. Cullen had disappeared around the corner so I walked back to my desk as though everything was normal, as though I hadn't walked out of here in his dirty, ruined shirt, leaving my resignation letter on the desk in a fit of self-justification. The desk was clear, the letter gone, yet my key was sitting on top, next to the credit card I'd returned and the list of daily instructions. I felt rather than heard him standing in the doorway. Without looking up, I assessed him. He awkwardly leaned against the door frame, legs crossed at the ankle, hands shoved in his pockets. He appeared casual, informal, yet his posture was stiff and forced. Mr. Cullen looked like the type of person who dined at the Ritz but at this moment was staying at the Days Inn, like he was uncomfortable in his own skin, and he would rather be anywhere else than right here. I didn't blame him. The situation over the weekend was probably disturbing to him and possibly made him question my ability to make good judgments. What kind of girl gets herself into that kind of trouble? He probably thought I was an idiot for wandering off with a strange person like Victoria anyway. The more I thought about it, the more irritated with myself I became. His eyes were still on me, waiting for me to turn and acknowledge him, but I pretended I didn't notice and sat at the desk, reviewing my duties for the day. "Isabella," he said quietly. I turned slightly, acting surprised at his presence. "Oh, Mr. Cullen, can I help you with something?" I was just getting ready to tackle this list. I noted, when I turned his way, he was standing in the exact same pose as before. He hadn't moved a muscle. "Yes. Well, I noticed you parked on the street. And after Friday evening, I wondered if you would prefer to park in my garage." He questioned, and I could see a hint of concern in his eyes. I was taken back. This was a completely unexpected gesture. I thought for a moment of my dingy little car, mingling with the beautiful machines Mr. Cullen possessed. I wasn't comfortable with this idea at all. I smiled appreciatively. "Thank you for the offer. It's really thoughtful, but that's okay. I don't think anyone will bother my car. It's a total hunk of junk." His eyes clouded and he opened his mouth slightly. I waited expectantly for him to speak, but the words appeared stuck in his throat. "Oh no." I defended him. He reached out to me and offered me something of his to make me more comfortable, and I shot him down. I felt the heat rush up my face as I, once again, managed to screw things up with my boss. I managed to keep the polite smile on my face the entire time, and finally, he grunted, "It's not your car I'm worried about, Isabella," and turned abruptly on his heel. Astonished, I listened to his feet rapidly ascend the stairs, and the sound of a door clicking sharply. He was worried about me. I was definitely surprised and admittedly more than a little flattered. I sat for a moment considering what to do. He was right. It was safer for me to park inside, away from the busy street. Away from unstable redheads and their morbid fantasies. I decided to take him up on his offer and move my car, but I wasn't sure how to go about approaching Mr. Cullen in his home. In the past he had always just appeared when I needed him. I wasn't exactly sure of the protocol. Do I just go upstairs and knock? Should I call him on his cell phone? Do I leave him a note and run my errands and hope he sees it while I'm gone? I groaned with irritation and dropped my head into my hands. I couldn't believe I was waffling over a simple matter for so long. Everything about this man was complicated. His work, his antiques, his closet, his socks, and now this. With a resigned sigh, I decided to take the bull by the horns and just go up there and knock on his door. As I tentatively climbed the steps, I reasoned that he was already annoyed with me, so it would make no difference anyway. This would either be the right thing to do or just one more notch on my stellar career with Mr. Edward Cullen. At the landing, I hesitated, deciding which door to use. The one from the wardrobe, or the one from the hallway that entered his private rooms. Again I chided myself for overthinking such a minor detail. It was utterly ridiculous. I clenched my fists and walked with determination towards the closet and went directly to the door on the opposite side of the room. I lifted my hand up and rapped forcefully, hoping he would hear me. I waited a moment, holding my breath and counting the seconds, pondering what to if he didn't respond. Do I knock again or do I turn around and leave? Ridiculous. 15, 20, 25, my face was turning red due to lack of oxygen. I was going to have to make a decision. I raised my arm again, knuckles clenched to knock, but without warning the door swung open and I was standing face to face, or rather, face to chest with Mr. Cullen. I dropped my hand to my side and peered up to see the expression on his face. He didn't seem too annoyed or angry, so I jumped in using my most convincing voice and said, "That was very thoughtful to offer me a spot in your garage, and you're right, it is safer." I gave him the smile I use on the barista when I want extra whipped cream and asked, "Does the offer still stand?" After a tense moment of scrutiny under his swirling amber eyes, he nodded and dipped his fingers into his pocket and extracted out a small black square. Let me show you how to work this. Again, faster than I could respond, he was gone, back down the stairs, leaving me to follow in his wake. Taking the stairs too quickly, in order to keep up, I stumbled again down several steps. I barely managed to keep upright, grasping the banister, and feeling a sharp pain travel up my injured arm. "Ah," I muttered, and rubbed my wrist. It was still sore and tender from Friday night. I had worn a long-sleeved shirt hoping to hide it from view, and limit conversation about how it happened. Mr. Cullen must have heard my graceful arrival at the landing and was back in front of me. He looked at my fingers rubbing the red flesh with distaste, his jaw locked and stiff. In that moment, standing in the hallway, at the bottom of his steps, tired of his judgmental glances, and cold, gruff attitude, I snapped. "Mr. Cullen," I said, pulling his attention away from my arm and back to my face. "If I'm going to continue working here, there are some things you need to know about me." I'd said it sharply, with venom, so I let the announcement hang in the air waiting for his response. His brow furrowed in concentration as though I was speaking a foreign language, but he quietly said, "Proceed." I took a deep breath and sighed. "One thing you need to understand is that I'm clumsy, I fall, a lot. I mean, a lot. This," and I pulled my sleeve down and showed him the dark purple bruises on my arm, "is nothing. So, please appreciate that I'm going to fall and I do not need your looks of disgust or amusement when it happens." I saw his eyes tighten, but I continued before he could respond, "The tension between us. It has to stop. I am an educated, smart, hard-working woman. I'm not sure how old you are, Mr. Cullen, but I highly doubt it is older than me. I will be respectful to you, but I will not be treated as though I am less than you," I announced with conviction, my voice only shaking slightly. He lifted an eyebrow this time and I watched incredulously as his posture relaxed, and he leaned lightly against the wall. I knew my face was red and my eyes were burning, tears betraying my anger. Ked them back in and heard him say, "Please continue," in an encouraging tone. Oh shit. I was starting to panic a little because he was going to fire me for sure now. Or tell me off, or laugh in my face. There was no way this was going to end well. Resolved in my self-destruction, I figured I may as well put the final nail in my coffin. Finally, I heard my voice crack, so I cleared my throat and began again. "If you want me to do something, I will. If you want me to clean your gutters or wash your windows, that's fine. If you want me to sort your ties alphabetically, by color, brand, and location of purchase," I rolled my eyes before continuing, "I will do it. But you give me the common courtesy of a day's notice so I can be prepared. And from now on, I expect you to say please and thank you when necessary. If there is one thing I'm not, it's your doormat. And if you can't handle these simple requests, then we'll gladly pack my things, again, and go." Finished with my tirade, I now just wanted to disappear. I glanced nervously for an escape and thought all I have to do is grab my purse and coat on the way out the door. Or not. Mr. Cullen was still watching me intently, but now a slight smile played on his lips. I was entranced by their deep red tint, curving upward, taunting me with their perfection. I was still mesmerized by his lips, watching them form words into a question, "And if I do these things you'll stay?" I lifted my eyes from his mouth, and stuttered, What? The amusement was now touching his eyes. "If I submit to your requests, you'll stay." He said it this time as a statement, not a question. I'd collected myself this time, looking somewhere left of his right eye and not directly at him. "Yes. I will stay." "Good," he said, taking a breath to steady himself. "Isabella, will you please come with me to the garage so I can show you how to work the garage opener? It is a bit different from your normal system, as it is linked to the security system." I nodded and was shocked at the change in tone. It was still formal, but he did say, "Please," and he asked nicely. He gestured for me to walk ahead of him, so I took the lead, adjusting my ponytail as I passed him and walked towards the back door. EPOV. I was upstairs in my office hiding from Isabella. The morning had been enlightening to say the least, plus fairly exhausting, so after she left to run some errands I retreated to my sanctuary. I spent the remainder of the weekend hunting deep in the forests of Canada. In the woods, among the decaying earth, striding through the shafts of sunlight that trickled through the air, I was truly alone with my thoughts and baser instincts. I spent hours in wait, crouched low, allowing the scent of my prey overtake me. The gentle breezes filtering through the thick underbrush tickled my nose, guiding me towards the weaker, lesser animal, until we ended in a chase to the death. Its death, that is, mine was long past. I gorged myself on the blood of huge animals, bypassing the smaller, easier to catch prey. I fed the desire that had built up over the last several days. I wasn't interested in a fast kill. I wanted a challenge. I wanted to feel my muscles as I leapt over river banks and climbed canyon walls. I wanted to feel the claws of the bear swipe across my impenetrable flesh, wishing it could actually cause me harm. I wanted more, to push myself to the limit. Once trapped and the animal drained, I could feel my teeth itch, craving more. I was like an alcoholic attempting to drown my pain, or an addict thinking the next hit would vanquish the emotions surging through my body. It took me the better part of a day to reconcile the fact my hunger would never be quenched again. Save for one thing. The longing persevered, and as I sank my teeth into the flesh of a particularly challenging bear, a vision floated past my eyes. Isabella Swan. Horrified at even thinking her name as I feasted like a beast in the wilderness, I dropped the carcass in humiliation. Wiping the back of my hand across my mouth, I looked around. The dirt was littered with bodies of the various animals I'd taken, strewn around the forest in a frenzy of thirst. I looked down at the streaks of dirt across my shirt and the rips in my pants. My shoes were caked in mud, blood splattered across the toes. I was filthy, tarnished, covered in the evidence of my primal urges. I realized in that moment I had to get my shit together for her. I ran back to the city, through the forests, on the edges of highways, until I made it back to the twinkling lights of my city. I crept through the shadows, aware of my appearance, knowing if I was caught this would be the end for me in this charade of life. I found the building, and taking one last look around, I scaled the side, pulling myself up on pipes, wires, anything I could grasp. I hoisted myself to the second floor, to her window, and peeked in. I could make out the shape of her body, sprawled across the bed in the darkness of her room. I spent nearly 3 hours there, clinging to the side of her home, guarding her and strengthening my resolve to protect her. But I knew I had to forbid myself from thinking the possessive thoughts that had been consuming me. She was a person, not a piece of meat. Not an object to be owned. She was not mine. So, now I sit, hiding in my office, the memory of her legs tangled with the sheets on her bed burned into my memory, and I knew this was going to be harder than I expected. I mulled over the morning. I'd been waiting for her, hoping she would come. When I heard her walking up the steps, fear gripped me as I thought of her alone, outside, without any protection. I'd opened the door for her, too quickly for an appropriate response. This was a constant problem. I was always letting my guard down with her. Moving too quickly, appearing out of nowhere. It was risky and stupid. Yet I did it time and time again. She'd stood in front of me, soft and fragile, smelling like flowers and thumping like a drum. Her expression was odd. Was she confused? I wondered. Her mouth hung open slightly before she recovered and walked inside. I watched her the entire time I was downstairs, listening to her footsteps, observing her tiny fingers pushing her hair behind her ear. I swallowed back mouthfuls of venom and steeled myself for constant exposure. She pretended not to notice me in the doorway, but her elevated heart rate gave her away. I made her nervous, as I should, and the rhythmic beats shouted their alarm. I spoke and offered to allow her to park her car in the garage. I thought this was a nice gesture, one of welcoming and sharing my home. One I had certainly never offered to anyone before outside my family. She turned to me, and gave me a gloriously warm smile, but the words she spoke were those of rejection. She justified this by rambling on about her old car and its lack of value. This was true, I mused, but the treasure I was protecting wasn't her car. It was her. Overcome with disappointment, I told her as much and left, retreating to my lair, putting distance between us. This of course was a lie I told myself. I only went to my office and adjusted my monitors to watch her from afar. She was still such a mystery to me. I watched as she cradled her hands in her face and I wondered exactly what this gesture meant. Was she frustrated, tired, sad? Again, I was overwhelmed by the annoyance of how much I relied on the thoughts in people's minds to tell me about them. I could guess what this gesture meant, but it was only that, a guess. I observed her from above, as she sighed and emitted her fragrance into the room below. I found myself, yet again, leaning into the monitors, soaking up every detail as she took the steps towards the second floor. Her hands lingered on the railing, leaving her fingerprints and scent behind. I longed to be near her, soaking up her essence. She entered my dressing room and I fought back the urge to race to the door and fling it open, just to inhale her perfume and check to make sure she was perfectly perfect. This was irrational, I knew. I had only been away from her for a moment, and I had watched her the whole time. I was watching her now, as she raised her hand timidly to knock on my door. Was she afraid? Did she know my desires? Had she succumbed to her instinctive fear? Was she aware that I could open that door, graze her neck with my teeth and k the life out of her? That this was my strongest desire? Well, maybe not my strongest. I wanted her to think these thoughts, feel the fear, know all of these things and none of them all at once. I tore my eyes from the screen, not wanting to lose her from my sight for a moment. I dashed to door, only to find her mid-knock and standing precariously close to me. She looked up from my chest, and I tumbled into her rich, brown eyes. The newly identified feelings raced through my body as she spoke in a deeper, almost seductive voice. The sound of her voice fueled the intense internal battle, a war waging over my desire for her and her. The concept of nourishment versus the person. Isabella. She had a name and a face and a soul, I chided. She wasn't mine, yet she stood in front of me, blowing her sweet breath on me, luring me in with her eyes. I could feel the heat of her body next to mine, pulsing and flowing with blood. Thump. What was she doing? What was I doing? I forced myself to listen to her words. Car. Garage. Safer. She was agreeing with me and I focused on the task at hand, walking past brusquely assuming she would follow me downstairs. I knew I was being harsh, impolite. I was abrupt, but it was the only way to manage this moment. I was squelching the animalistic desires coursing through my body and mind. I just couldn't move past this desire to consume her. I was holding on for dear life. Her life, that is. Her stumbling cut through my thoughts and I found her clinging to the railing, supporting herself from yet another fall. Isabella had her sleeve pushed up and I was entranced by her fingers delicately rubbing the sensitive bruises on her wrist. I braced myself from the surge of anger, grinding my teeth together in an effort not to run from the room and track Victoria down this very instant. That would take place soon, but not today. Mr. Cullen, I heard her say, and I reluctantly moved my gaze from her injury. Her eyes were blazing, and I listened intently to her declare my need to know some details about her if she was going to remain in my employ. Indeed, she was right. I did need to know more about her. I was almost sure her life depended on it. I encouraged her to tell me and she did. She showed me her arm and announced her weaknesses. She knew she was frail and fragile, yet she accepted it. She continued, voice trembling, and voiced the strain between us. She demanded respect and challenged my authority and age. She was so strong yet vulnerable. Powerful words left her mouth, but her eyes filled with tears and her hands shook. I was enthralled by every movement and word that she allowed. An enigma. Again, I pressed for more, now wanting to know all the thoughts in her head, so I could match them to her expressions. It was almost a game. Quite possibly the most frustrating one I'd ever played. Isabella took her final stand, waving her arms, puffing her cheeks, and told me her requirements for staying. The courtesy she required, the small things a woman such as Isabella would expect from her boss. The concept triggered a metaphorical light bulb in my brain. She expected to be treated like a human would be by another human. I wasn't a human any longer, but I had been once. I knew there were traces of that life still inside me that I could draw on if I chose. Esme did it every day. And Carlyle, he too, brought humanity to every aspect of his life. I had shut mine out and was living life from a script. But as I watched Isabella stand in front of me, anxiously shifting her feet, gazing in my direction, I realized in order to protect this girl, to keep her in my sights, I would have to dredge up the smallest remnants of my soul to the surface. The thought of the challenge ahead of me was as thrilling as was the vision of her standing in front of me at the moment, biting her lower lip in concentration. Barely able to contain my glee, I asked her, "And if I do these things, you'll stay?" She stammered in response, What? This girl was a mess. Stubborn one second, distracted the next. I told her, "If I submit to your requests, you'll stay." "Yes, I will stay." "Good." I reached down deep into the well of 100 years past and pulled out the manners my mother surely taught me, and asked her to follow me to the garage. I didn't tell her or force her, I asked her. And she followed. I was alone now, Isabella having left to follow the duties I'd left her this morning. I sat in my office, going over the day's events, replaying the scene with explicit detail. The memory of her next to me in the garage, listening to my instructions with all traces of tension removed, was jarring. There had been a subtle shift in our relationship. I realized I had no idea what would happen with the path we had both chosen today, but one thing was clear. Isabella Swan wasn't mine, but watching her stand her ground, alternating between tough and timid, clarified one thing. I wanted her to be. On my way back to Mr. Cullen's from the post office, I stopped at the little coffee shop I had begun frequenting on my lunch breaks. I maneuvered my car through the crowded street looking for a place to park near the building. I'd become nervous since the incident with Victoria about being out alone and made extra efforts to stay safe. I typically preferred to walk to the business district, since it was so close to Mr. Cullen's home, but I wasn't comfortable now. Things were better at work but still not perfect. Mr. Cullen had stayed true to his word and attitude. His treatment toward me was slowly improving. I was showered in pleases and thank yous, offered compliments on my work, and given nothing excessively outrageous to perform. The problem was not his effort to treat me with more respect, the problem was just him. He truly puzzled me. He was physically so beautiful and graceful. Yesterday I found myself mesmerized by his elegant hands as he pulled a record out of its sleeve, gently cradling the edges of the black disc, careful to never touch the grooves on the top. I watched as he pulled it lightly to his face and inhaled the distinct odor of vinyl, and a small smile of contentment crossed his lips. Yet, when I asked him what song was playing or more about the musician, his body stiffened for a moment and the natural grin on his face was replaced by a more superficial one. He answered politely, but it sounded robotic and forced before he hastily retreated from the room. After finding a parking space on the street, I walked toward the coffee shop. I paused for a moment at the door, noticing a sign plastered in the window. It was a photo of a girl, maybe 15 or 16, dark hair, happy blue eyes and a huge smile. She was wearing a silver heart pendant on her neck that hung in the middle of her chest. Over her picture were the words, "Missing, have you seen me?" I felt my stomach turn and I saw a flash of Victoria flitter across my eyes. I was overwhelmed with fear for this little girl, praying she had not fallen victim to someone like that. I saw at the bottom it said her name was Bree and she had been missing since April. I shook my head, pulled the door open and walked to the counter where the waitress was waiting. "Hi," I smiled, "I would like some tea, preferably something calming." A wave of nausea passed over me and I forced the image of the girl on the poster out of my head. She considered for a moment and said, "We have a really nice chamomile, would you like that?" I nodded and waited while she prepared my order, drumming my fingers on the counter. I couldn't get Bree's face out of my mind. I called out, "What do you know about that sign in the window?" "The missing girl." She turned and I saw the concern in her eyes. Her mother came by and put that in the window. Apparently she went missing one night when she was out with some friends at the movies. She left her seat to go get something from the concession stand and never returned. The police think she ran away, but her mother is convinced something happened to her. "Oh," I said lamely, "that's really sad. I hope they find her." The girl nodded and pushed my cup of tea towards me. "Did you just move around here or something? I've noticed you coming in fairly often." "No, I don't live around here, but I took a job in the neighborhood a couple of weeks ago," I told her. "Oh really? Where?" she asked as she rang up my purchase on the cash register. "I'm working for Mr. Cullen as his personal assistant. I don't know if you know him. He doesn't go out much," I explained and took a sip of my drink. "Edward Cullen. Say, hair, jaw that could cut glass. Wickedly aloof. Man who makes my uterus ache at the sight of him." She laughed and said, "That Edward Cullen." I joined in her laughter because in many ways she was exactly right, although I wasn't sure about the uterus part. "So you do know him, I guess. He comes in a couple of times a week, orders the same thing, smiles at me, and heads to his favorite table outside. I've dropped hints a couple of times trying to let him know I was available, but," she signed wistfully, "he doesn't seem interested." I was shocked. I looked at the girl in front of me. She was pretty, with long black hair, smooth brown skin, and legs you could climb. If we were in LA or New York I would think she was an actress or model. Really? He is a little socially awkward, maybe he just didn't notice you were flirting. I reasoned. No, I was more than obvious. Not to sound egotistical, but I've come up with another theory. She said, flipping her hair over her shoulder. Fascinated by her thoughts, I said, a theory, tell me more. She laughed again and leaned towards me as if telling me a secret. It's quite simple. Any man that good looking, that rich, and that single who can resist this, and she pointed to her chest, snugly wrapped in a tight black t-shirt with the name of the shop on it, is playing for the other team. You think he's gay? I asked incredulously. She nodded confidently back, a smirk on her face. I flashed for a moment to Mr. Cullen, holding a trash can full of broken furniture, with the tall gorgeous blonde behind him on the stairs coming down from his private rooms. I could almost envision it, the two of them behind closed doors, standing close together, reveling in one another's tall, muscular beauty. I swallowed hard at the thought. It made perfect sense. All of his odd behaviors and quirks could be explained by this simple fact. He had a huge secret he was keeping, and this could make anyone tense and stressed. Add a high-profile life to the scenario and it made things even more complicated. I returned the smirk and we laughed for a moment about lack of available attractive men and the age-old wisdom that the good ones are taken or are gay. I paid for my tea and I gave her a final wave and headed out the door. EPOV. Yes, Alice. She's fine. Alice. She had called me twice a day for the last week, harassing me about Isabella, but with no solid details. No, I can't see her at this very moment, but it is sunny outside, so I thought it was a safe day to send her to the post office without fear of another attack. I slapped my hand over my face, trying to remain calm. This was the reason I didn't live at home any longer. I needed my space and people out of my head and my future. I decided to be proactive. Have you had another vision? Is that what you're trying to tell me? No. Then let it go. Call me when you have something important to share. It was low, but necessary. I sighed and said, I miss you too. Yes, please tell them I miss them as well. I snapped my phone shut and continued to look through the files I'd stored in the third-floor attic. The only entrance to the attic was through my private study. I kept huge filing cabinets up here for old newspapers and other information on the cases I worked. This was also where I kept my piano, which was currently shoved back against the wall and covered by a huge cloth. It was just another reminder of the life I gave up. I went back 6 months and began looking for any weird incidents I may have overlooked the first time. Anything that sounded like the altercation between Isabella and Victoria. I'd only searched at that time for information concerning the ritualistic murders but nothing else. I laid the papers out on the floor and began the tedious process of tagging anything of interest. With different colored post-its I marked each event I found even remotely suspicious, including, but not limited to, vandalism, muggings, or abductions. Halfway through the March papers I realized I'd run out of stickers and went downstairs to the supply closet in the kitchen. As I approached the second-floor stairs I braced myself for the onslaught of Isabella's fragrant scent and presence. I'd heard the garage door open moments before and I knew she was home. I arranged my face into what others considered appropriate and I walked into the kitchen. "Good afternoon, Isabella," I said, and I watched her reach up, attempting to get a coffee mug off the top shelf. "Hi," she grunted, straining to reach on the tip of her toes. I processed the moment, watching her struggle with the height, and with a sudden flare of irritation at myself I said, "Let me get that for you," and easily plucked the cup off the shelf and placed it on the counter. It was the small gestures that stumped me every time. Simple things like holding the door, allowing the person to walk ahead of me, or offering to carry in the boxes and bags from the car. Things I hadn't considered in many years. It made me question how other humans felt about my interactions. I walked over to the storage closet and rummaged around, quickly finding the notes I needed, due to Isabella's excellent organizational skills. I was prepared to turn around and tell her this when I noticed out of the corner of my eye that she was intently watching me. Her eyes were questioning, tightened at the corners, and I felt them linger. Her interest excited me because no one ever paid me much notice. When they did, I knew what they were thinking, of course. Women were impressed by my appearance and men were in awe of my intimidating nature. Everything about me drew people in for a moment, but then, just as quickly, those same qualities made them uncomfortable. Isabella stood behind me, her heart rate even and breathing normal, inspecting me. Again, I had no clue what she was thinking, and the thought of that was thrilling. I turned finally and faced her, noticing a light pink tint to rush up her neck. "Thank you for organizing the closet so well. I found just what I needed." I held up the pad of hot pink notes. "You're welcome," she said, the same quizzical look on her face as before. "I'm going to be upstairs and would prefer not to be disturbed. If you need me, call my cell, okay?" I said to her scrutinizing gaze. I shifted my feet, feeling slightly uncomfortable, unable to leave. We stood in the kitchen, Isabella and I, in a sort of tense standoff until she turned her back to me and hunched her shoulders while she stirred her cup of tea. I took a step backwards, ready to leave the room. She spoke suddenly and stated in a slightly shaky voice, "I know what you are." My still heart dropped into my ancient stomach with absolute dread and horror. She knew. These were the words of my deepest fears. My mouth became dry and I had to force myself to breathe in order to appear normal. I steadied my voice and asked, "What I am?" The sound of her metal spoon, tracing the edge of her cup, was the only noise in the room before she said, "You're impossibly neat and tidy." Okay. This was true but hardly an identifiable trait of being a vampire. I braced myself for more. Her heart was beating like a hummingbird's wings and I could almost feel the heat rolling off her body, signaling her embarrassment. Only this silly woman would be embarrassed as she destroyed my life. I listened as she inhaled sharply and said, "You clearly work out. A lot. Your body is amazing." She thought I looked amazing. A smug grin crept across my face before I shook it off, wondering for the millionth time what thoughts were running through her head. I was aware women found me attractive, and to hear Isabella say those words brought about a rush of feelings I wasn't used to, but was this really important to say right now? "Your skin is flawless, unblemished. Do you have it manscaped?" she asked, interrupting my thoughts, and I watched her turn slightly. Her deep brown eyes analyzed my face. I shook my head silently, afraid to speak. I had no idea what this manscaping thing was, but I knew I didn't have it. Huh, she considered and turned back to the counter, her long hair swaying a bit as she took a sip of her tea. "Your hair is perfect and you have more clothes than Paris Hilton." The uneasy knot in my stomach was turning into one of confusion. Paris Hilton. Did Isabella think she was a vampire too? She continued, rambling now, "Sometimes you speak like you've never been around a woman, and you never have company, and the only time you did it was a man. Who coincidentally was also unbelievably gorgeous." What? I literally was unable to follow her train of thought. What man was she talking about? I searched my memory and came up with the only visitor we'd had. Jasper. She stilled, her palms flat on the counter. When she spoke it was low and with conviction, like I said, "I know what you are. Here it comes." Images of what would come flashed in my mind. Would she run screaming? Would I have to kill her? In 80 years I'd never had a moment that came down like this. I forced myself to breathe normally, like a human would, and mustered up the courage to lay it all on the table. I had to know if she knew. "Say it," I ordered, panic laced the words as they left my mouth. She hesitated. "Say it," I demanded, out loud. Isabella spun around and looked me in the eye. The wrong emotion was written across her face. Instead of fear she looked supportive. "You're gay," she said in a clear, strong voice. I was stuck in the moment, hands clenched, prepared for exposure, but I heard her words echo in my ears. "Gay. What?" I stumbled over my words. I never stumbled over my words. Everything about this woman completely bewildered me. She reduced me to a bumbling idiot. Apparently a gay bumbling idiot. She took a step forward, bringing a fresh wave of her scent towards me, the excruciating aroma of flowers filling my senses. Her normally pale cheeks were flushed with embarrassment. Her eyes were shining and her lips were puffed out with satisfaction, having outed me. I'd never found her more attractive. "You're gay," she said again, saying the words slowly. "It's okay. I totally support you and your decisions. Well, not decisions, since I feel we are all born one way or another, but regardless, I think it's great." She thinks it great that I'm gay. I suppose this is a preferred alternative to me being a blood king monster. She was still talking and I picked her up mid-sentence, "And you know, not to be stereotypical or anything, but you really do have an enormous amount of clothing for a straight guy." Not to mention the fact the girl at the coffee shop, the really cute one. She told me she has never seen you with a woman either. And that she has slipped you her number more than once only to find it still on the table when she cleaned up. I mean, she is really pretty. Come on, you're young, single, incredibly gorgeous, rich, successful. She stepped closer and jabbed a finger in my chest, or totally gay. The minute her warm fingertip made contact with my chest, even through my clothing, I was overcome with emotions. I was definitely perplexed. People thought I was gay. The girl at the coffee shop was telling Isabella theories about my sexual preferences. Once I pushed her confusion aside, I realized I was more than a little bit amused, not to mention the fact the spot on my chest felt like I had been seared by a hot poker. The entire situation was so preposterous and her assumptions so off base I didn't even know how to feel about it. She withdrew the tip of her finger and I instantly missed it. I absently rubbed the spot with my thumb trying to feel the sensation again. She stepped back and picked up her tea and said, "Don't worry though, I won't tell anyone. It is your decision when you want the world to know." She smiled and winked at me on the way back to her desk in the other room. I stood for a moment, jaw ajar, fighting the urge to tell her otherwise. As ridiculous as it sounded, this was possibly the best mistake she could make. My real secret, that I was a eternally frozen 17-year-old vampire who kept up a charade of normalcy by posing as the CEO of a multi-million-dollar corporation, was beyond horrific. Add on the fact I had a side job of fighting crime and tracking bad guys during my long, endless nights, and things became absurd. The only thing more absurd was that I was currently battling conflicting desires of hunger and lust over the most fragile girl I've ever encountered. I ran my hands up my face and fisted them in my hair. I wasn't sure when my life had turned into an epically bad horror film, but clearly it had. Oh wait, I did know. It was the day Isabella Swan entered into my life. That was the cosmic fate that now added the term, gay, in front of vampire CEO crime fighter. As much as it pained me, instead of denying her theory, I quickly decided I was going to remain non-committal. If my being gay explained my odd behaviors or physical appearance, then I could live with her not knowing the truth. It gave me a bit of freedom from her scrutiny, and it also put up a barrier to keep me from her. To force me away from the feelings and emotions that had been building since the day she walked into my home. It was all just one more lie in my elaborate charade, but I needed her to stay close to me while maintaining the image I had crafted. If this meant from now on, in my home, Edward Cullen was gay, then so be it. I snuck one last look at Isabella at her desk, twirling a strand of her hair around her finger, reading emails on her computer before I climbed the stairs. Watching her sitting there feeling safe and content for that one moment made me realize I had bigger things to focus on, and I went upstairs to get started. "You said what?" Angela was sitting across from me at a table at my favorite restaurant. It was the best place to get organic, vegan food in town, and I could only talk Angela into coming when I had some really interesting gossip to tell her. I'd been a vegetarian since I was 9 and my class took a field trip to the meat processing plant. Once I found out exactly what was in a hot dog, my carnivore days were over. "Shish, or you will get me fired." "For real this time?" I hissed. I knew I wasn't supposed to tell details of my job to Angela or to anyone else, but I couldn't help myself. This was too much. She looked around the nearly empty diner and whispered, "You actually accused him of being gay?" I nodded, stuffing a hunk of falafel in my mouth. It was the same day as my confrontation with Mr. Cullen. I knew I had been somewhat inappropriate with my boss by questioning his sexuality, but I honestly hoped it would make us more comfortable around each other now that his secret was out in the open. "What did he say?" she asked a little louder. I swallowed and took a sip of my drink. "He didn't say anything. But he definitely didn't say no. And what guy wouldn't deny that he's gay if it wasn't true?" I responded knowingly. Angela grimaced, "I guess. What a waste. He is a total piece of man candy and I so want to take a lick." I rolled my eyes. "Angela, gross, he's my boss, and if you think he's hot you should see his boyfriend. The owned from the other day. He is just as gorgeous and so tall." I let my mind wander to the shaggy-haired man who visited last week. They are perfect for each other. I sighed and decided to redirect the conversation. "Let's stop talking about unavailable men and you tell me about Ben." The change in topic was just what Angela needed to stop focusing on Mr. Cullen. I listened as Angela went on about Ben and how they were meeting up later this evening to go see a movie. That piece of information sent an unwanted chill up my spine. Angela, promise me you will not wander around alone at the theater, I said. I was thinking of the poster from the coffee shop and the story about the girl named Bree who went missing from the theater with her friends. When Angela questioned my concern, I explained to her what the girl at the coffee shop had told me earlier in the day. Gosh. Yeah, okay. We will definitely watch a movie at his house instead, even if that means we have to sit with Mike and Eric all night. She wrinkled her nose and I shook my head, glad it was her and not me. Just promise me you'll be safe too, she commanded, and I nodded back in agreement. I was completely paranoid now, after Victoria. I'd taken to triple locking the door. The door, deadbolt and chain were locked every time I was home. I compulsively checked my windows and the balcony door. Plus, I practically ran from my car to the apartment every time I came home. I would have actually run if I hadn't been afraid of tripping in the middle of the parking lot. I really did appreciate Mr. Cullen allowing me to park in the garage. I felt much safer and I had the sense he was going out of his way to make me feel more comfortable. I thought about Angela leaving me alone that night to spend time with Ben and the thought made me nervous. Angela, how about you and Ben come to our place tonight? I was going to read anyway, so you can have the TV to yourself. No need to hang out with the boys and play video games all night. I added and laughed, hoping she would take the bait. Really? That would be great. Thanks, Bella. And I watched as she pulled out her phone to text Ben the change of plans. I knew the possibility of running into Victoria was unlikely since she didn't know my last name or where I lived, but her threats and the other unsolved murders were just making me nervous. Having Angela and her boyfriend making goo-goo eyes at one another was a small price to pay for peace of mind. Several days had passed since I'd outed Mr. Cullen and things were, to my pleasant surprise, much better than before. He seemed a little more relaxed and less tense when he was near me. My attempts at small talk were received better and I actually was able to get him to tell me a little more about his work at Pacific Northwest Trust, although he was locked up tight when it came to personal information. This was understandable since he was my boss and we'd had such a rocky start, but at the same time it was awkward to work so closely with someone in their home and know so little about him. It became a personal challenge to get him to reveal any small tidbit of information about himself. I'd decided to use his art, music and antiques as a method to find out more. It was Friday, the day for dusting and general house cleaning. I'd asked him to work a designated day into my schedule so I could dress accordingly. He happily obliged and we even sat down with our calendars earlier this week and planned together. Little moments like these helped me get a chance to know him better. I realized he had a biting sense of humor when he wanted to. I also noticed, as we sat across the table from one another, that he smelled like no other man I'd experienced. It was all I could do to not walk over to him and run my nose up and down his body. For once in my life I maintained composure and stayed in my seat. For cleaning day I wore jeans and a tank top with flats. It was casual but not inappropriate and it made it easier for me to clean when I could get around on the floor and climb the step ladder in comfortable clothing. There really was little to do, so I understood why Mr. Cullen didn't pay for a cleaning person. Plus, it was becoming more and more apparent he didn't want company in the house. I'd heard him more than once telling Alice on the phone not to come visit, that he was fine and very busy. His tone was terse and he always made excuses to get off the phone quickly. I had a feeling they were not as close as I would have expected from her visit. As I dusted the paintings in the parlor I stopped at a particular painting that had caught my eye over the last couple of weeks. It had beautiful blues and reds and I could faintly see the shapes of two figures, although they were very abstract, mingled in with shapes and designs. I peered at it a little closer, looking at the thick paint, intrigued. "It's called Male and Female," said the soft smooth voice behind me. I turned quickly because as usual he'd startled me, but for once I wasn't holding anything or walking on an incline. I made a face, noting my disapproval of his sneaking up on me, before turning back to the painting. "It's beautiful. There is so much going on. Every time I come in here I find myself drawn to it." "Who painted it?" I asked. A moment passed and I realized he was standing beside me. "It was painted by Jackson Pollock in 1940. He answered and I watched as he lifted an arm and with his long, graceful hands he began pointing out details. I listened to him describe the painting with fascination. There is some confusion as to what exactly is in the painting. Some people feel it is a man and a woman, others think it is one figure but defined two ways. Pollock was very ambiguous in his artwork. He didn't feel the need to explain his paintings to anyone. Isn't he the guy with the splatter or drip painting? I asked, searching my brain for filed-away art history lessons. For once my questions seemed to work and his typically smooth face became animated as he spoke. Yes, but this was an earlier work. He didn't start with the drip paintings that are more recognizable now. I prefer this style to the other. When you look at it, can be almost anything you want it to be. You can find what you're looking for in it each time you see it. He looked down at me through the hair that dipped down over his eyes. I feel this is how most people live their lives, seeing what they want to see, not what is really there. We stood for a moment, absorbing the painting quietly until he said, "What do you see?" "I do see the male. Here is his strong, sharp jaw and thick brow. His hair, it's bushy and reddish brown." I tilted my head towards Mr. Cullen and studied him for a moment and commented, "He resembles you." Mr. Cullen studied me back before flicking his eyes back to the painting. "And the female?" he prodded. "I'm not sure about the woman though," I said, pointing to the figure in red. "Her facial features are much less refined, yet her body clearly implies her gender. She is so vague, almost like she is something just out of reach." I leaned in further, trying to make sense out of Pollock's chaos but deciding, ultimately, for this day I was satisfied. I faced Mr. Cullen to find him looking intently on the painting as well, dreaming of his own version of what the artist was trying to convey. I said softly, "Thank you for sharing that with me. I'm going to get back to work now." Mr. Cullen glanced my way, his eyes never fully leaving his canvas. "You're welcome, Isabella." I took a last glance as I left the room. Mr. Cullen was still standing in front of the piece, hands in his pockets, completely still. I realized for the first time since I'd met him he seemed completely at ease and comfortable with me and our surroundings. Later that afternoon I was surprised to hear the doorbell ring. Mr. Cullen was upstairs working and I had been entering in more names, dates and addresses into the database on the computer. I hopped up and ran to the door, hoping whoever was outside had an umbrella since it was raining quite hard. I pulled the door open and was shocked to see Alice standing on the stoop under a bright red umbrella. She was wearing a matching raincoat cinched at the waist with a belt. Next to her was the tall, lanky frame of Mr. Cullen's blonde-haired friend, who was wearing a gray trench coat to stay dry. Alice had a huge grin on her face and she took a step towards me quickly. "Hi Bella." I gave them both a wide smile and gestured them inside out of the rain. "Alice, I didn't know you were coming. Come in and get out of the rain," I directed and stepped back to give them space to walk in the foyer. I was a little uncomfortable around the guy since I wasn't sure if he knew that I knew about him and Mr. Cullen, but Alice must know since they had come together. "Let me take your umbrella and coats," I rambled, "and hung them up on the hooks by the door, and you can go wait in the parlor while I find Mr. Cullen." I bolted out of the room as quickly as my feet would take me and ran up the stairs to Mr. Cullen's door. I knocked gently and he opened the door a moment later, an expectant look on his face. His lean body filled the space between the door and the frame, not allowing me to see into his room. I wondered what was in there that he kept so secretive. Watching him lean in the doorway was one of those moments where I was once again struck by his beauty. His hair was pushed back off his forehead, except for several small pieces, and my fingers twitched with the desire to push it back. I felt my face warm at the ridiculous thought and said, "Sorry to bother you, but Alice and your friend are here." I asked them to wait downstairs. "My friend?" he asked. "Oh, you must mean Jasper. I didn't hear them arrive," he said, quickly shutting the door behind him and waved his arm for me to go ahead of him down the stairs. At the bottom of the steps I turned to him and looked up at his face. "Jasper is really cute." "Good job, Isabella," he said with a grimace on his face, but I waved him off. "I'll behave," I said, and not wanting to embarrass him any further I kept walking down the stairs and into the sitting room. I found Jasper and Alice sitting on love's seat together, engaged in quiet conversation. Mr. Cullen entered the room behind me and stood awkwardly in the doorway. His face was pained and he was sharing some kind of silent communication with Alice, who had a beaming smile on her own face. Confused at the energy in the room, I glanced at Jasper, who just looked amused and was smirking at Mr. Cullen. I started backing out the door and said, "If you need me I will be," and I jerked my thumb towards the kitchen, at my desk. I heard a low rush of words and possibly a hiss come from Mr. Cullen as I passed him. I was almost out the door when Alice called in her high-pitched voice, "Bella, wait. I forgot to introduce you to Jasper." I stepped back in and noticed Mr. Cullen was looking at the ceiling. Alice had picked up Jasper's hand and smiled at him. I smiled, a little confused at their affection, but said, "Nice to meet you officially, Jasper, I'm Bella." Jasper lifted his hand up slightly and he said, "Hi Bella." I had this horrible flash for a moment where I realized I was the ugly duckling in a room full of swans. My self-esteem was forcing my feet to retreat from the room as quickly as possible. As I returned the gesture, I heard Mr. Cullen cough and grunt, "Alice," under his breath. Alice smiled warmly at me and said, "Bella, Jasper is my husband. I didn't get a chance to tell you that earlier." I felt my jaw drop a little and I looked between Alice and Mr. Cullen, trying to figure out what was going on. Jasper, who I was ignoring entirely in order to save one bit of integrity, was sitting on the couch doing the exact same thing. Mr. Cullen was still not looking at anyone, strategically staring anywhere but at me, Alice or Jasper. I clenched my teeth and said with a forced smile, "Your husband?" "No, I had no idea you two were married." I hissed in Mr. Cullen's direction, "That's really, really great." The tension in the room was thick. I was pretty sure it was due to my immense embarrassment since I had just accused Mr. Cullen of having an affair with his brother-in-law. I wanted to melt into the carpet and disappear, where I did, until I was struck with a sudden wave of giddiness and I felt a giggle slip through my lips. I realized everyone else was laughing as well, even Mr. Cullen had a sliver of a smile on his face that he was forcibly trying to squelch. As odd as the whole situation was, the tension was lifted and I excused myself from the room and went back to my desk. I had no idea what had just happened, but I went from feeling horribly humiliated to downright giddy in a matter of moments. It was awkward but preferable to the alternative. I heard the trio go up the steps together and shut the door behind them upstairs. I had to admit my curiosity was getting to me. I couldn't help but wonder what they did up there and how I could find out. EPOV. Edward, if you and Jasper need some time alone, I would happily give it to you," Alice declared in her sugary sweet sing-song voice. I chose to ignore her and walked over to my desk chair while the two of them sat on the couch. It could have been worse. Emmett could have been here. Or Rose. I looked at Jasper after he thought this and narrowed my eyes. He returned the look, except his eyes were wide and innocent and he had begun singing some obscure turn of the century folk song in his head to block me out. "Does everyone know?" I asked, my fingers automatically moving to the bridge of my nose in irritation. Alice's mind flitted to a memory and I saw my entire family listening to her as she described the conversation between me and Bella concerning my preferences. Emmett, of course, was completely amused and doubled over in laughter. Rosalie actually said, "I knew it," out loud before walking out of the room. Carlisle and Esme, supportive as always, kept a straight face. I could only imagine what they were thinking. I sighed and slumped a little in my chair. Alice came over and sat in my lap, draped her arm over my shoulder and said, "It's okay, Edward. It's not a big deal and you really had no choice. You had to protect yourself and the family from being exposed. You took one for the team. Of course I'm not sure which team that is anymore, but you took it. Jasper was a dead man. Or vamp. Whichever." Alice must have seen it coming because she jumped off my lap and for the second time in so many visits I lunged at Jasper. He anticipated it this time because of Alice's movement, and I landed on the couch with a loud thump. I leapt up in a defensive position. Alice was now between us, trying to calm me down. "Stop it. You know it's funny and we know, of course, it's not true." She reached her hand out and pressed it to my lower chest. Her touch was hard and cold, nothing like the warm, searing feeling of Bella's tiny fingertip. I nodded and relaxed. I walked back to the couch and sat down on the couch, and Alice sat next to me this time and rubbed my arm soothingly. Jasper began messing with the computer, ignoring the two of us, probably trying to stay off my radar. I looked at Alice and I asked in a desperate whisper, "What do you see?" "With Bella and Victoire?" she asked. I gave her a tight nod. "Right now everything is very murky. I get flashes of the redhead and several others but nothing specific. They have not decided on a course of action, but they are working on something and it does involve Bella. I leaned into the couch, slowly rubbing my palms up and down my legs. Alice's information filled me with intense feelings of rage and fear for Isabella. I hated the fact I hadn't stopped this group of Rouge vampires earlier. I should have, and I blamed myself for not making it happen. I wanted to go downstairs and pick her up and lock her away in this safe room until I'd eradicated the danger. I envisioned doing this, carrying her in my arms, inhaling her floral scent, and touching her soft, creamy skin. Hiding her away until I learned all her secrets. And she knew all of mine. I felt Jasper watching me and I glanced his way, preparing myself for his thoughts. He had an eyebrow raised in question and I could hear his opinions blaring from across the room. Edward, what is going on? Lust was one thing, hunger and desire are another, but this. She's human. I know. I said aloud. I did know. Every moment I spent with her I wanted her more and more. I wasn't just feeling lust or protectiveness. I wanted to be her friend. Human. Off limits. Do not touch. Do not engage. I let it go last time because if anyone was strong enough to fight the temptation it was you. Jasper. I know. I repeated, growing agitated. This was exactly why I'd left home. Well, one of the reasons. Between the three of us there wasn't a shred of privacy. Your successes and failures were available for everyone to see and criticize. I couldn't handle it then and I definitely couldn't now. Edward, I'm serious. Don't f**k around with her. Everyone. Alice shot Jasper a warning look, cutting him off mid-thought, and said, "It's okay, Jasper. Edward isn't going to do anything." I could see the filmy images in Alice's mind. Isabella alone, content in her life. Isabella with me, smiling. Isabella cold and lifeless, gaping wound at her neck. There were others and I shut them out before I saw any more. She turned and looked at me with concern, her thoughts filled with her own opinions. You're not doing anything yet. But the decision is really yours. Bella is undecided at this time and I see two different paths. If you leave her alone she will never know the difference. If you pursue her, well, that is a different road entirely with several different options. I pushed off the couch and left the room, closing the door behind me and entering into my bedroom. I snorted. Of course there was no bed in this room, so the wording was false just like all of the other parts of this ridiculous charade I was acting in. I knew Jasper was right, the thoughts and emotions I was putting out were outrageous. Dangerous. I had no right to think of Isabella in any way other than as my employee who happened to also need my protection. I'd been okay with that. I was even dealing with the absurd notion that she thought I was homos. I thought this social barrier between us as man and woman would separate us further, keep us apart, make things more uncomfortable, but I was wrong. It had the opposite effect. She was more comfortable in my presence. She spoke to me about music and art or literature. She forced me to sit down and plan out our schedules, which led to us making jokes and familiarizing ourselves with one another. This caused a bigger problem than I'd ever expected. I liked her. Very much. I liked her sense of humor, her desire to learn, her curiosity. I was intrigued by her lack of fear, her complete and utter disregard for self-preservation. I liked that no matter how much noise I tried to make I startled her every time I walked in a room because she was so engrossed in her activity she was completely unaware of me. I liked the fact she was unaware of me. That my physical appearance and typical lures didn't seem to work on her the same way it did on other humans. I liked the fact that when we were in the room together there was complete and unqualified silence. Silence. Perfect silence. And I liked that place on the side of her neck, just below her earlobe, that tinted red the minute I walked in the room. I'd been pacing around the room, but at this thought I crumbled on my knees in fury. I could no longer deny I wanted Bella the way a man wants a woman and it infuriated me. I was furious at Jasper for being right and at myself for being so weak. Enraged at the forces at work that placed this woman in my path after. I'd become resolved to this life. I'd resolved to live alone, without my family or others. To protect those who needed it without reward or acknowledgement. Why did this insightful, strong, beautiful woman have to walk in and knock down my carefully arranged fortress? Pulling at the fine threads of carpet with my fingers, I thought of our earlier conversation about the painting downstairs. I'd walked in the room and found her dressed more casually than I'd seen her before, Outside of her bedroom that is, and the instantaneous rush of venom filled my mouth at the sight of her. Her long arms were revealed by her sleeveless shirt and her back and neck were on prominent display because her hair was pulled up. She was exquisite. Before I could stop myself I had spoken, broken the glorious silence that surrounded us. After discussing the painting with her I was astonished that in over 60 years she was the only person, including my family, who noticed the resemblance between me and the man in the Pollock painting. In the early 1940s I'd spent time traveling, without the others, visiting places that interested me. The war was raging and people were focused on bigger things than a wealthy man with odd yellow eyes and especially pale skin. I found myself in New York and met a young Pollock in the art scene. He was pushing the limits of his craft and I was completely entranced. Inspired by my odd coloring and appealing appearance, he asked me to sit for him. As I posed, perfectly still for hours, Jackson began asking me about my life. He wanted to know if I had a family, what I wanted to accomplish. I told him what I thought a 17-year-old boy should say, that I wanted to go to war, to fight for my country. I told him my family was dead, that I was alone and expected to be for a long time. He asked if I had a girl, a woman to fight for, and I explained to him that I was destined to live this life as a solitary man. He gave me the painting when he was done. It was beautiful, and beside my abstract, hazy figure was the ghost of a woman just out of reach. He knew then what I would be missing for nearly a century. That no man or woman is complete without a partner. I heard a tap on the study door and Alice swung it open. She gracefully sat on the floor next to me and stroked my hair for a moment. She lifted my chin and we looked at one another, brother and sister, forged together by damnation and difficult choices. Her gold eyes penetrated mine and I could almost taste her sincerity when she finally spoke softly. Edward, for once in your life do what you want to do, not what you think you should do. Everything will turn out okay. I buried my face in her lap and felt her fingers weave through the strands of my hair. I wanted to believe her, but the images in her head were a mixture of happiness and pain and I wasn't sure if I could be the one to inflict that upon the defenseless woman downstairs. Alice and I were quiet for some time, talking in our private language for a while, letting my frustration pass. I allowed myself to be soothed since she really was the only one who could reach me that way. Edward, come here, Jasper called from the other room, and I stood up, lifting Alice with me. I'm going to go downstairs while you two play superhero, Alice said. Before I could argue I heard her voice, I'll be good, I promise, and she skipped out of the room. I found Jasper sitting behind the desk focused on the computer monitor. He pointed at the screen. What did these latest data entries mean? I walked around and read the information on the screen. It was the data I had asked Isabella to enter earlier that day. I hovered over Jasper and said, after Isabella's incident on Friday night I went back through the old papers I have upstairs looking for any type of suspicious accidents I may have missed. He looked up at me with his brow furrowed in concentration, and these names and dates correlate to those events. Yes, I said, and these abbreviations, I pointed to a series of letters next to each name. They are for the type of crime, AR for armed robbery, MP, for missing person, A for assault, etc. Jasper leaned back in the chair, his long legs stretched out under my large desk. He ran his fingers through his hair for a moment and I waited for him to explain his jumbled thoughts. You're thinking that more than the murders are connected to these vampires? He asked, swiveling in the chair slightly. Yes, Victoria made this quite clear, I told him. And you're convinced she was not going to kill Bella that night but take her to the other vampire, the male? He continued. I nodded, trying not to be impatient with his process. Why do you think he wanted her? Victoria specifically said the word, addition. Her exact words were, you will make a wonderful addition. I grimaced at the image of Bella cowering under Victoria's strength, in the dark, dank alley. Jasper's eyes flicked towards me for a split second, too fast for human eyes, and I read the empathy he felt for my plight. His own thoughts traveled to Alice and how he would feel if she was in danger. I ignored him, unwilling to entertain the idea that my feelings for Bella could compare to those of him and Alice. So maybe he wants to change her. Add her to his coven. I speculated, feeling my throat close up in horror at this idea. Or to his army. My head snapped at Jasper's thought. An army, I repeated, of course. Jasper and I faced one another and thought over this serious possibility. He was thinking of his own days in a vampire army and the wake of destruction they left behind. There was no way I could allow this to happen in my city. I heard Alice on the stairs and in a second she was in the study, alarm etched on her face. Jasper and I both went to her immediately, and he wrapped his long arms around her torso, supporting her as she slipped into another vision. "Edward, what is she seeing?" he asked over her head. "She sees the male vampire, James, taunting another victim. This time a male," I explained to Jasper and then turned to Alice, who had regained a focused look in her eyes. "Is Victoria there?" She shook her head and said, "No, I keep searching but I can't find her. James is with another vampire, dark-skinned, with long black hair and possibly one other, but not Victoria." I considered this. The long-haired vampire was there before, the time I missed him. He fed on the woman in the park while James watched. Alice nodded and said, "Yes, this is what I see happening again." I scowled at the idea and asked, "Where does it happen? Can we get there in time? I see rushing water and stacks, smoke stacks, some kind of factory or plant." She said with her eyes closed, trying to visualize it. I caught the image and said, "It's the paper mill. By the water." I ran toward my closet and changed into boots for the long run ahead of me. We could still save this person. It was dark in her vision but it was still dusk outside. We had time. "We're coming with you, Edward," Jasper said, suddenly by my side and holding a canvas bag filled with tools to destroy James or any other vampires who crossed our path. I hesitated, glancing at Alice quickly. "Bella is fine, she's safe. She is meeting friends for dinner and then going straight home. I see no problems at all." I nodded confirmation to Jasper and we filed down the back stairs and I watched Alice and Jasper quietly slip out of the house. I found Isabella sitting at her desk, printing out her daily report. I took a moment to inhale her sweet aroma and let my eyes roam over her form. I cleared my throat this time to give her notice and I saw her flinch slightly before turning my way with a small smile playing on her soft, pink lips. "Good night, Isabella," I said warmly. The fact I was making small talk with Isabella moments before I tracked down a vicious monster was absurd. "Have a good weekend, Mr. Cullen," she replied back. I watched her hands sort and clean off her desk. I loved to watch her movements. "Thank you." And Isabella, I watched her pause as she lifted herself from her seat. "Be safe." She nodded slowly and I took that moment to go back into the kitchen toward the garage door. I knew that every second in her presence was making it harder for me to leave her. The urge to stay with her was getting stronger and stronger each day. I forced myself to go, for both our sakes. I had no right to her life and she wanted no part in mine. Minutes later, as I sat behind the wheel of my car, barely aware of the fact Jasper was programming the GPS and Alice was busy searching for any information she may have missed, I promised myself this would be the last time I would let James elude me. I assured myself that the city and Isabella would be safe under my watch. I accelerated onto the street leading to the paper mill, the one that was edged by the water. James and his companions were in the area somewhere, their victim minutes away from a horrific death. I pulled to the side of the road in a darkened area in case any humans became suspicious. Alice's vision had been specific enough for us to find the location easily. Before we got out of the car I turned to her and asked, "Can you see anything else?" Alice's eyes were wide and her entire demeanor was on edge. Her black hair seemed darker, spikier in the shadows of the car. Her eyes were almost black, she hadn't fed recently and the stress was accentuating the bruised shadows underneath. "Yes. One of the vampires is a newborn. He is wild and almost completely feral. The other, Laurent is his name, seems older. He is very much in control and I'm pretty sure he is training the young one. These two will feed on the human while the leader, James, watches." Jasper and I exchanged looks before moving outside the car. I spoke quickly and quietly handing out instructions. "Jasper, I want you and Alice to take the newborn and the other one. You have the most experience with them and Alice can anticipate their moves if necessary." I looked them both in the eye to make sure they were prepared to follow my directions. They both nodded yes without argument and let me continue. "James is mine. I've been tracking him too long to let him slip away now and hopefully I can get some information from him beforehand." We moved quickly through the night, hiding the best we could in the shadows. It was still wet, the rain having stopped earlier. I could smell James and Lawrence's scents mingled in with the damp, marshy air and the sulfur from the mill. The wind was blowing, bouncing off the walls of the building, making it hard to locate their trail. I closed my eyes for a moment and strained to pinpoint their location. What the F.K., I heard a man think. Images of a young vampire, snarling and leering towards him filled my thoughts. Laurent stood to the side, patiently explaining to the newborn it wasn't time yet. Riley, you must control yourself, James has not given you the approval to feed. Patience. I switched to Laurent's thoughts and saw the man, dressed in a uniform, a security guard perhaps. He was backed into a wall, under a towering pile of lumber. His arms were shaking and he was sweating profusely. I watched as he attempted to withdraw the firearm from its holster on his side in vain. His fingers fumbled with the latch, wasting precious moments on a weapon of no use. Riley, the newborn, was barely hanging on by a thread. His thoughts were jumbled, filled with thirst. He was literally seconds away from tearing the man to shreds. This was some kind of test for him, forcing him to gain control over his hunger. In all my years I had never seen anything like this. The three of us made our way to the back of the mill, towards the loading docks where the lumber was stored. We were darting through machinery and stacks of materials, trying to find the exact location. A strong breeze blew past us and Jasper hissed, to the right, and we hastily wove to the other side of the platform. I kept my thoughts on Laurent who was still patiently taunting the victim. Suddenly James appeared in Laurent's view, coming around the curve of a massive stone pillar, and he gave some form of signal. For the second time I was too late and we rounded the corner as the two vampires ripped the flesh from the arms and neck in a frenzy from the human they held captive. The sound of the victim's screams were cut short by the echoing sound of his neck snapping. James merely glanced in our direction as he dropped the man's head and proceeded to brush his hands together, ridding them of dirt. Laurent abandoned the body as we came into view and motioned for Riley to do the same. Jasper never missed a beat and lunged towards him, snatching a piece of his ear, as he flew over his shoulder. Riley took the bait and ran after Jasper in a flash of anger, clutching the side of his head and snarling in pain. Laurent dismissed Alice's sighs and went after Riley, disappearing from view. James's eyes were on Alice. I watched as he licked his lips and for the briefest moment he leered at her. Alice ignored his behavior and took off after Laurent, following our plans. I watched as James walked towards me with a confident swagger. He looked over his shoulder, his long, greasy hair swaying behind his back. He said, they should keep each other busy for a while. I searched his mind and came up blank, his thoughts blocked. I could see what was happening now, but nothing else. He angled his body back towards me and announced, "Ah, Edward Cullen. We finally meet." The grin was still in place and it was taking every ounce of strength I had not to rip it off his face. Instead, I kept my face smooth, showing no sign of the questions rolling through my mind. "I've been following you for some time, Edward," he said, his voice washing over me like silk. Following me? This was new and disturbing. I scoffed at him, unbelieving. He smirked and said, "It's true. I have been keeping track of your side venture much longer than you have been aware of me and my little exploits." My eyes were glued on him as he gestured to the lifeless body on the ground. At first, I thought they were rumors or perhaps a myth. That the stories told of a vampire who protected this city from others of his kind was an urban legend. He rocked on his heels a bit, shoving his hands into his back pockets. He was filthy, his face and hair covered in dirt and debris. I noted his clothing was worn and tattered and he had the appearance of a homeless person. It was the standard look for our kind as it kept them unnoticed and able to move more freely. His voice and his appearance were contradictory. His tone was refined, the words he uttered calculated and educated, yet his entire presence was abominable. How had he found me? I thought of all of my systems in place, the security, the human life I lived. The fact someone had penetrated this had me dumbfounded. When I didn't respond to his musings, he continued. I admit I was intrigued. I stumbled upon other vampires who assured me it was true, and that not only were you helping humans, you hailed from a coven of non-flesh eaters. A large coven. So I conducted my research and to my astonishment they were correct. He paused and he opened his mind to me, showing me a memory of my family home in Forks, the one we had kept for over 70 years. Just as quickly though, the image disappeared and his mind was once again blank. He smiled at me, seeming to know I had seen his thoughts. This was interesting. I wondered how he knew about my gift. There were 7 of you, who mingled in society, working, and studying amongst humans. Your leader, a masochist I'm assuming, actually practices medicine. This information left me unnerved and I narrowed my eyes in disgust. It was one thing for this vampire to know about me. It was another entirely for him to have information about the Cullens. I saw a glimmer of amusement cross his face as he caught my discomfort. Oh yes, I know all about your family. Some of them more than others in fact. He raised an eyebrow tauntingly and sent me a flash of a dark room, rows of beds against the walls. The image held no connection for me. I know you left them some time ago to live this renegade life. That twice in your afterlife you have rebelled against your family. The first time killing less than desirable humans and then later, now, living above the rest of us, attempting to control and manage our nature. James tilted his head, his stringy ponytail spilling over the shoulder of his faded leather jacket. He spoke next in a mocking tone. You have lived such a troubled life, struggling between good and evil. I on the other hand embrace my inner demon. The irony is where you like to save and sympathize with the humans that surround us, I relish the moment their heart pulses its final beat. The floodgates opened and 1,000 deaths ticked from his mind into mine. I attempted to push away the images of murder after murder, throats torn, limbs shredded, the bodies of lifeless innocents cast aside for one demon's hunger. You are not a god. And you will not tell me where I can and cannot hunt. His voice was clear and determined. He knew I could hear him and he smirked knowingly. He looked over to the dead security guard and shook his head. In fact, this man here, you can take the blame for his death. Taking the bait I asked, how so? All of this, the murders, the kidnappings, it has all been to bring you to me. All of these deaths were to lure you into my game. To teach you a lesson about playing God. He said. I cocked an eyebrow at him and asked, if you knew everything about me, why didn't you just come find me and take me out when I wasn't prepared? His mouth broke out into a huge grin. Now where's the fun in that? I rolled my eyes dramatically and declared, I'm here. So let's do this. We were 10 feet or so apart, with a dead man lying to our left. In an instant we could be at one another's throats. I was only waiting for the right moment. James's demeanor remained nonplussed. As much as I would like to end this game now, I can't. You added in an extra player and I have been forced to change direction. This, right here, is my effort in sportsmanship, to let you know of the new rules. You see, you have something of mine and in return I prepared to take something of yours. He spoke as though this truly was a competition. All this information was a bit overwhelming and the bits of his thoughts I could read were cryptic and confusing. I had something that belonged to him. Why do you think I'm going to play your games? The others will have caught and killed your men by now and I will kill you. You obviously didn't research me enough if you think I'm stooping to your childish level. I told him, adjusting my knees so I was crouching slightly, preparing to attack. James shook his head at me slowly while taking a step forward. I wouldn't be so sure, Edward. You have the spirit of a competitor, like myself. I doubt you like to lose. Especially when the stakes are so high. He revealed another image, this time of Isabella sitting with her friend at a table. A low growl rumbled through my chest as I absorbed the picture. It was his memory, crystal clear. I could make out every detail of her delicate features. I realized the image I saw was from earlier this week and Isabella was wearing the same clothing as she had at work. He howled with laughter, bouncing on his toes with excitement. I knew you would be interested. You cannot resist the frail humans you surround yourself with. I also know you'll want to know that, as we speak, Victoria is gathering some information for me about your favorite human. I hissed loudly and lunged towards him, landing on his chest, forcing the two of us to fly across the pavement and into the concrete wall. I pushed my shoulder into his throat and prepared to tear him to shreds. He began laughing hysterically and said, I should have known you were too impatient for this type of challenge. You're too temperamental and frankly predictable. This is why it was so easy for me to draw you out in the first place. I shoved my shoulder into him once again, crushing him into the wall. Stop talking, I growled. Your reign of terror is over. And you're wrong. I do decide where and when you feed when you are anywhere near this city. I spun him around and had his face smashed into the wall. My foot was planted firmly in his back and I was ready to literally yank his arm off his body. If you kill me now, you will never find Victoria, who, at this moment, is waiting for your precious pet to return home. She knows how to block you and the seer. He opened his mind again and gave me a view of Victoria and another vampire standing outside Isabella's apartment. He must have taken them there earlier. The surge of anger was completely overwhelming. My hands shook as I clenched his arm and tore it from his body. I flung it behind me and faced James, who was screaming in pain, preparing to defend himself. Grasping his shoulder, he leapt to higher ground, on top of a mountain of lumber, and shouted, "You will regret this. I will take the thing that is most important to you and turn it into mine. And then, when you least expect it, I will return with my army and take over this city and hunt you down." I jumped up the pile of wood, scrambling up the side, but when I reached the top he was gone, completely out of sight. "Edward!" I heard Alice call my name in a panic. I looked down to find Alice below me and Jasper kicking James's amputated arm across the floor. I assessed the damage from above. Jasper's shirt was torn, revealing deep scratches in his chest. He grimaced as Alice poked and prodded, assessing his injuries. She, on the other hand, was spotless, not a hair out of place. "They're burning beyond the parking lot. In a pit," Jasper informed me, rubbing the spot where teeth marks were embedded in his skin. "That newborn was a ch. All teeth and scratching." I looked at Alice and she shrugged. "Laurent underestimated my size and my ability. He thinks too much. Definitely not spontaneous." She giggled a little and she showed me a picture of Laurent's final moments. I jumped down and walked towards them. Jasper nudged the arm again with his foot, watching it as it continued to twitch. He asked, "What happened to the rest of him?" "He's gone. But Victoria knows where Isabella lives. She's there or going there." "I don't know." I could hear the tremble in my voice. Jasper, take care of James's arm. "Alice, call Isabella and keep her out of her apartment. Call me when you find her." They both nodded, wishing me luck. "I'm going on foot, it will be faster." In a flash I was out of the mill, traveling through the wet, dark woods, fear taking over my body. I'd been late too many times as far as James was concerned. He had the upper hand on me time and time again. It was understandable now that I knew he had been tracking me. Regardless of my failures, I couldn't let the same thing happen with Isabella. Driven to protect her, I felt the branches push past me as I traveled through the forest, each mile beneath my feet taking me one step closer to her or Victoria. I would deal with whichever one I met first. I was in the shadows of Isabella's apartment, phone in hand. Alice was on the other end, assuring me that Isabella was safe. Not only had she been able to see her, she spoke to her on the phone for clarification. Unfortunately, Alice had not been able to get a position on Victoria, which meant she could be in the apartment right now. I used the traditional method and climbed the stairs to get to her unit. Once at the top, I slid the key I had made the last I was here out of my pocket and pushed it into the lock. The minute I opened the door, I was struck by a wave of Victoria's scent. I listened intently but couldn't hear her thoughts or any noises from inside the apartment. I shut the door quietly behind me and entered the foyer. There was nothing noticeable missing or any signs that a vampire had been in the home. In fact, if not for my superior senses, Isabella would have no evidence at all that there had been any kind of break-in. I quickly swept the apartment, noting that Victoria had spent the majority of her time in Isabella's room, although again, nothing appeared disturbed. I could smell her scent all over the room. It was strong, as though she had just left. My phone vibrated and I pulled it out of my pocket. "She's gone. Do you know where she went?" I asked. I was thumbing along Isabella's bookshelf to see if anything was missing. Everything seemed to be in place. Alice spoke quickly. "No, I can't see her. Some flashes but nothing concrete. Bella is on her way home, though. I don't think you want her to catch you in her apartment." "Thanks. Talk to you soon," I told her and ended the call. I walked to the window in the living room and saw Isabella turn into the parking lot. She seemed hesitant to get out of the car and I wished I could go down there and ease her fears, let her know she was safe. I watched as Isabella finally got out of the car. She looked around the parking lot and then almost sprinted to the stairway, stumbling once but managing to stay upright. Once she was out of view, I listened to the pounding of her feet 2 floors below as they echoed off the steps. I placed my hand on the door, feeling the vibrations of her movements as she approached. Her keys jangled, shaking nervously, as she fumbled them in the lock, dropping them once as she had before. She was breathing heavily from running. I wondered what it would be like to feel her breath across my face. I pressed my forehead to the door, willing her inside. Outside her heart sounded like 1,000 drummers and I could feel it ricocheting through my bones. Thump 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 thump. The knob twisted, the door opened a fraction, and her foot poked around its sharp corner. I took one last look at her fingers wrapped around the edge of the door and slipped out the window into the night. BPOV. I stepped in my apartment and closed the door quickly behind me, triple locking it as fast as my hands could move. My fingers were shaking and I attempted to calm myself down a little. Alice's phone calls were freaking me out. The first one was no big deal and I passed it off as just a friendly call. The second one concerned me as she inquired about my location and I could feel her relief when I said I was on my way home. I asked what was going on and she said nothing and that she had a hunch, so she wanted to check on me. A hunch? I had no idea what this meant. But in light of the Victoria situation I wasn't taking any chances. I glanced around the house and everything seemed in place. I fought the urge to open the closet doors and peek under the bed. Honestly, I'm pretty sure if Victoria wanted me she would just come out and do it. I went to my bedroom and to change out of my work clothes. I walked to the dresser and began digging, though my drawers quickly becoming annoyed that I hadn't taken the time to wash clothes recently. I found a pair of gray cotton shorts and reached into my t-shirt drawer and pulled out the first one. I sighed deeply when I saw which one it was. Let it bleed. I pulled it up to my face and sniffed the scent of laundry detergent. I'd washed it when I got home that night, horrified at the streaks of dirt and bleach that wouldn't come out. The bleach was so concentrated it actually ate holes through the fabric in several places. I felt terrible ruining Mr. Cullen's shirt and had shoved it under the clean clothes, trying to put it out of my mind. I eyed the traitorous pile of laundry overflowing its hamper and cursed the fact my buried sins had floated to the top. I tossed it on the dresser and dug through the drawer looking for something comfortable to wear. I was left with a never-been-worn or washed giveaway shirt from my bank and my ex-boyfriend's baseball shirt from freshman year. Neither was very appealing. Out of options I put on the tattered Rolling Stones shirt and a hoodie, and refusing to look at myself in the mirror I left the room. I was on my way to the kitchen when I heard a knock at the door. I instantly froze, wondering if I should open the door or just ignore it. I was going with ignoring it until whoever was knocked again, this time a little louder. I walked to the door and pushed up on my toes, peeking through the spy hole. All I could see was pale flesh and arguably the most angular jaw I've ever seen. I quickly unlatched the locks and opened the door to find Edward Cullen standing in front of me, doing that thing where he is trying to look calm but his jaw is clenching so tightly I think it may snap in half. I pushed a lock of hair behind my ear and narrowed my eyes at him questioningly. "Hey, what are you doing here?" I asked. "Is everything okay?" He nodded, awkwardly putting his hands in his pant pockets and then taking them back out. He was fidgeting. Mr. Cullen didn't fidget. Something was up. Nodding, yes, he then looked around for a moment before asking, "May I come in?" Realizing I barely had the door open at all, I swung it open wider to allow him inside. He brushed past me, lightly grazing my hand with his own, and I was shocked at the coolness of his skin. He turned towards me in reaction to our contact and he apologized lightly, looking a little horrified. Was it because he touched me and I'm an employee, or was it because he touched me and I'm a woman? I suspected either one didn't sit well with him. "Wow, do you keep the air on full blast in your car? You're like an icicle," I joked, rubbing the side of my hand where we touched, attempting to break the awkwardness of my boss being in my house. Again, we were standing in the middle section of the apartment, the tiny area between the door and the living room, overlooking the kitchen. He was close to me, too close, and he smelled like rain and leaves. I could see his nostrils flare slightly and he was looking anywhere but at me. I wondered again, why a man like this was lost to women. He laughed lightly and said, something like that, and the room filled with one of our uncomfortable silences. I gestured to the living room. "Please, sit down. Can I get you anything?" He shook his head no, and he sat in the armchair, so I took the couch. He looked ridiculous sitting in our undersized IKEA chair, like a supermodel scented penny photo shoot instead of Abercrombie and Fitch. I settled back in the cushions and tucked my legs under my chin. "Why are you here, Mr. Cullen?" I asked, trying to desperately figure out what he was doing at my apartment so late at night. I nervously ran my fingers up and down the pull cord of my hoodie. He took a deep breath and looked me in the eye. "I'm not sure how to explain all of this, Isabella, but I've been watching your house and tonight I fear there has been a breach of your security." His words were formal and business-like. I wasn't exactly sure what he meant. "You've been watching my house," I stated. He nodded slowly and he explained, "Yes. Well, my security firm has, since the attack by Victoria." I felt my brow crease and my breathing picked up a notch. "And your security firm feels there was a breach. What does that even mean?" I asked, trying to make sense of his words. "It means we think Victoria entered your home earlier tonight." I looked at him sitting in my chair, in his $500 shoes, his perfectly muscular arms peeking out from under his thick black t-shirt, calmly telling me a sociopath had broken into my home. Tonight. I hopped off the couch and began pacing around the small apartment. Victoria had been in my house. Mr. Cullen had people watching me. My very small, insulated world was leaking all over the place. I rounded the couch and stood in front of him. His long legs were sprawled out across the floor, taking up too much space. "When were you going to tell me you've been following me?" I asked, my voice rising. His eyes locked with mine and he grimaced faintly and said, "I was hoping not to have to." I stared back, raising my hands in the air but not responding. "I was hoping she would go away. That she would leave you alone," he said quietly, his eyes never leaving my own. "But she's not." In that very moment I felt a sudden but distinct shift in our relationship. I sat back down on the couch and wrapped my arms around my legs. Closing my eyes, I felt the tears pooling behind my lids and I wished them away. I wished for strength but it didn't come. I pushed my fists into my eyes and whispered, "Why me?" behind my knees so quietly I was sure he couldn't hear me. "I'm not sure," he responded, and I looked up in surprise. "Isabella, I don't know why she picked you specifically, but she is very dangerous. You have to take precautions against her and the others." I gasped, "Others?" He nodded solemnly. I rested my chin on my knees, trying desperately not to freak out, but I was failing miserably. I could hear my breathing accelerate and I thought I may begin hyperventilating. Mr. Cullen continued to sit across from me, perched on the edge of the chair, looking extremely uncomfortable. I felt the panic attack coming and I said to him, "Distract me. Anything." His eyes looked distressed and said, I don't know what you want me to say." I heard the wheezing starting and bile was rising in my throat. My hands started flapping as I tried to control it. Finally he blurted, "I have another brother. And a sister. Emmett and Rosalie." I nodded, encouraging him to continue. "We were raised by our adoptive parents Carlisle and Esme. Carlisle adopted me when my birth parents died. He married Esme later and she raised me as her son. I was managing the panic, it wasn't better, but at the same time it wasn't getting worse. I wasn't expecting this type of information but I was fascinated by his revelation." He raised an eyebrow and told me, "Rosalie was adopted next, then Emmett. Then Alice and Jasper." I gulped for air but asked, "Alice and Jasper are siblings?" "But they're married." He shrugged, looking down at his hands. "Yes, and Emmett and Rose are married too. They were lucky to find someone who understood our pasts. We sat together, my steadying breaths the only sound between us. Occasionally I could see Mr. Cullen's Adam's apple lob up and down as he swallowed. I thought about what he said, how it must be hard to be the only one in your family who felt alone, and in his case, different. Letting out a deep uneven breath I relaxed just a little and asked, "What am I going to do?" Moving fast enough to make me blink, he was crouched in front of me, balancing on the balls of his feet. His copper hair was close enough for me to touch and pushed back over his head. I felt his cool breath caress my face as he declared, "Isabella, I promise to keep you safe." I wanted to believe him, but how could he make this type of promise? How could he guarantee my safety? I leaned back into the couch, resting my head in a thick, soft pillow, exhaustion overtaking me. No one else was offering to protect me, so I had no choice but to put my faith in him. He was still there, crouching next to the couch. I could see the lean bands of muscle that stretched up and down his forearms as his hands clenched into balls. He gave me the most wonderful lopsided grin and said, "You're tired. I should go." Fear raced through my body at the thought of him leaving and I sat up, clutching the edge of the couch. "No, Mr. Cullen, please don't go," I begged. He stopped midway off the ground and hesitated for a moment. He ran his palm over his jaw and shut his eyes for a moment, appearing to have an internal struggle of some kind. My heart was beginning to race again at the thought of being left alone, but he simply turned and sat back down in his seat, across from me. I smiled my thanks to him and rested my head back into the pillow, shifting my jacket to get more comfortable. I evened out my breaths and heard Mr. Cullen say, "Isabella, before you go to sleep, 2 things." I opened my eyes, glancing over at my guardian angel, sitting in the shadows of my living room, and said, "Okay, go." He cleared his throat and said, "First, can you please begin calling me Edward?" Mr. Cullen seems a little formal under the circumstances. I laughed and agreed. I heard the smile in his voice as he laughed with me and waited for him to continue. He paused long enough that I stole a glance in his direction. He was looking at me intently, eyes narrowed, crease in his forehead. Confused, I felt my hair and wiped my face, feeling self-conscious. Finally I asked, "What?" He stood up and walked over to me, lifting his hand towards my chest. I scooted back under his scrutiny and felt his fingers as they wrapped about the zipper of my hoodie. With ease he tugged it down and with an incredulous look on his face he asked, "Are you wearing my shirt?" Where did she go? I wondered, as a cool breeze spread across my face, and I shivered, wrapping my arms around my body. I squinted, trying to see better, but only found myself in an unfamiliar place. It was dark and I could feel the rough, damp ground under my bare feet. I was looking for the girl, but I couldn't find her. I heard footsteps and ran towards them. She was in front of me, running away. She kept going in the wrong direction. "Come back," I called, picking up my pace. Why would she run away? Suddenly I heard her cry out and tumble. I kept running and felt my feet slip from under me and I too was falling, my arms searching for anything to hold. My fingers desperately took hold on the jagged edge in front of me. I tentatively looked down and found her, Bree, also clinging to the side. We were both hanging from a cliff, where a bright red fire glowed beneath us. "Help me," she cried, the fire lapping at her heels. I watched helpless as she kicked her feet, trying to escape the flames. I began crying, tears streaming down my face as I feared for our safety. My fingers were slipping. I had no idea how to reach her. "I'm coming," I yelled, my voice echoing back. The flames were moving closer and closer to the girl. I should have felt heat from below, but instead there was only cold. I searched around me for an escape, away off of the cliff. Just above me, I saw a withered, aged root sticking out of the cliff. I dug my toes into the dirt, pushing myself upwards, struggling to reach the gnarled limb. I scratched and clawed, dirt filling my nails, finally making contact with the root. Just as I wrapped my fingers around its cold, rough surface, it transformed. The root reached out for me instead, its long tendrils enveloping my arm, pulling me swiftly to solid ground. Shocked, I realized it was no longer a root. It was a cool, porcelain hand clutching me tightly. I looked to find the source of the hand and found a man with erratic hair and glowing yellow eyes on the other end. "Edward," I choked, sobs filling my throat. I was sitting now, in a softer place, and could feel the warm tears flowing down my cheeks. In the darkness I felt him. I felt his cool breath washing over me. I felt the tips of his hair touching my forehead. I felt the warm tears being replaced by the icy trails of his fingertips as he wiped them away. I sighed as his thumb brushed across my bottom lip. I blinked and tried to unscramble the dark, looking for Edward. A sliver of light came from under the window shade and my eyes adjusted to give me a better view of my bedroom. No Edward. I sighed and lay back on my pillow and pulled my sticky shirt from my body. It was third day I'd had this dream. Or nightmare, I guess I would call it, and each time I awoke confused, covered in sweat and tears. The first one came the morning after Edward stayed the night, after Victoria had been in my home. I woke up on the couch, wrapped in a blanket. There was a note on the coffee table telling me he had to leave but that his security firm would be monitoring my apartment. Every day I woke up the same way, feeling the pressure of his thumb on my lip, his name on my tongue. I was sure he was there. The dream was so vivid. Every time Bree fell off the cliff, the gnarled root transformed into Edward's smooth arm, and when I looked into his eyes I could almost taste his cool breath on my face. I would run my tongue over my bottom lip looking for a trace of him but only found the salt of my tears. Lying on the bed I thought back to Friday night and Edward and our relationship. He was so hard to read. One minute I found myself comforted and the next not so much. When his fingers grasped the zipper on my hoodie and he asked me about his shirt, I felt this horrific moment coming. I feared the brooding, hostile, moody boss I had seen in the past. Instead, in that moment, as he leaned towards me, I felt this bolt of energy. The energy that shouts out, "Pay attention, look at me, warning, warning, turn back." It's the kind of energy that tells you to take a different path to work and you miss a huge pile up on your regular route. The energy tells you to change checkout lines at the grocery store right before the woman in front of you pulls out a thick envelope of coupons that stalls the line. The one when you are standing across a room, filled with dozens of people and you make eye contact with a really hot guy and things just click. When Edward was hovering over me, I knew I was getting a message but I wasn't able to decipher it. My breathing hitched and my face grew hot. My heart was pounding in my chest ready to burst. I was terrified to see the anger in his eyes. But there was no anger. Just the smooth skin of a gorgeous boy with deep soulful eyes. In fact, his eyes seemed pleased and his lips twitched, briefly, but they never revealed their true intent. I felt this pull, a nagging in my stomach, sending me conflicting signals. My instincts were confused. I had this immense discomfort with him so close but at the same time, I couldn't get close enough. He smelled so good. He was so beautiful. I just wanted to reach out and stroke his face. But, and it was a huge but, when he came so close to me, and reached out, I not only feared his anger, I feared him. I had the sudden overwhelming realization that I had made a very bad decision letting him in my home. Time stood still, as my mind and body argued over the intent of Edward Cullen. He dropped the zipper, took a deep swallow, and chuckled softly saying, "You know, that one was one of my favorites," before returning to his chair. Dazed by his proximity, I was relieved when he sat down and stammered, "I'm sorry. Really. And all of my other things were dirty." He grinned a little, putting me more at ease. Dirty. More than that. There he went, putting me at ease. Roller coaster. Anyway, I tried to find a replacement. But I'm having a hard time. I leaned my head back, drowsy, the adrenaline I felt moments ago tapped. He nodded and ran his fingers through his hair, before mumbling, "I'm sure you are." I rolled to my side, placing my hands under my cheek and closed my eyes for a moment. Sleep was taking over but I had so many questions and he was here, in front of me, willing to stay. I opened my eyes again and looked at him in my chair, beckoning me. I just wanted to know more. I wanted to know how he smelled like that, and how he got his hair so perfect, but those seem inappropriate on so many levels, so I blurted out, "Tell me about your shirt collection." He looked at me with those crazy gold eyes and said softly, "Another time, Isabella, you need to sleep." I felt my head nodding in agreement, and my last sight of the night was him, smiling at me from the chair. I thought about his face that night as I tried to shake off the remaining feelings from my nightmare. My arms shot out, stretching to the edges of the mattress, and I kicked the covers off my legs. It was Monday and I had to finally leave my apartment and face the real world, go to work. Things had changed between me and Edward over the weekend. He had called me several times after Friday night, and Alice even dropped by once to make sure I was okay. His tone was less formal, and I could hear the concern in his voice. I had to assure him I wouldn't leave without Angela and that all my doors and windows were locked. He promised that his security firm was watching, but no matter where I looked I didn't see them. I guess they were that good. I pulled open my shade and looked out into the dreary rainy morning. While watching countless hours of bad TV and rereading every book in the house, I had had time to think over the strange behavior of my boss. I was convinced that things were not exactly as they appeared. There was one thing I was sure of though, Edward Cullen was a mystery and I was dying to figure him out. An hour later I had my keys in one hand, coffee mug in the other, and was struggling to throw my bag over my shoulder and open the door. Using my elbow for leverage I managed to twist the knob enough to crack the door open. I pushed it the rest of the way with my foot and it flung back, crashing into the wall. "F.K., I muttered, knowing I must have made a dent in the wall. I peered behind the door and saw a dark scuff mark but no real damage. When I came back around I came face to face with him. Edward Cullen was in my hallway with a tense grin on his perfect face. "Good morning," he said, in his ridiculously charming voice. I stared at him for a moment trying to figure out what he was doing outside my apartment and how long he had been there. I must have stood there for too long because he spoke again. He hesitated for a moment, his eyes apprehensive. I wondered if you would like me to drive you to work. This is how the rest of my week unfolded. I would wake up, sticky with sweat, sobbing and reaching out to Edward in the dark. He caught me every time, pulling me off the cliff into his tight grip. I then prepared for work, opened my door, and he would be standing there waiting for me, hand out for my bag which he would carry to the car. We would sit, side by side, speaking only of the weather, current events or work. We avoided the subject of Victoria and why he was actually picking me up each day. I did learn several things about him though. One was that he drove dangerously fast, but he handled the car with ease, like he wasn't even trying. He was like a race car driver, anticipating the moves of the other drivers without a second thought. I found that I liked the speed, watching his hands maneuver the steering wheel and shift the gears. Another was that he liked to listen to classical music in the morning, soothing sometimes but furious pieces others. His tastes ran more contemporary in the evening, as though he relaxed some at the end of the day. I also found that he changed his cars with his mood or habits. He had several, 3 in the garage at his townhouse, but I suspected more from the way he spoke of them. He loved his cars, his eyes growing energetic when I asked him about them. On the days he had to go into his office, dressed in a crisp suit and tie, he would drive his silver Volvo, shiny and clean, with lightly tinted windows. The interior was pristine, the leather soft and cool to the touch. Other days, when he was more cosily dressed, prepared to work from home, he would arrive in his SUV. When I asked about it, I was forced to listen to a 20-minute lecture about how it was the new Lexus hybrid, unavailable to the public until later this year. Apparently, between the car and the fluorescent lighting, it was clear Edward was very concerned about our Earth's natural resources. Then his third car, which I'd never seen him drive, was tucked away in the corner of the garage. It was an old black convertible that was obviously well cared for and loved, but I wasn't sure where or when he drove it. It was Thursday, Volvo Day apparently, and I decided to ask him about it specifically. Tell me about your other car, the convertible. It seems a little inappropriate for this type of climate. He laughed a little and said, Isabella, there is no such thing as appropriate or inappropriate when it comes to a classic. I suppressed a sigh. He was so fracking cute when he was happy. I forced an eye roll at him and asked, fine, what kind of car is it anyway? His looked over at me, gauging whether or not I really wanted to know. His eyes bore into mine and his body relaxed, comfortable for once. It was one of those moments that if he wasn't gay I would think he liked me. I raised my eyebrows in encouragement and he said, it's a 1968 Plymouth Belvedere GTX. I had no idea what that was, and it must have been apparent because he laughed again, the sparkle in his eyes as he went on to explain how it was known as the gentleman's muscle car, and how it has some kind of enormous engine. Called the Commando or something. As he spoke I realized how much I loved hearing him talk about the things that interested him. He knew so much about art and music. He could fix my computer or printer when it annoyingly decided to not to work. And this, the talk about cars. He looked like a little boy in a candy shop. How come you never pick me up in it? I asked, envisioning his wild hair whipping in the wind, his arm resting on the edge of the door. It took him a moment to answer, but finally he shrugged and said, I don't know. I don't really drive it anymore. His tone changed slightly, sounding sad, so I attempted to veer this back in the right direction. How did you get it? It looks like it is good condition, isn't that rare? I asked, curious as to how he acquired his many collectibles. He became oddly quiet for a moment, his brow furrowing slightly at the question. I couldn't imagine why, since it should easy to answer. I've had it for some time. Taking care of cars in our family is not really an issue. He said softly. I laughed a little, looking down at my fingers laced together on my lap. You couldn't have had it for that long. Contrary to the way you act sometimes, you're not really all that old, you know. I said, making a face at him. He grimaced a bit and studied my face before saying, it's complicated. We've had it in our family since it was new. It was Carlyle's. He gave it to me, when I was old enough to drive. He looked away at that last part, not meeting my eyes. I'd wondered before if it upset him to talk about his family. He and Alice seemed close, and Jasper as well, but he rarely mentioned any other members of the family. I reached over and placed my hand on his arm, feeling the soft fabric of his suit. That's really nice. That he did that for you. I told him, gently rubbing his arm a little. He glanced at my hand from the corner of his eye and mumbled something about, "Yes, it was," and continued to keep his eyes forward. I moved my hand and placed it back in my lap, wondering how he had gone from happily talking about his passion to closing off so quickly. We spent the rest of the ride quiet, the only sound from the speakers of Edward's classical choice of the day. I thought about how no matter how many steps ahead I took with him I always pushed it too far and we slid back into the same uncomfortable place from before. EPOV. After 5 days you would think I would be used to it. The trembling, the sobs, the sound of my name as it quivered over her lips. Each time, against my better judgment, I reached out and wiped the tears from her face and brushed my thumb across her thick bottom lip. The first morning had been by invitation. My being there, that is. She had asked me to stay, to keep her company after having her home violated by Victoria. I agreed, of course. It was my duty to stay and protect her. After all, it was my fault she was in this situation in the first place. That night she didn't try to hide her fear and it pained me to watch her cry, to worry and spill tears over Victoria and by default, James. I had promised her I would keep her safe and there was no decision I had ever made that I felt more strongly about. She was so tired and sleepy, her eyes barely staying open, and when she shifted on the sofa to get more comfortable I saw my shirt under her jacket. My eyes narrowed and fire licked the back of my throat. Mine. The thought rumbled in my chest, transforming feelings of sympathy to desire as I considered her wearing my shirt again. She was so spirited and independent, and where I would have had emotions of rage weeks before I now was impressed by her tenacity. Following her lead, I decided to push the boundaries a bit and took the opportunity to ask her to call me by my first name. She accepted, happily, and then I did the unthinkable. I moved so close to her and reached out, and tugged ever so gently on her zipper, revealing my favorite shirt underneath. I inhaled her scent, distracted momentarily by the fact she was closer than ever before, our circumstances almost intimate. My need for her blood had subsided a bit. I was desensitizing after spending so much time with her, but in his moment I easily could have slipped. The venom filled my mouth as her skin flushed pink and her heartbeat turned erratic. But my other side prevailed and I choked back the poison and made a joke of it, thinking the whole time how the predator in me felt a small victory anyway. I may not be able to take her as an animal, but as a human, a male, she was wearing my clothing, which had its own meaning of dominance. That night I watched her for hours, her deep sleep eventually turning restless as she twitched and tossed about the couch. I bent over her, wondering if I should wake her, when she sat up, still asleep, and called out into the darkness, "Edward." I reached out to her and touched her. A blaze of fire ran up my fingertip and I knew I had to leave. Which I did, but I was back that night, after she and Angela were in bed, and I repeated this trend over the next week. I realized now, after all of these days, my watching over her was completely out of control. Since Victoria's break-in I couldn't stay away. I wanted to be near her, hear her heartbeat and analyze the words that came from her mind in her sleep. I was so unaccustomed to this type of attraction it had become consuming. In some ways it was the most disturbing thing I had ever done, but in others, it was the most normal. After over 100 years I felt something for someone and it was truly exhilarating. Of course it was futile, and she could never know. I had already put her life in enough danger as it was. So I took liberties that were inappropriate, and illegal, not to mention possibly bordering on perverted, but I didn't really care. Because every morning, as dawn broke through her window, I heard her call for me, and it filled my empty heart with a sliver of hope. So I tempted fate and rubbed her lip, wishing more desperately each day it was my mouth upon hers, and fled before she fully woke up. BPOV. Today was a Volvo day and I was sitting alone in the townhouse completing the jobs left for me by Edward. He had left early to go into the office, his real office, to take care of some business for the trust. He seemed so busy already, and then you added his obsessive need to drive me to and from work. I had no idea how he had any downtime. He assured me he was fine, so I let it go, just happy to have someone around just in case something happened. The doorbell rang as I was working on the computer and I disengaged the alarm system to open the door for the postman, who had a thick package I needed to sign for. After he left I realized the envelope was addressed to Pacific Northwest Trust, with confidential stamped across the front in bold red letters. Edward usually didn't get paperwork addressed to the trust here, so I took a moment to call his office to find out what I should do. Pacific Northwest Trust, Mr. Cullen's office, the voice on the other end of the line said. Hi, this is Bella Swan, Mr. Cullen's assistant. I think I have some paperwork at the house that may need to be at the office. I explained and described the envelope to her. You're probably right. I can send a courier over to pick it up this afternoon, she told me. I thought about it for a minute and looked at my watch, assessing the time. I needed to pick up Edward's mail and take care of some other errands before he returned anyway, so I said, you know, I'm going out this afternoon anyway, I'll just drop it by then. I hung up the phone, secretly excited to see Edward in his work environment. I'd never seen him with anyone other than his family, and I was intrigued to see how he behaved with other people. An hour later I was pulling Edward's SUV into the underground parking garage and pulled in one of the spots reserved for guests of PNT. Edward had given me permission to drive his cars while he was out since I didn't have my own. I wasn't entirely comfortable behind the wheel of his super expensive, top-of-the-line cars, but I really had no other choice. I walked by the Volvo, parked in the space closest to the elevator, and I quickly pushed the button once I reached the doors. The shadowy darkness of the garage was making me uncomfortable, but before the panic could fully take over, the doors slid open and I stepped inside. I looked at my reflection in the mirrored elevator doors as I rode to the top floor to the PNT offices. I was wearing cream-colored capris, with a royal blue versus neck, cap-sleeved shirt. I had on brown clogs and my hair was pulled back into a loose ponytail at the nape of my neck. I was probably underdressed for his office, but since I was only dropping off the package I figured it wouldn't be a problem. The elevator chimed and on the other side of the doors was a beautiful, open reception area. The floors, hardwood, were a deep reddish brown, and the walls were adorned with beautiful artwork. One wall was solid glass, obviously tinted to keep the glare out. There was a magnificent view of the city that stretched all the way to the water. The space had a very open floor plan with offices divided by large glass walls, so each employee was visible to the reception area. There were large vases of yellow and white flowers brightening the open space, and filling the room with a fragrant light, soapy-smelling scent. I walked in clutching the package and stopped at the curved front desk occupied by an attractive woman in her early 60s or so. She had on tortoise-shell half-glasses and her hair was grayish blonde, elegantly styled. Busy on the phone, she gestured for me to sit and wait until she was done. I found a chair by the windows and I scanned the room, my eyes eventually falling on Edward, in a large office, sitting at his desk. He was wearing the suit she had seen him in that morning, his tie still perfect, his shirt crisp. His face was smooth and he had a professional air about him, but as he bent over, writing with nimble fingers, I realized he looked so young, like a boy sitting at his father's desk. A young, attractive man in a suit and tie approached his office. I watched as he knocked gently on Edward's door. Without looking up, Edward waved him in and the man tentatively walked towards him, stopping several feet away from the desk. Their interaction was fascinating and I was completely absorbed watching them. Edward never looked up but continued to scribble on the paper in front of him, even at one point lifting his hand and retrieving a folder from his employee. It was almost as though he was able to anticipate his moves without seeing them. I considered this for a moment, thinking of the times Edward seemed to appear from nowhere or had startled me. I always thought it was my clumsiness or unobservant behavior, but watching him here made me realize this was not the case. I had no clue though how he did it, but he seemed to have some awareness about him. I studied the two men in the office, Edward calm and nonchalant, the other shifting on his feet, clasping and unclasping his hands nervously. After a second, Edward must have dismissed him and he left the office, quickly and looking a little distressed. "Can I help you?" I heard and pulled my attention away from Edward and looked at the receptionist. I stood up and walked over to her desk. "Yes, I'm Bella Swan. I called earlier about the package for Edward." She looked at me quizzically, glanced at me over her glasses. "Edward?" I nodded, holding the package out to her. I looked in his direction and found him staring back at me, the corner of his mouth barely turned upward. Before I could smile in return, his eyes shifted, causing his face to become neutral. I followed his gaze and realized he was looking at the receptionist, who was watching both of us intently. Mr. Cullen. I'm his personal assistant," I responded under her scrutiny. Of course, I was just taken back by the familiarity. she said, again looking at me with too much concentration. I peeked at Edward from the corner of my eye and he hadn't moved. He was simply watching me talk to his receptionist, with a concentrated look on his face. I rolled my eyes at him and lifted my hand to wave, breaking his focus, and he awkwardly waved back. His eyes darted around once more and I realized that a small group of office workers had paused and were attempting to discreetly watch Edward and I interact through his glass wall. Decidedly he picked up his phone and pressed a button. At that moment the reception phone rang and she picked it up. Startled by the noise I turned towards the sound and the woman, surprise in her eyes, said, "Mr. Cullen would like for me to show you to his office." EPOV. Working as the chief executive officer of a large financial trust was a large undertaking. For a human, that is. For a vampire posing as a human, it was just a necessity. I enjoyed it to a degree. It was definitely better than being in high school indefinitely. My job consisted primarily of meetings and paperwork, reviewing numbers and making sure the funds we had available for different programs were being distributed correctly. All of these were things I could do very quickly, a month's worth of work in a day or two. But, in an effort to appear normal, I had to pace myself and maintain a public image not to arouse suspicion. I had assembled a very capable team of employees. They all had extensive background checks, most were young, hard workers, looking for a rung on the corporate ladder. I paid them well to work for me for several years and then I encouraged them to look to bigger and better things. They were compensated well for their discretion and professionalism and things generally went well. The human workers were all the same to me, all part of the facade to protect my other life, my real life. I tuned them out most of the time, although I knew they thought I was odd, but they could chalk my differences up to being eccentric, wealthy, or a genius. Occasionally I plucked words from their minds like, antisocial, egotistical, self-righteous, or idiot savant, but nothing truly harmful, and all of these things were better than the truth. In the end, it didn't matter to me as long as they performed well and minded their own business. There were other thoughts, of course, from my female employees. When meeting me they were all in awe of my physical form. They whispered to one another in the break room, made pointed gestures or comments when my back was turned. I made a habit to ignore them all and none of them ever pushed it too far, either being intimidated professionally or sensing the danger underneath my attractive exterior. I can confess that Isabella isn't the first one to question my say-ability, but she is the first to say it to my face, which of course only endeared her to me further. If one was to ask an employee about their boss, Edward Cullen, they would have nothing interesting to say other than he is a dedicated, hard worker and committed to PNT. I gave them little to go on. And they expected nothing more. It was the perfect relationship. On this day, like all others at PNT, I was alone in my office working on some papers, waiting for a meeting later in the afternoon. The office is quiet, a peaceful environment designed by Esme years ago. We had decided the open floor plan, bright yet tinted windows, to keep the sunlight from betraying me, and visible offices spaces would minimize secrets and keep questions at bay. So far it had worked very well. I should have known the minute she stepped off the elevator. I detected her heartbeat but determined I was imagining things, wishfully thinking. I pushed the pulsing beat down but then I heard it, her name, and her voice filling the regularly dull atmosphere with music. My first reaction was fear, concern for her being here, if she was in some kind of trouble. But her heartbeat was calm and her expression normal, so everything must be fine. Once that passed I realized with a sense of terror that my carefully crafted worlds were colliding. Everything at PNT was in order. My staff, my routine, every little thing had its place here just like it did in my home. But now, Isabella, who had entrenched herself into my other life, was now here and I wasn't sure how to handle it. I looked at her just as she was turning to me and for a moment our eyes met. Brief but electric, I lost my composure for sure. I wasn't the only one who'd noticed. My receptionist, Joyce, was watching us, shifting her eyes back and forth. She commented on Isabella's familiarity with me, by using my first name. Joyce was more observant than I gave her credit for. I shouldn't be surprised. She was the oldest employee I had, but I needed someone I could fully trust to work close to me in the office. Joyce needed the job and was old enough not to be interested in me romantically. Too many young women had watched fanciful movies where the powerful executive swept the secretary off their feet, whisking them away to a life of luxury and love. I scoffed at the thought and was pleased that with Joyce this was not a concern. Isabella shrugged it off, making a face and waved at me, forcing me to respond the same. I groaned internally at the realization this woman compelled my human nature at all times. A hand wave to some was second nature, but to me it was a break in pattern, which normally would have set me on edge, but with her it was all I could do not to burst through the glass wall to stand by her side. I lifted the phone handle and called Joyce's desk, and when she answered I said, "Joyce, please send Ms. Swan into my office," because she was here and there was nothing more that I wanted than to be with her, even just for a moment. I opened the door and ushered her in, offering her a seat, and asked, "Are you okay?" Nothing happened, did it? Confusion filled her face for a moment and she shook her head. "No, everything is fine. Something was delivered to the house by mistake, so I brought it in. I didn't mean to worry you." I looked at her sitting across from me, ignoring the sly looks from the employees who suddenly became very interested in the area near my office, and frowned. "We have couriers, you know, you didn't have to come down here." She smiled and said, "I didn't mind. I was out anyway. Plus, I wanted to see where you worked. It is an amazing office, beautiful, but I guess I wouldn't expect less." The room was filled with her glorious aroma. I had the entire office filled with flowers, freesia, to replicate her scent. I told myself I was doing it to desensitize myself, but it was really so I could surround myself with something that reminded me of her. But now, with her actually in my office, I realized nothing compared to the real thing. Ked back the venom, less this time, and nodded thanks. I was speechless and completely out of my element. Talking to her in my home or in the car was one thing, but having her here in my office, in front of other people, was more than overwhelming. I was very aware of how close I had let her get to me compared to anyone else. "I had to drive your car to get here. Are you sure you're okay with that?" she asked, biting her lower lip hesitantly. My eyes were drawn to her lip, to her teeth, but I forced myself to respond, "No, I told you that I would rather you be safe driving back and forth to work with me." I made a small face at her. "Plus, you know how I feel about your car. I'm not convinced it's reliable." She twisted her face a bit and sat up a little straighter before saying, "My car is perfectly fine. Not all of us can afford to drive around in yet to be released extravagant automobiles." I fought back a smile. I had found I really liked it when she was upset. Her face flushed and her heart beat quicker. She was almost irresistible. I caught myself provoking her on more than one occasion just to see what reaction I would get. So far, she had yet to let me down. I watched as recognition registered in her eyes, aware now that I was picking on her, and she puffed her cheeks and lips out in a pout. I smirked back, leaning my elbows on my desk. "Wow, look at that. I told Nancy he wasn't gay. What I would give to have him look at me that way." This thought slipped through my consciousness from an employee in the outer office who had a full view of our interaction. I searched through her mind quickly, settling on what she could see with her own eyes. In her mind, Isabella and I were both leaning towards one another, like two magnets, inching closer and closer. The smiles on our faces and the comfort in our body language was apparent. "I don't care what anyone says, that girl is more than a personal assistant for sure." She was right, I knew this. Somewhere along the line, Isabella and I had passed the position of employee to employer and had moved somewhere else. I settled into my seat, intentionally ignoring the outside voices, and focused all of my attention on the beautiful woman in front of me. I listened to her questions and thoughts, answering where appropriate, and wondered exactly where it was that our relationship had moved and what was I going to do about it. I was sitting in the SUV. Causal day, of course. Edward was next to me in jeans and one of his t-shirts, Ben Folds, and a lightweight jacket. The funny thing about Edward was that although he was so private, so quiet, his behaviors were predictable, which made me often feel a false sense of familiarity. We were quiet in the car, occasionally discussing some work that he needed me to do at his house. During one of the quiet spells, his phone vibrated in a shelf by the stereo. He glanced at it quickly and pressed the mute button, ignoring the call. He looked over at me and shrugged. I returned his gesture with a smile and said, "What are you working on today?" Shifting his eyes to the road, he answered, "I have some research to do. I'm a little behind on all the newspapers you have been bringing home for me, and I need to go through some things. So I'll probably be locked in my study all day." I studied the side of his face. His jaw was long and angular. I was completely fascinated by the fact his jaw and face had perfect symmetry. His cheeks were smooth and I noted he never looked like he needed to shave regardless of the time of day. Of course, knowing Edward, he probably shaved and showered often to keep germs at bay. His phone vibrated and he clicked it off again, not even bothering to look at the number. Although I didn't expect an answer, I quirked an eyebrow at him in question, wondering who he was. Avoiding. Seeing my expression, he sighed and said, "It's my family." I furrowed my brow a little, trying to follow his thought. "And you don't want to talk to them?" I stated, because that much was obvious. He hesitated, clenching and unclenching his grip on the steering wheel. "No, not now," he said vaguely. I kept my mouth shut, not pushing further because I was still testing my limits. I found that Edward was more likely to share information about himself if you just listened, rather than if you pushed. His mouth opened and shut once or twice, and as he began to speak, his phone vibrated once more. We both looked down at the phone and he groaned a bit, before flipping it open and pressing the receive button. Through gritted teeth he said into the phone, "Hi." Suddenly the car became very small and I attempted to make myself busy for a moment by reaching into my bag and pretending to look for something. This lasted about 1 minute before I realized I had 8 pens from my desk stashed in my purse. He listened for a moment to the swift-moving voice on the other end and said, "No." He managed, quite amazingly, to keep one hand on the wheel and the other on the phone, yet still have that hand pinching the bridge of his nose while he listened to the voice on the other end. I was marveling at his impressive motor skills when I heard him say in an exasperated tone, "No. You know that is not acceptable." Running his hand from his nose up through his hair, he glanced towards me quickly and said, "Fine. I'll be there in a couple of hours." He closed the phone and placed it back in the cubby. The car was silent and tense after that. Edward turned up the music and I stared out the window, wondering if I had forced that issue. I felt like he answered the phone because of me, and now it appeared he had to do something he didn't want to. I didn't ask because, again, it just wasn't my place to ask. He cleared his throat and said, "So, I won't be home today after all." Obviously. I nodded, understanding this from his side of the phone call. I gave him a weak smile and said, "I'm sorry. You knew better than to answer the call and you only answered because of me." His knuckles flexed white on the wheel and he said, "No. Not really." I was avoiding the inevitable. It was only a matter of time. I didn't understand his words, but it was all he gave me, so I let it go. We approached his neighborhood and he drove down the back alley to his garage, his hand swiftly reaching up to press the garage door opener. He pulled in but didn't close it behind him as I expected. He walked me into the kitchen, and as I put away my lunch, leaning into the refrigerator, "Isabella," he said, and I turned towards him. "I left the list on your desk. But just so you know, Alice will be here in 45 minutes. You're welcome to ignore her," he said with a tense smile. I studied his face. He looked defeated and tired, two things I'd never noticed on him before. I took a step towards him and asked, "Is it really that bad?" "Going home." He closed the distance, marginally, but it was there. We stood across from one another and I searched for his eyes, bending over a little, since they were cast down. I waited, and when he finally met my own, they looked darker, stressed, yet they still held an odd allure for me. When he spoke, it came out unwavering. "Going home isn't bad, Isabella. Going home, for me, is simply hard." With that he nodded and turned on his heel, leaving me, in the wake of his distinct scent, filled once again with more questions than answers. Alice showed up 30 minutes later with a hot cup of coffee from my favorite cafe. She let herself in the back door, having both a key and a garage door opener. "That was fast," I said, taking a sip of the steaming drink. "Edward Said, 45 minutes, and you stopped to get this." She smiled at me. I may have left a little earlier than he thought. Leaning back on the counter, I eyed her suspiciously and asked, "So you knew he would go home before he did?" Alice shrugged. "Edward is a bit predictable." I nodded at this, having had the same thought earlier. She continued, "I knew Carlisle was calling him today, so I decided to go ahead and come down. Edward can say no to me or Emmett, but not to Carlisle." She grinned. "Plus, I'm rarely wrong about these kinds of things, not to mention I wanted to come see you anyway." I smiled at this idea, the one that Alice wanted to be my friend and I wanted to be her friend too. I told her I had some work to do at my desk, and to my dismay she said she needed to tackle Edward's closet. This idea made me uncomfortable at best. Really? I don't know Alice. He is going to be really pissed at me if he comes home and you messed with his stuff. I told her, imagining looking at his angry, creased face after I already made him cave to the phone call this morning. Bella, Edward is my brother and he loves me. And I am in charge of his wardrobe. Has he not told you this? She said, tilting her head a little in question. Her hips swayed a little, making her sundress shift side to side. I stared her down, arms crossed and everything, in an attempt to stop this before it got too far. It was futile of course, since she was all tiny and bouncing, her eyes twinkling with glints of gold, making me want to do whatever she asked. I sighed and said, fine. But you're taking the blame for it. Understand? She nodded enthusiastically and bolted up the stairs. An hour later we were knee-deep in all the clothing Alice deemed unacceptable, and were now sorting them into classics, which we would put in storage, and never again, which would get donated to the luckiest Goodwill store in Washington. I looked over at Alice, who was meticulously removing and sorting the photos in the wardrobe books. She was very much like Edward, graceful hands, quick movements. It was surprising they were not blood-related. Breaking the quiet, I said, Edward told me about you all being adopted by your parents. It sounds nice. I groaned internally at this lame comment because being adopted and in foster care I'm sure was anything but nice. Alice never stopped her task but said, yes. We were all really lucky. Carlisle and Esme were really wonderful to take us in. But you know, they understand. They were both alone at one point as well. I shook my head, no. He didn't tell me that. He only told me how you and Jasper were lucky to have found one another and your other brother and sister too. That after the difficulties you had faced it was nice to find someone who understood. I was pushing it, I was sure. But I had so many questions. Questions Edward would never answer. She paused physically and verbally for a moment, seeming to consider her next comment carefully. I looked down at the shirt I was folding, taking care to keep the edges clean even though it was going in the charity box. I kept my eyes down as I heard Alice begin to speak, letting her choose if she wanted to share whatever it was on her mind. When Carlisle found each of us, we were all damaged in our own ways. Each of us had suffered in our earlier lives. Abandoned, abused or orphaned. Carlisle showed us a new way of life. It has bonded us together in ways you couldn't understand. I looked up at her and sat on my heels. I gave her a reassuring smile which she returned. Taking a deep breath I said, can I ask a question about Edward? Yes, you can ask, although I can't promise to answer. She answered carefully. I picked up another shirt and smoothed it on the floor, pushing out the creases. Alice waited patiently as I formed my question. If you all are so close, then why does he spend so much time avoiding you? I know you're aware he dodges your calls and hesitates to have you visit. I've only met you and Jasper. No one else has come to the house. She nodded and said, yes, we know he avoids us. Edward had to make some difficult choices in his life in order to survive. It is hard on him to be around us, all married and together. He's never had that. He loves us. But he can't live with us. I furrowed my brow a little as her words sunk in. What do you mean, he's never had that? She grimaced a bit and took a deep breath. Look, he will kill me if he knows I told you, and he will probably find out as secrets are non-existent in our family. I felt my eyes go wide, wondering if I should hear what she was preparing to tell me but not having the guts to tell her no. I wanted to hear it. After Edward's parents died, relationships became very hard for him. He has never truly connected with anyone outside our family, although he has attempted to. After being unsuccessful with outside relationships, he carefully orchestrated his life to keep people away. He has been afraid to open himself up to the possibilities of what could be. Intrigued, I said, but Alice, he is really great. I know at first he is all hostile and scary, but once you get past it he is really quite charming. I noticed her eyebrow rose slightly at that comment, so I quickly added, you know, some guy is really going to be lucky to have him one day. I stood up and took some empty hanger back to the racks to use later. My back was to Alice and I knew my face was bright red. I hated to admit it, but I was finding myself more and more attracted to Edward every day, which was wrong on so many levels. The greatest was the fact he was my boss. Then there was the problem of him being gay. The whole thing made me feel pathetic and embarrassed. I heard Alice shift behind me, the tension in the cluttered closet escalated from my discomfort. Bella, I'm going to tell you something because my brother is possibly the most stubborn and disciplined person you will ever meet. He takes everything to the extreme and nothing will ever make him change his mind once he sets it. I took a deep breath, listening to the clank of metal against metal as I placed the hangers on the rack. I couldn't help but wonder what on earth she could want to tell me and why she felt the need to continue this conversation. Did she know I was attracted to him? This whole situation was horrifying. I had no choice but to just deny any attraction or feelings for Edward. I would let her say whatever it was she had on her mind and we would laugh at his need for a date with some ridiculously hot guy and we would move on. Bracing myself, I turned and found her right behind me looking up into my eyes. "Bella, there is something about my brother you need to know," she said in a very serious tone. My face was still annoyingly hot but I nodded, encouraging her to continue. "Edward is not gay." "Edward is not gay." Oh. I tossed these words around a couple of times as Alice stood in front of me with a mixture of concern and anticipation on her face. It was possible she thought I was having a seizure because I had no idea what to say about the information she had just shared. "Edward is not gay. Edward is not gay." Of course he was. "Alice, Edward told me he was gay," I corrected. Both her perfectly arched eyebrows rose and she said, "No. From what I understand you accused him of being gay and he didn't deny it." I gaped at her and said, "But, what man doesn't deny he's gay if he isn't gay?" She smirked and laughed. "Welcome to the world of Edward Cullen. Tickets to the freak show are on your left." I felt my face grow hotter than before and I found myself cross-legged on the ground. When I spoke next it was a tad strangled and embarrassed. "Okay, if he isn't gay. Then what is he? Because there is something definitely not normal about your brother." She sat down in front of me and said quietly, "You're right. He's not normal. He is sweet, and a gentleman, and he cares so much about his family to the point it pains him. He works non-stop and takes on more than he should." She paused and looked me straight in the eye and continued, "And he is alone, and lonely and he puts up barriers so he won't get hurt." I nodded, pretending to understand but not quite sure I knew what she was telling me. She must have sensed this because she said, "Bella, you're the first person in many years who has broken down his shell and even seen there is something behind the exterior." I swallowed hard and nervously pushed my hair behind my ear. "What does that mean, Alice?" "He's my boss. And yes, I do like him, I really do, but what do you want me to do?" Leaning close enough to me that I could smell her sweet perfume she said pleaded, "I need you to be his friend. No matter what happens, or what he tells you, or things you may see or hear, just always be his friend." She was so serious and so entirely desperate that I could do nothing but nod my head and agree. To what I had no idea, but I had apparently just bound myself to Edward and he didn't even know it. EPOV. The grass and rocks crunched under the wheels of my car as I drove the familiar path towards my family home. As I wove through the woods I attempted to collect my thoughts before I saw the others. I'd moved away from the family almost 20 years earlier. I had been desperate, depressed, angry and lost. It'd been coming for some time and although I was able to hide it from most of the family, eventually a series of events forced me from the home and into the real world on my own. At first I traveled, visiting the places I had been before: Chicago, Rochester, New York, New Orleans, various places in Europe and Asia. It was in these anonymous cities that I began my quiet vigilante work. But this only made me detach more and I realized after living with a coven for so long I was actually used to companionship more than I would have thought. So I approached Carlyle, who was living with the family in Denali, and asked for his advice and blessing to live near, but not with the family. He agreed wholeheartedly, and when I read his mind it was clear he would do anything I wanted as long as it made me happy. Which only made it harder, but I was resolved. The last move the family made was back to Forks, and at that time I moved to Seattle, which really wasn't far at all, and began living my separate life. I laid the ground rules quickly. No unannounced visits, no peeking into my future. They could call and I could visit or ask them to come to me if I wanted, but for a long time I didn't. I just needed time alone. The first couple of years in Seattle proved difficult for both Alice and Esme. They tended to dote and hover about me as though I was a child. I was firm, even though it pained me as well, and we eventually fell into a comfortable existence. Jasper understood, having lived on his own for many years, and he helped Alice transition. My older brother Emmett struggled with my choice but was supportive, as he always was. He just missed me. Rose, of course, wasn't happy with my decision, but that was no surprise. To her it was one more rejection, evidence that she wasn't good enough for me, but this was far from the truth. I wasn't good enough for them. 20 years, countless false documents, and several career changes later, I had evolved into a noted CEO during the daytime with a side job helping those in need and keeping the monsters at bay. I never would have predicted this path. Alice probably would have if I had let her, but I actually enjoyed the spontaneity of actually living life. I pulled my car up to the front of the house and realized it was unrealistic to think things could continue with such ease. Because until recently everything was smooth, in place and under control. Until Bella Swan entered our lives and James got sloppy. Things were getting complicated, fast, which was why I had to come home to Forks and to my family. This was no longer just about me. I sat across from Carlisle in his study, completely still, communicating the way we had for many years. So this vampire, James, he knows all about our family and you in particular. I nodded. He was tracking you, while you were tracking him. No, apparently he was following me for some time before I noticed him at all. We were quiet for a while as Carlisle wrapped his head around the information. James concerned him for several reasons. One was clearly my safety and that of the family. The other was his actions, the murders and possible abductions. In the middle of your confrontation he claimed you have something of his. Again I confirmed this with a quick nod. He leaned back in his seat, elbow on the arm of the chair, and placed his chin in his hand. His owned hair was the same as it had been 300 years earlier, and I noted his eyes were very gold, which meant he had just eaten. Carlisle never took chances with his hunger since he worked at the hospital. He and I were similar in the fact we pushed ourselves, but we went about it in different ways. He strived to be better. I only strived to be stronger. What do you think this thing is? I shrugged and said, I have no idea. When he said it he flashed on a memory of long rows of beds, the lighting was horrible. The whole thing felt very institutional. But you don't think it's Bella, the thing you have that he wants? Ah, there we have it. Good job Carlisle, slipping it in when I wasn't expecting it. I gave him a pointed look and said, no. Isabella, unfortunately, is icing on the cake. I waited for the next wave of questions, not prepared in any way to answer them. As I'm sure you know, Alice has told us about Bella. I rolled my eyes and said, I'm sure she did. I'm also sure it has caused a bit of amusement around here. He gave me a guilty grin and said out loud, maybe a little, but that has not been the main topic concerning her. I raised my eyebrows at him, waiting for him to explain further. Some of us were wondering how much she knew. And exactly what are your intentions? I knew he hated asking this, but it was necessary. I would have demanded it as well, but it didn't keep the rage from boiling inside. I knew they would want to take her from me. To keep her from me. There was no way I was letting this happen. She knows nothing. Not yet, but with the James situation it is hard. I hate lying to her. I said, unsure if I should reveal myself to him. This time he raised his brow at me and said, your intentions, Edward. What are they? I paused and looked around the room. I saw the collections of books, the paintings on the wall, some hundreds of years old. I was able to see myself in here, the way I collected the same things, trying to remember my place in this world. Something that proved I was here. Carlisle had his medicine, a lifetime of work, several lifetimes. I had only just begun to make my mark. But the difference between us was even deeper. He had Esme. He had found her when she was human and years later had the opportunity to change her. He knew she was the one even before she was available to him. Not only did Carlisle save Esme after she flung herself from the cliff in desperation. She in turn saved him. She showed him not only support and companionship, but she gave him love. The most human of all emotions. I braced myself, knowing I could lie to the others and lie to myself, but never Carlisle. I looked at him, eyed a golden eye, companions for nearly 100 years, and said the only thing I could. I'm not sure how, but I intend to make her mine. I walked down the wide stairway from the second floor down to the main level of the house in Forks. The house was quiet, although Carlisle was still upstairs and I knew Emmett and Jasper were engaged in a chess game in the living room. I took some time to wander the house, stopping eventually in the music room, where the sleek, black piano was centered in the room. I looked at it for a long time, drawn for the first time in many years, my fingers actually itching to play. I shoved them in my pants pockets and glanced around the room, at the large windows and open rooms feeling exposed. You know, she polishes it every week and tunes it once a month just in case. I didn't respond. I couldn't be what they wanted me to be. An image of Isabella flashed before my eyes and my fingers twitched again, aching to run over the keys. I wondered if I couldn't be what they wanted me to be, could I be what she needed me to be? How are you doing it? How do you resist? I shrugged and said, how did Rose resist killing you when she brought you to Carlisle? Emmett was silent, his mind wrapping around my words. Finally he said, but she's human, Edward, how does that even work? Isn't it unnatural? I've never desired a human for than more food. But that's the thing. You and Esme were both human when you were found. Yet they were drawn to you anyway and saved you. I justified. But this girl, she's not dying. She doesn't need saving. I looked at Emmett now, hulking in size, simple in thought, living in a world of black and white. True. But the only reason she is alive now is because of me. And I promised her I would keep her safe. Which, trust me, is almost a full-time job. I said, grimacing. Emmett's eyes narrowed and a mischievous grin slid across his face. So, Jasper says she's pretty. That helps, huh, with the not killing. I glared at him for a second and he spoke again thoughtfully. I guess this explains a lot though, he said, and I quirked an eyebrow in question, leery of where this was going. He continued, I mean, if you were waiting all these years for a human to fall for, then the whole Tanya's situation finally makes much more sense. My hands fisted at my side, yet I tried to remain calm. Emmett was venturing into a deadly area as far as I was concerned. And he knew it. With a final smirk he said, with vampire speed, because if you were looking for a damsel in distress, like your new little girlfriend, no wonder that whole thing blew up. Tanya is no damsel, well, I wouldn't know of course, but... And he was gone, the back door slamming before I reached it, Emmett already deep in the woods behind the house as I reached the edge of the clearing, hot on his trail. Hours later I tried to ignore Jasper as he fiddled with the knobs and buttons on my car stereo. He was riding back to the city with me so he could meet up with Alice. I wished I was alone so I could process the afternoon, but I wasn't so lucky. He was currently trying to figure out how to open the conversation with me about my meeting with Carlisle. He mentally ran though a variety of questions and I finally broke down and asked him, what do you want to know, Jasper? He smiled to let me know I fell right into his trap and said, what did Carlisle say? I looked at him from the corner of my eye and ignored the image of Isabella in his mind, which was the real question he had. He said we were going to have to be very careful with this James situation. I proceeded to tell Jasper that Carlisle and I had discussed the Volturi and my agreement with them. They were fully aware of my activities, including the vigilantism and safekeeping. As long as I kept a low profile, they didn't really care what I was doing and even encouraged it somewhat since our ideas of peacekeeping were similar. Unfortunately, James wasn't low profile. Carlisle suggested I contact them as soon as possible to make sure the lines of communication were clear and to let them know we had things under control. Carlisle was still on good terms with his friends in Italy and I had promised to maintain this relationship. You haven't heard anything else from James though, right? He asked. I shook my head. No, things have been really quiet. I haven't heard of any murders or abductions. The police are still completely confused and are clearly trying to keep the information out of the press because there has been little or nothing reported lately. But they haven't gone to Bella's again? He asked, and again I shook my head. Jasper nodded in approval and asked me how patrolling was going. I had been completely slack on this and I suspected he felt my guilt. Because of this I was forced to admit to him I had been spending my evenings at Isabella's. Feeling defensive I said, she's been having nightmares and I felt the need to stay close. The look on his face told me he wasn't buying my excuse. I ignored him for a while after that until his thoughts became louder and sharper. How are you going to handle this? I mean, Edward, she thinks you're gay. And even if she doesn't, you're a vampire. A vampire. She's pretty cool but no one is that cool. I snapped my head towards him. What do you mean even if she doesn't? Look, you're the one who let Alice spend the day with her. Who knows what she said, and you know, you don't have forever. I narrowed my eyes at the windshield thinking about this. He was right. Our time in Washington was coming to a close. It had nothing to do with Isabella, it was just the reality of our lifestyle. I had one shot with this amazing woman and I think I had decided to take it. Unfortunately, I was used to living a year like it was one day and I no longer had that freedom. If I was going to do this I had to do it now. Which meant that little games like me being gay had to stop. But, as much as I wanted Isabella to know the truth, that story was just a distraction from the larger issue at hand. I meant what I said to Carlisle. The words came out of my mouth before I even knew they had formed. I did intend to make her mine. The decision had been made with or without my consent. I no longer really had control over it. It didn't hurt that lately I'd wondered if she was having similar feelings to mine. I noticed her questions and gestures were becoming more familiar. I had such little experience with this, though, and I wasn't sure if she was comfortable with me because I was safe, or if she was just comfortable with me. Of course, if I could read her mind like every other freaking member of the human race, I would know what she thought. What I did know was that as long as she believed I was out of her reach, she stayed out of mine. But lately her being out of my reach because of a lie just wasn't enough anymore. It was getting harder and harder to stay away from her. And I hated lying. About everything, all the time. But Jasper was right, so I said in all seriousness, "What am I supposed to do, Jasper? Come out and say, by the way, I'm not gay." I continued my false conversation. "And Isabella, you know all that weird shit I do. It's not because I'm gay, it's because I'm a vampire." Apparently the traits are easily confused. I groaned and rubbed my head, glancing over at Jasper, whose attempts at concealing his laughter were weak. "If it were you, what would you do?" I asked him, completely serious. Jasper propped his elbow on the window of the car and leaned into his hand. "What would I do? Well, I would probably have eaten her weeks ago." A growl rumbled protectively in my chest at the thought, but I knew he was telling the truth. "But," he continued, "honestly, Edward, you are the only one of us who would ever get in a situation like this in the first place. You are going to have to figure this one out on your own." He was sincere in his thoughts, which was more than I expected. Jasper had a long history of violence and destruction, and it would have been easy for him to disapprove. He was right. I had to figure out what I wanted and if it was even possible for her to want the same things. BPOV. After work, Alice dropped me off and I went to the kitchen to find some dinner. Angela was out with Ben, of course. They were getting quite serious and he had been over quite a bit lately since Angela didn't like to leave me alone. It was Friday night and I insisted they go out, and I was actually looking forward to just relaxing and watching some TV alone. I had been trying to process all the information Alice shared with me today at work, and I was still a little stunned that Edward wasn't gay. I believed her because she seemed so sincere, but really I wondered what I had gotten myself into with this family. Alice's comment about being Edward's friend no matter what I learned about him was totally cryptic. I wanted to be there for him and help him, though, whatever it was that haunted him. But at some point he was going to have to open up to me and let me in. He had already proven he could be a good friend to me, and I really wanted to do the same for him. I pushed these thoughts aside as I opened the refrigerator looking for something to eat. I eyed the pathetic choices inside and determined that the leftover vegetarian chili was not appealing. Frustrated that I had neglected to go to the store recently, I began digging through the kitchen drawer for the takeout menus. 5 minutes later I was scrolling through the numbers on my phone looking for my favorite Thai restaurant when I heard a sharp knock on the door. I checked the spy hole and once again was accosted by the sight of my favorite jawline. Placing my hand on the knob, I took a deep breath and tried to control the ridiculous grin on my face. I was happy to see Edward, especially since he was gone all day and I missed riding home with him. The problem was my grin was a little more enthusiastic than necessary, and the growing feeling in the pit of my stomach was completely inappropriate. I unlatched all the locks, knowing Edward would be listening to make sure I had the door secure. That was a conversation I did not want to have again. When I finally had the door open, he was waiting on the other side with a terribly sheepish look on his face and 2 bags of Thai food from the very restaurant I was getting ready to call. "Hi," I said, flashing him a quick, controlled smile. He gave me a killer one back that ignited the spark in my stomach. "I thought you may want some company and I brought dinner." "You like Thai, right?" he asked and held the 2 bags up as evidence. Incredulous, I nodded my head at him as he walked past me into the apartment and I relocked the door. He put the bags down on the table and began gracefully removing containers and placing them on the table. I watched as he pulled out spring rolls, sticky rice, coconut soup and my favorite tofu and vegetable curry dish. I placed my hands on my hips and narrowed my eyes at the scene unfolding in front of me. He glanced up and noticed my demeanor and with wide topaz eyes said, "What? Is something wrong?" I felt my lips twist up and my brow furrow trying to figure out exactly how to approach this. "Edward, what made you decide to bring Thai for dinner?" He was busy opening lids but his hands stopped for a brief moment before continuing. "I thought you would like it. I know you don't eat meat so I thought this would be a good choice." I considered this for a second but wasn't deterred. "Did you know this is my favorite restaurant?" He looked up, his ever-smooth face completely innocent. "Is it?" I rolled my eyes, pulling my hands from my hips and wrapped them around my chest defensively. "Yes it is. And this happens to be all my favorite food." He turned now to face me and gave me another fabulous smile. "Really?" I guessed. I glared at him. "You guessed and happened to bring exactly what I was getting ready to order from my favorite restaurant. You're good Edward but not that good." He leaned back on the counter between my kitchen and dining area and crossed his arms back, looking ridiculously attractive. Calmly he said, "You're wrong. I am that good." I gaped at the smirk lingering across the corners of his mouth. "Really?" I challenged. "Really?" He accepted. I waited for him to explain, because he was going to. He pulled a chair out from the table and gestured for me to sit in it. I did and he pulled out his own and sat down across from me. The spices and heat from the food tickled my nose and were making my mouth water. He must have noticed because he said, "Go ahead and eat." "I'll explain." I pulled out a plastic fork and spoon out of the wrapper and took a tentative sip of the steaming hot soup. It was delicious. I raised an eyebrow at him to proceed. "First Bella, you are more transparent than you think. You've brought leftovers from this restaurant more than once to work." I grimaced knowing this was true. Stupid observant boss. It made me wonder for a moment what else he had noticed. "That doesn't explain you bringing it here tonight, just as I was going to call," I retorted. He rolled his eyes at me this time and said, "Alice called and said she had just dropped you off so I knew you were home and hadn't eaten." He hesitated at the end a bit and I said, "And?" His eyes flicked to the table, the smirk gone a bit and the sheepish one returned, "And I checked your refrigerator this morning while you were getting your raincoat. I knew you had nothing to cook." I recalled opening the door this morning and greeting Edward. He suggested I get my raincoat saying the news predicted rain. I went back to my room to get it, leaving him in the doorway, and came back moments later with him in the same spot. Edward was either really fast or really lying. I wasn't sure which one yet. I pondered these things for a minute dipping my spring roll in sauce and taking a bite. The sauce was thick and tangy, and a glob of it dripped down my hand as I picked it up. I noticed Edward watching me eat, his eyes shifting to the mess on my hand. Knowing he was such a clean freak I decided to push his buttons a bit since we were in my house and on my time. I put my elbow on the table and twisted my arm so I could see the sauce slowly dripping down my arm. I looked at Edward carefully and said, "Okay. But stop checking my refrigerator. It's creepy and it's not like you eat anything anyway." Before he could respond I leaned towards my hand, never taking my eyes off his, and stuck my tongue out, taking a long swipe at the sauce. I expected him to be repulsed. Perhaps he would scrunch up his face in revulsion. I thought it was possible he would gag, run to the bathroom and return with soap, antiseptic or bleach. He did none of those things. Instead I watched him swallow hard and lick his lips. Busted. Alice was right. He wasn't gay. Slowly I pushed my chair back and walked into the kitchen, and turned on the faucet. I pumped some soap into my palm and washed the remaining sauce off my arm, all while keeping my back to him. I decided I was going to confront him. I was just going to come out and ask him if he was or wasn't gay. I had to clear the air, especially now. I opened the refrigerator and pulled out a bottle of wine. There was no way I was doing this without assistance. Pouring myself a generous glass I walked back to my seat where Edward was sitting exactly as I left him. He eyed the glass and the change in my demeanor and said, "Okay. I won't go in your refrigerator anymore. Not unless you ask," he qualified, and then attempted to change the conversation. "How was your day? Alice said she kept you busy. What did you do?" I took another bite of my dinner, chewing slowing and plotting my words carefully. "It was a good day. Alice and I had fun. By the way, she is completely responsible for your closet. I was an innocent bystander. I can imagine, he muttered loud enough for me to hear and said, fair enough. I am aware that you can't stop Alice from doing whatever she has her mind set on. I nodded and smiled, working up the courage to ask my question. I speared a chunk of tofu on my fork and looked up at him, and said innocently, you know Edward. Alice was telling me about your family today and some things about you. She made me realize you and I may have confused some information a while back. Interest flickered though his eyes and he cocked his head slightly. What do you mean? Well, and I apologize for talking to her about your personal life, but I wondered why someone as successful and attractive and caring as you are, wasn't in a relationship. I paused and took a long sip from my glass, letting the moment grow. I also asked her if perhaps you would be open to me setting you up with one of my friends. He's fantastic. I flashed him a conspiratorial grin. Edward was completely still across from me. Everything about him, from his hair to his hands to his feet, appeared frozen. I sat back in my chair, holding my glass, rocking my wrist back and forth to let the liquid swirl around in a circle. I was completely freaking out inside. I had no idea why I felt the need to push this man to his limits, but I did and I was. There was a battle raging behind his eyes. I watched it unfold like a bad TV movie. He was working out his lie in front of me and for that I was going to take him down. That is really nice of you, but I don't think I have the time for a relationship right now, he said convincingly. If I didn't know better I would have believed it. I needed to file this fact away for the future. Edward Cullen is a possible con man and has no problem lying right to my face. I met his deceitful eyes and decided to call him out. Edward, I know you're not gay. Alice told me. He gaped. Only for a second but I saw it. Fueled by anger and the fact I had caught him I shouted, what the F, K Edward? You're not gay. Who says they're gay when it's not true? Not waiting for an answer, I downed the rest of my wine and slammed the glass on the table, thankful it didn't break. I stood up and walked into the living room and settled into the couch, leaning against the side cushions, pulling the blanket draped over the back across my legs and closing my eyes, hoping that when I opened them he would be gone. I waited for some time, listening to the quiet of the apartment, thinking about what he had done. I was stunned and I tried to remember what Alice told me about Edward. And his need for barriers. I had promised her I would remain his friend and I would, but it would take some time for me to trust him completely. I must have dozed off at some point because when I opened my eyes the room was dark except for the lights coming through the living room window from the parking lot. I reached over my shoulder and fumbled with the switch on the lamp next to the couch, eventually making contact and twisting the knob between my fingers. Light filled the room and my heart leapt into my chest. Holy, I breathed as I regained use of my lungs. Edward was sitting next to the couch, on the floor, staring intently at me. I ran my hand over my face and sat up on the couch. What are you doing here? I asked, annoyed but relieved it was only him. Completely calm and assured he shrugged and said, Bella, I never left. I leaned my head back and closed my eyes again thinking that maybe this time he would leave. I opened one eye and looked out. Nope, still there. I'm sorry I lied to you. He said in the quietest voice. I'm sorry you lied to me too. I spat back. I promise I won't do it again. No matter what, from now on I will always be truthful. He resolved, doing that trick with his eyes where I forget my name. I shook my head a little trying to focus and said, why did you do it, Edward? I thought he would hedge again but instead he moved to me, kneeling so close I could feel his cool breath across my cheek. The feeling was amazingly familiar and I reached up to rub the spot. His eyes shifted and lingered on my hand and he said, I did it because in my entire life I've never known anyone like you. And I was afraid that if you got to know the real me you wouldn't want to work for me anymore and you wouldn't want to be my friend. He looked down at his hands, giving me a view of the top of his thick, glorious hair. I reached out to lift his chin so I could see his face and he flinched away from my touch, a look of pain crossing his face. My hand hung in the air for a second, feeling an ebb of electricity, before I returned it to my lap. Edward, I promise that I will always be your friend and there is nothing more that I want than to get to know the real you. But it's a two-way street. You have to give as much as you want to get. I said and I meant it. Friendship is about both people. I suspected that other than his family Edward didn't have much experience with this so I was willing to be patient. About some things at least. I narrowed my eyes at him and said, no more lying. I'm serious, Edward. It's a deal breaker. He nodded and his lips pulled into the smile I suspected he knew I couldn't resist. I patted the sofa next to me and smiled back and gave him some space as he climbed in the seat. I'm sure you don't watch a lot of TV, I said, rolling my eyes at him, but I didn't get a chance to watch Lost this week. If there is one thing you need to know about me, it's that there's nothing I like better than a good mystery. Angela and I were sitting on the patio of the coffee shop under the shade of a white umbrella. The sun was bright and we were lingering over our lunch break, catching up on each other's lives since she spent so much time with Ben lately. So, you're coming with us on Saturday night to the music festival? Angela asked. I took a sip of my iced coffee and answered, yes, I'm going, but Tyler knows this is not a date, correct? Angela nodded and said, yes, I told him and he knows, he is just happy not to be the third wheel again. We laughed a bit because it does to be the third wheel around two people in love. I thought briefly about Edward and his status as the fifth wheel in his family and had some sympathy. I'm pretty excited just to get out. I feel like I've been trapped indoors this summer, either at work or at home, I said, pulling my hair over one shoulder, fanning the back of my neck a little. Angela paused for a minute, fingering her straw before saying, so how has work been since you unouted your boss? I snorted and covered my mouth with my hand. It's been good. We've both been busy, so I haven't seen him much. But things haven't been uncomfortable? She asked. Not really. It is a little weird that we are now friends, since he is my boss, but really I do like him. He's different. In a good way. I shrugged, trying to play off my actual interest. For some reason I hadn't told Angela about my promise to Alice and the intensity of my connection with Edward. Different, I'll say. As in he's gorgeous. And rich. And for some reason seems wants to be your friend when he shuts everyone else out. She taunted. I made a face at her and said, stop. Or I won't talk about him anymore with you. She pushed her sunglasses on top of her head where I could see her eyes and she continued, isn't he still picking you up and dropping you off for work because he's worried about your safety? Or so he claims. I have a feeling it is more than that, Bella. I thought about it for a minute. I wasn't really comfortable revealing my new attraction to Edward. It was still a bit awkward with him being my boss and the fact he had lied to me. But there was something else. I suppose I would simply call it chemistry. Okay, I admit it. I'm pretty sure he may be attracted to me. You know, I just get that feeling, like there is a current of energy between us. But sometimes it feels like good, exciting energy, and sometimes it feels dark and mysterious. There is something about Edward Cullen that I just can't put my finger on. I explained. Huh. She laughed. Yeah, I know what you want to put your finger on. Shut up, I'm serious. I told her, feeling the heat rush up my face giving me away. I'm done with this conversation, move on. We talked a bit more about the upcoming music festival, on Saturday afternoon and evening. It was primarily local bands, food and drinks, but Angela and I had gone every year since we were freshmen in college. A short while later Angela needed to get back to her job, so she began packing up her things to leave. I was going to sit for a bit longer and read my book and enjoy the warm weather. Just as she said goodbye, a shadow passed over the table and a waitress appeared to take our trash. I looked up and realized it was the pretty girl who normally worked the counter with the long black hair. I smiled and said, "Oh hi. How are you? I haven't seen you in a while." She returned the smile and answered, "I'm pretty good. I spent some time on the coast, back home, so I have been off for a couple of weeks. How about you?" "Okay, I was going to tell you, I keep having these horrible dreams about that missing girl on the poster." I shivered a little just thinking about it. I'd woken again that morning, the same as all the rest, chasing Bree off the cliff and ending up in Edward's arms. It was getting tiresome. She sympathetically grimaced at the thought. I can't escape her either. Even back home they were talking about her. I looked at her questioningly. Really? How so? She gestured to the chair, asking permission to sit with me. I nodded and she quickly pulled it out and sat down. It's a long story, but I come from the Quileute tribe in La Push. My whole family lives there. I was one of the only people in my graduating class to actually leave the reservation. Everything there just felt so slow-moving and archaic. I was tired of living in the past and decided to take my chances in the city. I was intrigued by her background for sure and studied her rich brown skin. Before asking, "What do you mean, living in the past?" My tribe still follows many of the old customs and legends. There is a tribal chief and ceremonies, including many traditions. As a woman, there is no place for me there other than as a wife or a mother. I'm not interested in either of those things right now. I made an exaggerated motion of shuddering at the thought, and we both laughed at the idea of a commitment as serious and long-term as marriage or motherhood. But what about the poster, the girl Bree, what does she have to do with it? I asked, still trying to figure out where she was going with this. I shouldn't really tell you. What happens during tribal council is supposed to be very sacred. She actually looked around the patio to see if anyone was listening. But I don't believe in any of it. It is all propaganda spread by the elders. Boogie men and werewolves. Please don't feel like you need to tell me if you're uncomfortable, I was just wondering. I said. No, I'm not kidding. I don't believe a word of their tales. When I went home we had a bonfire and cookout, which was pretty normal. Afterwards the elders typically tell the same stories, and this time was no different, except they mentioned Seattle and the murders going on here. Several people begged me to stay home and not come back, but I have spent my life resisting their brainwashing, and this time was no different. The elders launched into their favorite story about an enemy tribe that they battled during our great-grandfather's time. This opposing tribe was made of demons who drank the blood of their victims for nourishment. Their skin was ice cold, their teeth razor sharp, and if they chose they could turn you into one of their kind with a simple bite to the skin. Fascinated, I whispered, "Vampires." She rolled her eyes and said mockingly, "Yes, vampires. They don't call them that, but the thought's the same. The legend tells us they are beautiful creatures that easily lure you in with their looks and dazzling features. Our forefathers claim they visited these parts before, and now they have returned, feeding once more on the innocent. And they think Bree was taken by these demons." I asked. I thought about the Bree of my dream, calling for help, the flames licking her feet. Yes. They suspect she is either dead or has been changed into one of their kind. What are they going to do about it? I wondered, envisioning battles in my head. Did they have vampire slayers or demon fighters? Because that would be awesome. She laughed and said, "I know, right? It's all just a story the old people like to share to scare kids from leaving the reservation." Ironically, they claim there are two things that keep you safe. One is a different legend about our people turning into enormous wolves that protect our people and land. Apparently, our tribe has a treaty with some of these demons so they can't come on our land. As long as they stay away, everyone is safer. If you stay trapped on the reservation forever, you also have no need to worry. She scrunched her nose in frustration. It's really very convenient way to keep people afraid and tied to the tribe. It definitely works on the less strong-minded of us. So you're telling me you come from a tribe whose history involves werewolves and vampires and you don't want part of it? I joked. You know, vampires in movies usually are pretty hot. Oh, and speaking of, guess what? What? She responded, still laughing about mythical creatures. You were wrong about Mr. Cullen being gay. You may just not be his type. I teased. Her eyebrows rose a bit and she said, "Huh. Interesting. If I am not his type, one wonder what is." I felt my face grow warm and I shrugged, happy when she announced she needed to get back to work before she got in trouble for socializing on the job. I agreed that it was time for me to go as well. As I stood and collected my bag, I asked her quickly, "Exactly where is La Push?" I'm not originally from Washington, so my geography of the area is limited. La Push is in the middle of nowhere. The closest thing to it is Forks. But I'm sure you've never heard of that either. She laughed and walked back into the shop. Later that day I was sitting at my desk when Edward appeared at the doorway. His brow was furrowed a little and he said, "Bella, do you have any idea where my brown boots are?" The minute my name hit my ears, I instantly mused how my shortened name sounded so different, personal coming from his mouth. Edward had just returned home from the office and had changed out of his suit. From my desk I observed him standing in the doorway, shoeless, with thick brown and cream-striped socks on his feet. I'm not positive, but I think Alice may have given those away. They were not deemed classic enough to keep. And I believe she may have commented that it is July and who wears dark brown lace-up boots in the middle of the summer. I said, and tried to look innocent. I saw a bit of annoyance cross his eyes, but he shook it off and defended in a soft voice, "I wear boots all year. I always have." "Well, maybe you should consider making a change." I said in an intentionally patronizing voice, knowing perfectly well this would never happen. This man was entrenched in his habits. He considered this for a minute, or so it seemed, but he turned and went back upstairs. I continued my work at my desk and started to type up the report for the day when he appeared back by my desk. I looked down and saw he was wearing a different pair of brown boots. See, I'm flexible. I found a different pair. And I'm okay with it, he said with a tense smile. I am perfectly comfortable in these boots instead of the others. I studied him for a minute even though I knew my jaw was hanging a little at his absurdity. Everything about Edward was perfect as usual. His hair and fair skin, his t-shirt that pulled just so across his chest and the snug jeans that hung exactly right on his hips. And then his boots, which were also perfect but basically the same as the ones he had on before. By the look on his face I could tell he actually felt proud of himself and was consciously making an effort to push his boundaries. I couldn't help but smile since I found his stunted behavior charming. Crap. Only stupid girls with crushes find stuff like this charming. Edward, I said, trying to keep the laughter down, I know you think you're trying, but this is not different. He furrowed his brow in confusion and said, but, it is different. I don't usually wear this pair. This time I laughed out loud and said, come on, let's shake things up a bit, and walked out of the room, past his alarmed expression and up the stairs into his dressing room. Once in the room I got down on my knees and started rummaging through his rows and rows of shoes. I finally found what I was looking for and pulled them out. I turned around and sat at his feet and said, here, put these on, and slid the shoes towards him. He eyed them skeptically but sat down on the floor across from me nevertheless. He held up the shoes, one in each hand, dangling them from his long fingertips. These. I don't know Bella, he said, his discomfort clear. Yes, these. It's summer, and you are clearly going somewhere causal, and boots are for winter. Or hiking. Sneakers are for summer, I said forcefully. If you want I could find you a nice pair of flip-flops. Panic spread across his face and he began quickly unlacing his boots. Again I was mesmerized by his fluid movements, but I was distracted when he paused before putting the new ones on. He seemed like he just couldn't commit to actually wearing the shoes. I sighed and picked up the shoe in front of me and began loosening the laces for him. They were basic, navy, low-top Converse. I had noticed them before while organizing the closet, and I could tell they had never been worn before. They still held the strong smell of canvas and rubber. Let me see your foot, I directed, holding my hands out. He looked at me like I had asked him to take his pants off or something. I rolled my eyes and said, Edward, just give me your foot. He slowly moved his striped socked foot towards me. His knees were up and his palms were back on the floor behind him. I picked up his foot and slid it into the shoe, meticulously pulling the long, white laces taut one row at a time. I kept my eyes on the shoe but I could feel Edward's eyes on my hands and occasionally I could hear him take a deep swallow. As I tied the top of the laces in a neat bow I found myself rambling to fill the silence. When I was 16 I got a job at the mall selling shoes. It was terrible. People would come in and want to try on shoe after shoe. They would tell me their shoe sizes and then I would have to go to the back of the store to find the style and size they asked for. There were these huge shelves of shoe boxes in the back. Rows and rows of boxes that all looked exactly the same. Every time I had to go back there I would get completely confused and overwhelmed. They could have used Alice to organize it for them. I took a peek up and found his eyes looking into mine. I gave him a small smile and picked up his other foot, adjusting the seam and smoothing out his sock before putting the second shoe on. I continued my story saying, after a couple of weeks I couldn't take it anymore. I told my boss I had too much school work and my mother was making me quit. I wimped out but that job just wasn't for me. I finished and felt Edward shift, wrapping his arms around his legs and placing his chin on top of his knees. My hands were still resting on the top of his shoes, occasionally adjusting the laces, trying to get them to line up perfectly. He looked thoughtful for a moment and said, I wish I could have known you then. I shook my head and said, you weren't missing much, I promise. I was awkward and gangly. I was, embarrassingly, even clumsier than I am now. Plus I had braces and I would get so nervous around boys. I don't think I even spoke to a guy in my class until I was a senior. He didn't look convinced. I doubt it was all that bad. I bet you were cute. I felt the heat rush up my face and decided it was time to get out of this very close situation. I stood up, almost falling, and was caught on the shoulders by Edward's very fast hands. "Thanks," I said, grimacing. "I guess my clumsy days are not that far behind. By the way, those shoes look great. Change isn't so bad, is it?" He looked towards the full-length mirror that hung on the wall, assessing himself. I also glanced over and saw us in the mirror together. Edward was tall and lean, he towered over me, and again I was struck how every part of him looked perfect, down to his shoes. I noticed though that where he usually had been so distant and reserved with me, keeping such a separation between us, his body language right now was not showing this. He was leaning, just a bit in my direction, almost but not quite, entering into my personal space, his eyes fixed on mine. It was almost if I leaned back towards him we would meet somewhere in the middle. He broke his gaze with me and looked down at me and said, "No, Bella, I'm beginning to realize change, although difficult for me, can be very good." EPOV. I walked up the steps to Bella's apartment, a couple of steps behind her. I carried her black satchel on my shoulder, and with every step she took up the staircase I was enveloped in her scent. It didn't bother me as much now, just a twinge here and there. It often caused me a problem when we were close and my other emotions were running high, forcing me to struggle to control more than one desire at a time. Of course, this kind of discipline was an exercise I relished, and I saw it more as a challenge than an obstacle. Currently though, I was faced with a different situation. My usual desires were being overshadowed by a sense of panic I had never experienced before. I had been formulating a plan for some time to get to know Bella a little better and break through some of the remaining tension. I'd almost done it today in the dressing room, but the situation got away from me. One minute she was teasing me, the next we shifted into a more intimate moment. Bella often lulled me into a sense of comfort with her words and movements, making the most common moments more than that. The boots were trivial of course, but it was just one of the things I clung to in my life. The fact I was so ingrained in my ways was becoming more and more apparent. Bella, almost magically, coaxed me with her voice and calm nature. She lured me to the floor of the closet and I allowed her to put the shoes on me as if I was incapable of actually doing it myself. Just having her that near me and being that innocently intimate with someone was incredibly overwhelming. The venom dripped down my teeth as I was listening to her heartbeat and inhaling her scent, but I sat there patiently, swallowing it down, reveling in such a small moment with her. The irony was that as a vampire I was supposed to be able to do this to my prey. It was easy for me to convince them to come near me, intrigue and tempt them. I wasn't prepared for my victim to turn it around on me. We reached the top of the landing and walked towards her apartment door. I handed the satchel to her and she said, "Thanks, Edward. I'll see you tomorrow morning." I didn't want to leave her, every inch of my body wanted to stay. It would be hours before I could sneak back in, but I had to go hunting and patrolling before the night was over. I watched her fumble with her keys as usual, restraining myself from helping her. Instead I watched her long hair curl down her back before allowing my eyes to roam down to the hem of her skirt, settling on the spot where it grazed the back of her thighs. I lifted my eyes upward as she finally inserted the key in the lock and twisted the knob open, giving me a wave goodnight. I stopped myself before I turned the corner, gathering the courage to actually do what I had planned on all along, and said, Bella, I was wondering something." She turned away from the door and I could see her face in the fading daylight, her brown eyes curious. She placed her hand on the edge of the door and leaned a little. "What is it, Edward?" she asked. I groaned mentally. I was about to do something I hadn't done in my entire 100 years of existence as a human or a vampire. Thank God I don't sweat, I thought, as I fought to compose myself. I smoothed my face and made eye contact, using my abilities in my advantage. "I wanted to know if you would go with me to an exhibit tomorrow night." She paused, her face completely unreadable, but her heart began pounding just a bit faster. "An exhibit? What kind?" she asked. I decided to move a little closer to her, near her fluttering heart. "An art exhibit. You had shown an interest in my collection at home, so I thought you may want to see some other work." Her eyes lit up at the thought. "That would be great. In fact, I just found a book at the library on Impressionist artwork from the time period of your Jackson Pollock painting. I've been reading it at night." I knew this, of course. It was in her room, lying on the bedside table. When I told Carlisle I intended for her to be mine, I never said I would play fair. I planned on using every advantage I had to win over Bella Swan. I couldn't contain the smile creeping across my lips. She actually said she would go. I thought she would, but with Bella I was never exactly sure where I stood. Great, I said, attempting to conceal my excitement. So, tomorrow, after work? She asked, her hand back on the doorknob. Yes, after work. I nodded. She smiled again and pushed the door open, moving inside. I waited just a moment, inhaling the last wisps of her scent in the night air, mentally congratulating myself on successfully asking a woman out. Forcing myself to leave, I ran, faster than appropriate, down the stairs to my car heading to the forest to hunt. Hours later I found myself standing over the remains of a large elk. I recalled my gorging from weeks before in my first visit to Bella's apartment. The shades of my inner animal were less now and I could almost feel the humanity pulling from the depths of my soul. My hunger was tempered after tonight's hunt but not totally satiated. I had determined though, that after meeting Bella, I was quite sure there was only one solution to that problem. This was a concern but it also brought the entire situation into perspective. Nothing would ever compare to the taste of Bella's blood, but if I ever succumbed she would be gone forever. The satisfaction would be fleeting and the despair eternal. It was much more in my nature to want to keep my treasures with me than to use them and cast them aside. I had rooms of knickknacks, baubles, books and clothing to prove this point. Bella of course was more than these things, but I knew now that I wanted her with me more than any need to feed from her. I finally realized dissatisfied hunger would be an affliction I would have to adjust to. I buried the animal carcass and traveled back through the thick, dark forest. I thought of Bella tonight as she agreed to go with me to the exhibit. Her eyes lit up at the idea and her pulse quickened a bit. These observations were all I had to go on, as usual, since my mind-reading abilities were useless on her. I was getting better, though, at deciphering her behaviors and expressions. I was certain she was excited about my offer, I just wasn't sure exactly what she was excited about. I wasn't quite lame enough to believe it was actually a date, as this whole situation of a vampire dating a human was beyond reason, but the idea was there all the same. The air was cool as I traveled through the brush, using my senses to take me back to my car. I had hunted for several hours, making sure I was well fed, anticipating the strength I needed not only to resist Bella, but to fight James if necessary. As I leapt over fallen logs in the underbrush I thought about how I came so close to blowing it with Bella last week. The night I showed up with the Thai food I was convinced I knew what I was doing. During my nights with her I had taken to roaming the house. On more than one occasion I found the crinkled paper menu on the counter, favorite items marked in her distinct script, and the remains of her meal in the refrigerator. I knew she never ate enough, that she led a fairly strict vegetarian lifestyle, which was amusing as I had just drained an animal dry in the middle of the woods. I snorted to myself, recognizing the irony of our vastly different versions of the term, vegetarian. I thought I knew what I was doing, but no. I almost blew everything. My impromptu arrival, the food, then the horror of her confronting me with my carefully placed lies. She gave me an opportunity, a chance to say, "No Bella, I wouldn't like to be set up with your friend because I'm not gay." Instead, I choked and the same lies spilled out of my mouth smooth as silk. But she knew, because Alice had already told her the truth. I wanted to be cross at her for the betrayal but I really couldn't since she was forcing me to do what was right, to do the thing I wanted so bad but was afraid to on my own. Sitting across the table from her, watching the gooey food drip down her arm, I knew I should have been repulsed, but no, repulsion was the furthest thing from my mind. Cooked human food is very unappealing to us. The smell alone is beyond disgusting and it assaults all of our senses. But watching Bella eat, watching her do anything, completely changes my view on the most mundane, formerly offensive actions. I was mesmerized by the trail of sauce, inching so slowly down the curve of her arm, and when she stuck her tongue out and lapped it up I felt my own instinctively mimicking her moves. Her eyes bore into mine and I knew immediately I'd showed my hand. She knew exactly who I was and what I was thinking with that one reaction. I didn't need to read her mind for that. She was angry, really angry, but this wasn't the first time she raised her voice to me and groaned frustrated with my absurd behavior. Since the first week we met we had clashed over one thing or another, and I knew if I could give her time and apologize I could make it right. I waited as she stilled in the other room. She was entirely frustrated, but the wine and food must have made her drowsy, and instead of coming back to confront me further or kick me out, she fell asleep on the couch. I waited in the dark, as I do every night, inches from her face, but knowing this time I wouldn't run when she woke up. When she did, I apologized and promised never to lie again, which is my intention. Bella was a part of my life now. Even if I could, I wouldn't leave her unprotected. Even if I wanted to leave, I couldn't, as I was now bound to her like no one before. The lies were coming to an end. She would soon find out the truth. It was the only way to keep her safe and to make her mine. I was at the edge of the forest now, stepping out of the canopy of trees and walking to my car. James had been quiet for too long, and I was coming to realize my behaviors alone had given him an advantage. My life had taken on an obsessive predictability to the extreme point that I couldn't even wear a different pair of shoes if necessary. If I was going to protect Bella and stop James's insane plot, I would have to start thinking outside my constricted ways. I got in the car and cranked the ignition, accelerating quickly down the street towards the city. Balancing my old life, my work, and my mission with the new desire for Bella was proving to possibly be the biggest challenge of my existence so far. I hoped I could pull it off. It was past midnight when I left my car in its usual spot and quickly climbed the stairs to Bella's apartment. Edward. I stopped in my tracks and peered into the darkness. Alice, I said, lower than a whisper. Alice appeared around the corner, near Bella's door. By her side she held a package in her tiny hand. I had a vision, someone was here, and it seemed faster for Jasper and I to come over and see first. In case James was luring you away from patrolling, Emmett's on his way down now. Where's Jasper? My eyes kept darting to the door, wanting to go inside and make sure Bella was safe. Alice's hand wove into mine, effectively keeping me from leaving her side. She's fine, listen. I focused and heard her faint heartbeat. Thump, 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 steady in its nighttime rhythm. Jasper is in the woods trying to recover their scent. I inhaled deeply and found traces of it myself. It was one that had been here before, and then another, unfamiliar one. Vampires, but not Victoria or James. I pulled her back into the shadows, but where we could still see the stairway and Bella's door. What did you see? I asked. I watched as Alice closed her eyes and searched her memory and watched as she described it out loud. I saw flashes of Bella's door, not open, closed like it is now. I saw pale fingers attaching an envelope to the door. Then they were gone. You saw them here, at the door, but not before they got here. I asked, putting the pieces together. Yes. No notice, they had already come and gone by the time I saw it. Alice responded, her eyes flashing with irritation. Again, they are blocking me until they want me to see something. This is why I was worried it could be a trap for you. I grimaced with her and asked, will Jasper catch them? Should we go too? She shook her head. No, it was a long shot. He was hoping they would make a mistake. I noticed her hand and the envelope. What's in it? I asked and reached my hand forward. She handed it over and I quickly opened it. Inside was a thin gold chain with a cross on it and another object. I poured them into my hand, and Alice quickly picked up the second piece, a brooch made of gold in the design of a flower. Its stem swooped into an elegant B. Alice asked, is it Bella's? I shrugged, I'm not sure. I've never seen it before. It looks antique though, Victorian perhaps. This one, I held up the delicate cross between my fingers, it looks like the one the media has shown being worn by the missing teenager, Bree. But the brooch doesn't look like something a modern teenager would wear. Alice nodded in agreement and we both thought about the jewelry for a moment, considering the fact Bree must have been taken by James or Victoria. It easily fit the scenario we'd been considering. The missing object from Bree and now one possibly from Bella only confirmed it. James was behind the abductions. The thought they had been so close to taking Bella made me sick with rage. Jasper's coming back, let's go meet him. I hesitated, not wanting to leave Bella and Angela alone in the house. Alice touched my hand. Emmett will be here soon, let him keep an eye on Bella, we need to go back to the house. James is playing games but is leaving clues behind for us to find. Let's see if we can figure out what they mean. I listened once more to the sound of Bella's heart thumping inside, knowing she would be safe with Emmett outside keeping guard. As much as it pained me to leave her, Alice was right, she wouldn't be safe until James and the others were destroyed. BPOV. Where did she go? I wondered, and waited for the cool breeze to rush past my body. My dreams no longer unfolded for me piece by piece. I had begun to live them like a script, always knowing what would come next before it happened. I pushed through the motions every night knowing at the end Edward would be there. Come back, I called, picking up my pace. Why would she run away? Suddenly I heard her cry out and tumble, like always. I kept running and felt my feet slip from under me and I too was falling, my arms searching for anything to hold. My fingers desperately searched for the jagged edge I knew was protruding from the side of the cliff. I tentatively looked down and found her. Bree was also clinging for her life, the bright fire beneath us. Help me, she cried, her teeth gleaming from the brightness of the fire below. I watched, helpless, and felt the tears begin to stream down my face. I'm coming, I yelled, knowing though that it was of no use. I could never get to her in time. The flames were moving closer and closer to the girl. This time though I felt the heat, the cold air that normally surrounded me was gone. Panicking a little at the change I looked for my escape. My eyes fixed on the root above me, and I felt a sense of relief as I began scratching my way up the side of the cliff towards salvation. My fingers brushed the cold rough surface and I waited for it to transform from a root to a strong safe arm. It never happened. For once there was no transformation, instead the root crumbled under my touch, shattering into brittle pieces. My hand grasped at the dirt and debris and I shouted, Edward. Desperate to find him, desperate for him to save me. But there was nothing to hold on to and he wasn't there. I felt my body begin falling, tumbling towards Bree and the fires below. I woke with a start, the edge of a scream on my lips, drenched in sweat. I searched my room futilely and only became more confused. I'd had the same dream for weeks, every night, exactly the same. Something had changed and there was feeling of dread in my chest. As weird and abstract as my dreams had been, they had always been consistent. Like Edward. Weird but there. Now, the lingering feeling of desperation was still enough to make me wonder, where had he gone and why did he leave me? After showering and getting ready for the day, my nerves had calmed from my dream but were beginning to start up again, thinking about my plans with Edward for that night. I heard Angela in the kitchen and prepared myself for the onslaught of questions she would certainly have once I walked in the room. I took a deep breath and walked out of my bedroom. Angela, do we have any more bagels? I asked, entering into the kitchen with my satchel and a couple of hangers holding my clothes for the art exhibit that night. She pointed to the counter and raised an eyebrow in the direction of my clothes as she finished chewing. I picked a knife and began slathering cream cheese on the top and ignored her gesture. Going somewhere after work? She asked. Placing the knife in the sink, I walked over to the stool next on the other side of the kitchen counter. I shrugged nonchalantly and I sat down and replied, maybe. She waited for me to continue but I didn't. Instead I took a large bite of my bagel, trying to contain the smug grin that threatened to escape. Angela knew me too well. Bella, are you going out with Edward Cullen? She asked in a firm yet curious voice. Define going out, I challenged. Happy to play along, she said, if he is taking you to dinner, or any other specific location, just the two of you, alone, wearing special clothes, and he asked you beforehand. That is going out. A date in fact. I pretended to think it over for a second, then yes. Edward and I are going out. But, I don't think I would call it a date. Angela literally began buzzing around the kitchen saying, oh my God, Bella. Oh, my God. Edward Cullen asked you out. I couldn't help the smile that tugged at the corner of my lips, partially because my roommate looked like she may jump over the counter and sit in my lap out of sheer giddiness. But really, I couldn't hide my own excitement about my plans with Edward tonight. It wasn't a date, I knew that, but at the same time it was something other than just two friends going to an art exhibit. I told Angela this and explained the Jackson Pollock painting and how he offered to take me to a special exhibit of this type of work. My phone began ringing, and as I picked it up, Angela said, Bella, I don't care what you say, that is a date, and she walked out of the kitchen towards her room, closing the door behind her. I picked up my phone, glancing at my watch, and realized it was time for Edward to pick me up. Hello, I answered. Good morning, Bella. It's Edward. I felt my heart beat just a bit faster at the sound of his voice. Hey, are you here? Do you want me to come down? I asked, picking up my bag and the hangers with my clothing, and walked to the door. Actually, I can't come get you today, I'm sending my brother. There was an emergency at work and I can't leave right now. He should be there any minute. He answered, and before I could respond I heard a sharp knock on the other side of the door. Jasper? I asked and swung the door open. Not Jasper. The largest man I had ever seen was standing in my doorway with a frightening grin on his face. I eyed him, trying not to gawk at his massive size. The more I looked I realized he was really very attractive, and I was slowly becoming convinced Edward grew up in some strange foster care system of genetically superior people. No, my other brother, Emmett. I'm so sorry. He apologized, and broke me out of my oogling. It's fine, Edward, I'll see you in a little bit. I hung up the phone before he could continue. I slung my bag over my shoulder and took in the hulking man in front of me. So you're Emmett, I said, trying to focus my eyes on his face and not the ridiculous size of his hands. I am. And you must be Bella, he stated in a voice softer than I would have expected. He held out one of the giant paws towards my bag. Edward Said, I'm supposed to carry that. I rolled my eyes. I know Edward thinks I'm helpless, but I'm not. I'm actually capable of carrying this on my own. He nodded, flashing me another brilliant smile. I walked past him, holding my head high. Too high, it seemed, since I tripped on the threshold, causing my bag and clothes to tumble in front of me to the ground. Fortunately I never fully fell, since I was being held several inches off the ground by the two enormous hands I had previously been studying. He gently placed me back on my feet and I sighed in embarrassment before stealing a look at Emmett, who was shaking with laughter. I took a moment to straighten my shirt and hair, knowing my face was an impossibly dark shade of red. I picked up my bag and forcefully shoved it towards him. He took it without a word and followed me down the hall. At the top of the stairs I turned to him, making as much eye contact as possible with our height difference, and said in my most authoritative voice, "Do not tell Edward this happened." A huge grin broke out across his face, once again showing me his perfect, gleaming white teeth, and he nodded. He made a face and said, "Are you kidding? If I deliver you to his house with even a scratch on you, I'll never hear the end of it. This is strictly between you and me." I grimaced at the accuracy of his statement. I suspected he was right. Edward, for whatever reason, had definitely accepted the role of my protector whether I'd asked him to or not. Good. Now, let's go before he drives over here to find out why we're late, I said, and we both laughed as we walked down the stairs to the parking lot. EPOV. I looked at myself in the mirror while I quickly buttoned the cuffs on my shirt. It was pale green, one of Alice's selections, of course. She picked it out, along with an entire outfit, before she left, laying it on the dressing table for me to see when I walked in. Now I found myself analyzing the mop of hair on top of my head. It was its usual catastrophe, sticking up and in total disarray. There was little I could do at this point, I thought as I attempted to poke and prodded it into some kind of submission. Nature made my hair this way, immortality froze it in place. Yet I stood here, in front of the mirror, fussing over it like a schoolboy. Bella was downstairs changing for our evening, and I was convinced with every passing minute. This was possibly the longest day I'd ever lived. After we left Bella's in the early morning hours, we came back to my townhouse to discuss the tokens left by James and what they could mean. After looking up Bree's information from the easily hacked police system, we determined that the necklace and cross were hers. There was an inscription on the back that said, "Love, Mom and Dad," which matched the information in her file. The brooch was harder to determine as Bella had not made a police report or told me of any missing items from the break-in. We suspected it must be hers, but had no concrete evidence. I decided I would have to ask her about it soon to make sure. Jasper did look in the files of the other missing people and murder victims that matched our profiles and wasn't able to connect any of them to the brooch, which only convinced us further it was most likely Bella's. I hid upstairs all day, away from Bella, as I wasn't sure I could actually face her before tonight. What if she changed her mind? Or came to her senses? What if she realized after all this time that I was truly a monster, a demon, who needed to be feared? Part of me almost hoped she had figured this out before the evening came and I could put this entire fantasy of mine to rest. Of course this wasn't the case at all. Emmett bounded upstairs once they arrived to tell me how much he liked her, and how her stubborn, combative personality was perfect for me. He also mentioned how she brought a change of clothes for tonight and how excited she was about the exhibit. When he said it, the gleam in his eye was just a bit too intrigued. I sighed and said, "Emmett, don't make me regret letting you drive her to work." He stood across from me, hulking over even my tall frame, and rolled his eyes. "I won't. And you're welcome. I knew you weren't eating her because she was pretty. Don't even try to deny it." "I'm not denying anything. Or admitting anything. Not to you," I said childishly. Emmett had this tendency to bring out my inner 14-year-old even after all this time. We had been sitting in my bedroom. Jasper and Alice were next door in the office on the computer. I had a stack of papers on the couch and was rummaging through them for some notes I had taken earlier. Emmett, rarely invited to my house, was looking at the shelf on the wall that held some personal objects. I watched as he picked up my signed shoeless Joe Jackson ball and began practicing his wind-up. "Do you think you would have gone to see him in the World Series if you hadn't changed?" Emmett loved to talk about baseball. Before he was a vampire, he had never seen a professional game, since there were no teams in the South at the time. "Probably," I answered, even though he already knew this. "We'd had this discussion a million times." "Would you have gone with your dad?" he asked, again knowing the answer, but obviously wanting to pretend we hadn't. When you live together for over 50 years, subjects tend to come up more than once. Yes, he loved baseball. And he worshipped the White Sox. He was the one who told me to keep an eye on Shoeless Joe. I said, trying to remember as much as I could. It not longer hurt to remember, it just was difficult to place the memories. I would have loved to have seen Babe Ruth. Just my luck I become immortal the year he decides to retire. He said wistfully. I laughed at the irony of the fact we can have anything we want unless it is bound by time and humanity. Mid-pitch I heard his mind start to rumble, moving from baseball to me. "So Edward, I know it's been a long time since you've been with a woman." "About 20 years, right?" I focused on the paper in front of me, pretending to ignore him, yet it was useless because of the whole mind-reading thing. He had me trapped. "I'm actually being serious. How exactly is this going to work, you being a vampire and Bella being a human?" I looked up this time and said, "Really? That is where this is going?" He nodded and I was shocked to see his face was completely free of humor or mocking. I sighed and said, "Look, I'm not going to deny I've thought about it." I shifted my gaze away from Emmett down to my hands. "I thought about it a lot, but I just don't know the precedence on this. If there even is one. Have you talked to Carlisle? He may know." "No, not yet. And look, you're way ahead of the game here. I can't even touch Bella right now, not until she knows what I am. One touch and she could possibly run in terror. Our skin," I held my hand up, "is not normal. It doesn't feel like a human feels, you know that. It may repulse her. I have no idea how she'll respond," I said, trying to convince myself to push past my wants and think of her needs. "I'm also not sure if I would hurt her, and that is not an option." "Then what are you doing? Are you just going to tell her?" His mental voice was incredulous. "Emmett, I have no idea what I'm doing. Although I do realize I have to try, and if that means I have to come out and tell her, when the time is right, I will," I'd said, standing up and walking into the other room, effectively ending the conversation. It was mere hours later and I was regretting those words. I wasn't sure if I ever could tell her the truth. I wanted to and I had promised not to lie any further to her, but I was terrified of her response. I took one last look over my shoulder into the mirror, compulsively trying to make the hair on my head do something other than what it was. It was mostly nerves. I knew, I'd looked exactly the same for the last 90 years. Some things never change. Leaving the dressing room, I forced my feet to crawl at human speed, one step at a time, until I stopped at the landing at the bottom of the stairs. I smelled her before I saw her, flowers mixed with shampoo and adrenaline. It was her specific scent and I begged the venom in my mouth to not respond. I followed her trail to the library where she was scanning the books, touching their spines gently. Her hair was knotted up on the back of her head, loose tendrils falling haphazardly down her neck. I could see my favorite spot, the one under her ear, and it was all I could do to keep my distance. I watched her turn towards me, letting the skirt of her black sundress flutter around her legs. The fabric was pitch black and accentuated her pale coloring and showed more skin than a vampire could ever resist. I smiled when I saw her and rejoiced when her entire face lit up in response. She was possibly the most beautiful creature I had ever seen, and I opened my mouth to tell her, but the words stuck in my throat. "Edward," she said, cutting me off and pulling a thick black binder off the shelf, "is this what I think it is?" Huh. I was trying to focus on the book in her hands and not the gentle curve of her neckline. What do you think it is?" She opened the book and held it up. "Comic books. Lots of them. Individually wrapped and numbered and tagged." She was now flipping through the plastic folders, running her fingers over the covers with an excited look on her face. "Oh, yes. Those are mine," I said. Her excitement amused me. Only Bella would find this to be the most interesting thing in a room full of first editions and rare books. But I was also concerned she would ask me about them and where I got them. The weight of my promise of honesty to her was heavy on my mind. I cleared my throat to get her attention, and she closed the book slowly and looked up. I saw her eyes take in my appearance for a moment, starting with my hair, my godforsaken hair, and ending at my feet. She took a step towards me, her lips curved evilly. "Have you already forgotten our conversation about trying new things?" she taunted. I pulled up the hem of my pants and said, "No, look. Not boots. Shoes. Brown, yes, but not boots." I couldn't help but laugh with her. I'm changeable, you know, and with the right motivation I find I can do almost anything. I dropped the hand holding my trousers and faced her awkwardly as my words hung in the air. It had been so long since I was around someone I cared for, if I ever really had, and just now I said it out loud. We stood in the library, me in the doorway, Bella still near the shelves, neither knowing exactly what to do next. Her hands smoothed the fabric of her dress, and mine were precariously close to running through my hair. It was clear she was waiting for me to do something. Anything. For a brief second I considered running since she could never catch me, but I caught sight of myself in the mirror across the room. I was shocked at the actual panicked expression on my face. I focused on my freakish gold eyes and wondered if I could pull this off. Like Emmett implied, there was no way this could possibly work. I was a monster and she was an angel. Oh God, what the hell was I doing? "Edward, do you know what my favorite superhero is?" I heard Bella say, snapping me out of my momentary breakdown. "No," I answered, realizing she had moved closer to me with an eager expression on her face. "Batman," she replied, quirking her eyebrow at me, almost daring me to argue. "Batman. Batman," she continued, "has such a sense of conviction and drive. He was overcome by the tragedies of his past but decided to help people instead of hurting them. I know he doesn't have real superpowers, but he uses discipline, strength and intelligence to fight for those in need. But he has such conflict in his life and it shows in how he chooses to live. Batman chose his path, which kind of makes him more awesome than someone like Superman. Living a solitary life, in the world, but at the same time not." She closed the distance between us and handed me the book she still held in her hands. With a cocky grin she said, "Not to mention he drives the Batmobile, which is pretty much the coolest car ever, and he has a jawline the ladies swoon over." Placing the book on the table by the door, I ignored the obvious parallels to my life and instead returned her smug grin with one of my own before saying, "The Batmobile, huh? What if I told you I could possibly challenge your idea on the coolest car ever?" She rolled her eyes and said, "Doubtful. But if you want to try, I'm game." I said, "Follow me," and left the room, walking through the house to the garage. I heard Bella's shoes click on the floor behind me as I flipped the light switch and walked across the garage to the far side. I stopped at the sea of blue tarp and stopped for a moment, thinking about what I was about to do. I glanced at Bella, who was eagerly behind me waiting for me. I nervously rubbed my jaw and grabbed a fistful of the tarp in my other hand, yanking it off in one quick swoop. I paused to admire the object of beauty in front of me. I turned and looked at Bella, whose eyes were wide and had the most gorgeous smile on her face. I placed my hand on the slick, black roof and said, "Bella, this is the coolest car ever." I stood over by the car, tarp in hand, and looked at Bella with what I'm sure was the widest grin I may have had on my face in years. Instead of a smile back, her head was cocked and her expression a bit skeptical. She finally said, "This is the coolest car ever. Better than the Batmobile." I nodded and ran my hand down the side of the car before placing my fingers on the door handle. "Your convertible. I mean, it's beautiful and hot but superhero worthy." "I'm not so sure." She scoffed in the direction of my baby. "Bella, I can assure you this car is more than just superhero worthy. Let me show you, I informed her and walked around the car, opening the passenger side door for her. The Batmobile is a fine machine, but it's a bit flashy for my taste. I think something a bit more understated is appropriate. She had a gleam in her eye that was absolutely wicked, and she followed me around the car, quickly ducking in, saying, "Thank you," as she adjusted her dress when she sat down on the shiny, soft leather. Her scent whirled around me and I shut the door with minimal force before walking around the car in exaggerated human speed as I tried to compose myself. I was still reeling from the fact that when I was about to completely embarrass myself and slip into my awkward, less than human demeanor, Bella had managed to calm me by pulling out those comic books, making everything right. Stopping behind the car, I contemplated the new emotion spreading through my body. I couldn't be sure, because I had no experience with this, but I was almost positive what the feeling was. I'd seen it in movies, read about it in books and heard others think of it for years. I had even forced myself to pretend I had these emotions on my own, trying to make it work, to fit in with the rest of my family. But it always felt false. And now, I knew for a fact that it had been. Just because I knew what it was didn't mean I was ready to admit it out loud. Because what if she didn't feel the same way? What would I do then? I watched Bella sit in the car and marveled at how this woman had changed the course of my life by simply being herself. King it up, I forced myself to approach the door, open it and slide inside next to her. "You want the top up or down?" I asked, pretending like this wasn't the most important night of my life. "Whatever you want, Batman," she said with an arched eyebrow, still not looking completely convinced. I suppressed a smirk at the irony of her calling me Batman and pressed the lever that caused the top to fold into itself before easing down into the back of the car. "It's nice out, the sun is down, and for once no rain," I said, thankful the weather was cooperating. "I thought you didn't drive this anymore," she said, recalling our conversation from earlier. I gave her a sideways look, my fingers on the key inside the ignition. "I didn't, but I told you, Bella, I can change." Which was surprisingly true. I'd found I could change. I realized that there was no reason I should stop doing the things I loved to punish myself. There was no changing who I was, there was only acceptance. Bella was helping me accept me for who I was, even if she didn't have the whole picture yet. I cranked the engine and it roared with life. An enormous hum vibrated off the walls and I told her as I backed out of the garage, "Emmett drove it down here yesterday." Rosalie was making some modifications. "Rosalie?" she asked, her hair fluttering around her face with the movement of the car. With the top down and the engine purring, her scent and heartbeat were lost under the power of the machine. I smiled and said, "My sister, Rosalie. She is our family mechanic. She is very good. Actually better than I am." She smirked at that and mused, "Imagine that. Well, show me what she can do." I accepted her challenge with a slow, lopsided grin that forced her to give me one in return. Bella had no idea of my power behind the wheel of a car. Other than running, there was no place I was more comfortable. Rosalie removed all the original electronics here and installed a state-of-the-art GPS navigation system. It also has a built-in phone and tracking system. If someone even thinks of touching this car, the information goes right back to the computer in my office so I can find it. I explained while pointing out the features. Plus, this car has an enormous engine. They were built that way, but Rosalie has upgraded it as well to modern standards. We had been traveling through the city at a normal speed, but I maneuvered us onto the highway. Once I was sure there were no police or traffic problems ahead, I quirked my eyebrow and said, "Is your seatbelt secure?" She hooked a finger through the belt and tugged. "Yep." I shifted into gear, and as my tires squealed against the asphalt I said, "Hold on tight." And we shot off into the night to see exactly what a superhero's car could do. Exiting the highway, I stole a glance at Bella sitting next to me. I could tell she loved the speed as much as I did. The whole time we were moving she moaned and squealed, and even though I saw her fingers clenched around the leather upholstery, I could tell it was out of excitement, not fear. She acted scared, but the wide smile on her face told me faster was better, and I was happy to oblige. "Okay, you win. I admit it," she confessed breathlessly. "Who taught you to drive like that?" "I taught myself. It's instinctive." And I found myself gazing at her hair that was wild from the high speed and open roof. I couldn't help but grin. "What? she asked, and she realized where my eyes were and she instinctively touched the top of her head. Oh crap. She groaned and pulled the visor down to see the damage. While she wrestled with her hair, I couldn't even look at mine after my near hair freak out earlier. I attempted to walk, not run, to the passenger door to wait for Bella. Apparently satisfied, she snapped the visor up and turned towards me with a conflicted look on her face. What's wrong? I asked. Nothing. I just look like a rat built a nest on top of my head, she said and narrowed her eyes. You should have warned me. I laughed. You said it was my choice and anyway, I think your hair looks beautiful. I said, this time without gagging on my words. Bella's face rushed with blood and I could feel the venom begin to pool in the back of my throat. I silently prayed for it to pass and focused on the long strands of hair flowing around Bella's face. My fingers twitched, and before I could stop myself I reached out and pushed a strand smoothly behind her ear, never touching her skin. I continued, the wild, untamed look suits you. If I could have blushed I would have, but I couldn't, and it only encouraged me. Thanks, she mumbled and I could hear her heartbeat quicken as her own blush deepened. As we casually walked down the street Bella pointed out a series of posters plastered to the side of a building. Oh, Angela and I are going with some friends to the music festival downtown tomorrow night. Do you want to come with us? I forced myself to pause as though I was considering her offer. I wanted so badly to say yes but large crowds were difficult for me. The smells and sounds were so invasive and that didn't even include the overwhelming mental noise from so many people. Normally I would have lied, but in an effort to fulfill my promise I answered truthfully. I don't really do well in crowds. But thanks for asking. I attempted to appease her with a smile. Okay, she said in a slightly rejected tone, which made me feel horrible. I suppressed a frustrated sigh. What a way to start a date. In an attempt to make her more comfortable, I began talking about the exhibit and some of the different artists we would see. As always, she seemed so interested in the things I had to say, which caused my ego to soar. We came to the front of the museum and Bella stopped short. We're going to the Seattle Museum of Art. I nodded and told her that there was an exhibit here I wanted her to see. But, Edward, the museum isn't open at night. We're way past closing time, she said. Unconcerned, I said, Bella, follow me. We climbed the steps to the front door and a man in a suit was waiting with the front door open. As we approached, he said, Mr. Cullen, I'm Michael Barnes, director of the museum. Good evening, Mr. Barnes. I appreciate you opening the exhibit for us. I glanced at Bella who had a look of confusion on her face. I gestured for Bella to go ahead and she walked through the door into the main lobby. The director stopped and said, I think you know your way around, right? I nodded. Good, I will be in my office if there are any concerns. And with that he said, good night, and walked off. I looked down at Bella who was gaping at me and the retreating form of Mr. Barnes. What? I asked feeling the grin on my lips. Edward, the museum is closed. What are we doing here? She asked in a hushed whisper, suspicion filling her eyes. I'm taking you to see some artwork. Shall we? I asked, and started for the staircase to the second floor. If Bella was ever going to fit in my life, she would have to realize at some point the Cullens don't live like others. We have money and resources and connections. We used them all when the time was right. As we walked through the exhibits I let her set the pace, pointing out the pieces that inspired her or drew her attention. Bella was drawn to color, bright hues and abstract work seemed to be her favorite style of artwork. She spent a tremendous amount of time looking at a series of Kandinsky paintings, commenting on the subtle differences in each piece. She walked towards one in particular and looked up at me with amazement in her eyes. I love this one. It's so different with the black background. Her dark eyes were shining under the spotlights and I could almost hear the wheels turning in her mind. If only I could hear her thoughts instead of guessing. I was forced, as usual, to prod her for further information. The irony of this painting is that Kandinsky was noted for his dislike of the color black. This painting is actually his final one. Composition X is its title. She turned away from the picture, a sly smile lifting the corners of her lips, and said in a falsely impressed voice, Mr. Cullen, is there anything you don't know? I shrugged and thought briefly how the only thing I wanted to know what was locked in the mind of this gorgeous woman in front of me. We continued through the museum like this, Bella pointing out a painting or sculpture, and me answering her questions effortlessly due to the years of sleepless nights and a photographic memory. We walked slowly, taking in each piece, and I listened as Bella spoke in a hushed, reverent tone. It was so quiet here, not a voice to be heard, a thought to pick out. Just me and Isabella alone. It was close to perfection. She wandered a bit ahead of me towards the next room and I wistfully looked at her hands gently swinging by her sides. I wished I could simply just clasp them in my own. I shook my head slightly at the foolishness of my desires. Until I met Bella, I'd never understood the need to touch another person like this. But now it was an ache. An overwhelming need to thread my fingers through hers. To rub my thumb over the creases in her palm or to simply cup the sides of her petite face in my hands. "Are you coming?" she called, her voice echoing off the high ceilings from the next room, pulling me from my fantasies. I walked in and found her engrossed by a collection of Native American paintings by Stephen Mopope. As I opened my mouth to give her history on the Kiowa Five, a group of artists from the Kiowa tribe in Oklahoma, Bella turned to me and said, "Isn't your family from Forks?" Surprised by the sudden change in topic, I replied, "Yes. They live there now, although I didn't live with them there. This time," I thought, feeling guilt by the omission. "Oh, have you ever been to La Push?" she asked. La Push. I looked over her shoulder at the image of a native warrior dancing in full ceremonial clothing. The Quileutes. My confusion quickly turned to unease. Knowing my promise was going to be tested, I braced myself and I looked her in her unassuming eyes and said, "Once." "Oh," she said and wandered over to the next painting. "I love this one, with the people dressed in feathers, like birds." I followed her for a bit, responding to her comments and thoughts until curiosity got the best of me. I turned to her and spoke her name to get her attention and then said, "Why were you asking me about La Push and Forks earlier?" She looked around and found a bench across the room. Bella motioned towards it and together we walked over and sat down. She paused for a moment before speaking, her upper teeth biting down on her lower lip, drawing my attention to their perfection. "I haven't really told you this, but ever since my house was broken into I've been having nightmares," she said, this while twisting her hands in her lap nervously. I longed to pick one up and comfort her. "You told me you were having problems sleeping." "Nightmares? What about?" I asked, feeling myself hovering over the line of truth. I had wanted to know the truth about her dreams for weeks. I heard bits and pieces when she mumbled in her sleep, but the clearest part was my name at the end. "It's the same one. It's horrible. I'm chasing after that missing girl, Bree. The one they talk about on the news." She paused, crashing her face in her hands. I nodded in understanding, but was actually shocked. Bella knew about Bree. This was interesting. I chase her and she falls, then I fall, and well, the only way for me to get away is to climb up a cliff, but I can't do it alone. Then in the end, you come and save me. Her face flushed a bit, but she didn't seem truly embarrassed. She looked almost thankful. "I'm sorry you've been having bad dreams," I told her. "I don't understand though, what does this have to do with La Push?" I pressed. Which was true, but wasn't at the same time. She laughed. "No, I'm sure you don't. There is this girl at the coffee shop. You know, the dark-haired one, she's a Quileute." I nodded because I did recognize the girl, although I had no clue she was a member of that tribe. Bella took a deep breath and said, "She told me this crazy legend about vampires and how they have lived in this area before and now they are back stealing the lives of the innocent. They are convinced Bree is one of these victims." She rolled her eyes at the end, making me think she didn't fully believe the story. Who would? I wasn't exactly sure how to respond and finally spit out with a nervous chuckle, "That's an interesting story." Did she say anything else? Bella hopped up from the bench and walked over to another painting. She went on to tell me about werewolves and treaties. She looked over her shoulder at me and smiled. She wasn't much of a believer. "It's just so strange, me having these horrible dreams and then she told me these crazy legends. I felt like they were connected." She turned towards me for a second and said, "And then your family is from there and you're in my dreams." It all seemed like an odd coincidence. I pushed off the bench and found myself behind her, watching her as she studied the painting in front of us. I wanted to tell her everything, but she was so unnerved and disturbed by the information, I was worried I would only make it worse. Instead, I leaned in and said, "I am sorry about your nightmares. I don't want you to worry. I promised you that I would make sure you're safe." She turned and we were now facing one another, so close I could see my reflection in her eyes. I absorbed her face, soaking up every detail I could. The smattering of freckles across her nose, her long feminine lashes, the crease under her left eye when I felt a jolt coming from my left hand. She'd placed her hand in mine. It was warm and soft and filled me with such a strong current of electricity I thought my heart may actually begin beating. Bella's eyes widened and I heard a small but sharp intake of breath come from her mouth, but she didn't let go. And I didn't make her. She dipped her head for a moment, forcing me to lose eye contact, and I heard her softly say, "Thank you for keeping me safe." The back of her neck burned. Arlette, and she whispered, in real life and in my dreams. Intentionally this time, I found the strength to lift my free hand and placed my fingers under her chin, tipping her face upwards. The softness of her body amazed me, and it took all the control I had not to run my fingers down her neck and push my nose into her hair. With one hand clasped in mine and the other cupping her face, I found her eyes and said, "You're welcome." BPOV. Bella, you have to wipe that smile off your face or Tyler is going to get the wrong idea. Angela scolded. I tried. I did. I even used my fingers to push the corners of my lips downward but couldn't. They were permanently stuck upwards. Like the Joker. The Joker. This made my smile widen even further as I laughed to myself, thinking about comic books, Batman, and the best date I'd had in my life. Angela rolled her eyes at me while I giggled at one-sided jokes, and eventually directed her attention to the large stage in the middle of the park and the roadies setting up the next band's instruments. Ben and Tyler were attempting to get beer in the staggering lines across the field, and we were holding down our spot lying on blankets that were spread across the grass. I was beaming. I knew it. I could feel the girly, pathetic, "I'm falling for him" giddiness emanating off of my body. My non-date with Edward took a sharp and sudden turn when I slid my hand into his very smooth, cool one. It was forward of me. I knew from experience that he wasn't fond of touching, but as he towered over me and promised to keep me safe, I knew I had to see what would happen if I did. I wasn't disappointed. Separate, we were two people muddling through life. Together we were electric. I knew this the instant we finally, physically connected. Angela turned back to me and said, "Bella, you're almost vibrating." She looked me up and down slowly with narrowed, suspicious eyes. "Hell, did you have say, with him? You have this post-coital glow going on." "What?" I shouted, a little too excitedly. No, nothing like that." The thought slightly horrified me and taunted me at the same time. Edward was barely receptive of me touching him, and I could hardly imagine anything further. Except I had imagined it. For weeks now, if I was honest with myself about it. The thought of his perfect lips on mine and those freakishly long fingers roaming around my body had distracted me more than once when I should have been focused on other things. I considered it the whole time we drove home from the museum, yet, with Edward, I was never sure if we were on the same page. He walked me up the stairs as usual. The only difference was he walked a little closer, and once or twice I felt his tentative hand graze my back, which was enough to cause shivers to run down my spine. I thought for sure he would key me at the door, and I waited eagerly as he stared at my mouth instead of my eyes. I noted how his gaze kept shifting down to my exposed neck, hunger and desire present behind every blink. But behind the desire, I could see the smallest hint of fear and doubt filling his amber eyes. Something was holding him back, and I wasn't going to blow it by shoving my tongue down his throat by my front door. I looked at Angela's amused expression. "No. He didn't even key me," I confessed unhappily. Her mouth dropped a little. "So you're acting like this and you didn't even get a key? Wow. Remind me not to be there when you finally do take this further." I blushed, of course, but it was more about my own silliness than her innuendos. Angela and I had discussed say, more often than was probably normal. We didn't keep secrets, but something about my relationship with Edward kept me teetering on the edge. I wasn't even sure it was a relationship. I was close to squeeing just from simply touching his hand. That was very fourth grade and not impressive, but with Edward something told me it meant much, much more. I have no idea where this is going, so don't get your hopes up. Edward is, well, the more I get to know him, the more questions I have. I mused. That doesn't make any sense. Explain please, Angela said. Well, Edward is, I stumbled, looking for the right way to say it. Edward is, you know, wealthy, intelligent, young, amazing looking, talented, but I trailed off searching for the words. Angela laughed at my hesitation. But he sounds perfect to me. I grimaced a little and stretched my legs out on the red and blue blanket we had brought with us. But he's not perfect. At all. He is completely compulsive to the point he can hardly function. He is alarmingly socially awkward. And half the time he acts like a 45-year-old man hell-bent on maintaining a perfect lifestyle at the expense of actually living his life. Angela leaned back on her palms, her legs crossed. And the other half of the time, I smiled at the thought of the other Edward. The rest of the time he is like a 17-year-old boy who loves gadgets, fast cars and hiding from his family. We laughed at the thought and my fingers found a tuft of grass on the edge of the blanket and I began pulling at it softly. But then, there is something else. I don't know what it is. It runs deeper. Sometimes it scares me and other times it just pulls me to him like whatever he's hiding is the most amazing thing I could ever desire. Like he is the most amazing thing I could ever desire. She caught my eye and I confessed, he also has this whole, tortured soul, quality. Somehow he's damaged and I just want to help fix him. I continued my grasping while Angela was oddly quiet. The field around us was filling up with happy festival goers and I finally heard her say, "Bella. That sounds really intense. But, you can't save people, you know that." Paranoid I'd told too much, I mumbled, "I know. I don't know why, but I am so drawn to him. Well, part of it may be the fact I think he may be Batman. You should see his car." And I rambled on about the convertible for a while in our date trying to lighten the mood. I did not tell her about the Quileute legend, Bree or Edward's cool touch. Those were my thoughts to ponder and I wasn't prepared to share. Luckily, Ben and Tyler came back carrying plastic cups of beer, and the music started and the night flew by. Tyler was great. He seemed perfectly clear we were nothing more than friends, which made it more bearable to listen to his conversations about B-movies and horror film costumes. By dark, we were having a great time dancing and spilling drinks all over ourselves, and as I breathed in the cool summer night air, I realized how nice it was to get out and enjoy life a little. I had definitely spent too much time cooped up indoors all summer. Before the final act began, I decided to make a bathroom run while the crowds were low. "Hey guys, I'm going to go run to the restrooms over there, the one by the beer truck," I said, pointing to the well-lit pavilion. "Do you want company?" Tyler asked. I laughed. "No, you know it will take you half the time in the men's room as it takes me in the women's. Plus you'll miss too much of the show. I'll be right back." And I darted through the crowds. The line snaked out the door and around the side, still crowded, even at this point in the show. I waited patiently until something caught my eye. Leaning against the wall was a small girl with long dark hair. Her back was to me but when she turned I could see the side of her face. I immediately recognized her. "Bree." I hopped out of line and called out, "Hey." To which she didn't respond and actually began walking away. "Bree." I yelled over the music and crowds, picking up my pace, trying to find her in the mass of people. I felt like an idiot following this little girl. I didn't know her of course, but I had this intense connection to her. Maybe this is what my dreams were about. Maybe I was supposed to be the one to find her. She was several people ahead, swiftly ducking between people, just beyond my reach. I, on the other hand, felt the crush of the crowd as I stepped on one woman's foot and had a full beer cup spilled on my shoes as I struggled through. I lost her for a moment and a swell of panic rose up in my chest. The need to find her, to make sure she was safe, was overwhelming. Thankfully a moment later I spotted her ahead, breaking through the swell of people, scooting past the first aid tent and into a darker area of the field. I used two hands to push a couple off of me that was more involved in making out than anything else, and eventually I freed myself from the throngs of people. "Bree." I called louder this time, since she had quite the distance on me, and I was relieved to see her slow her pace and look around for who was calling her name. I started running a little. If it was her, I had to catch up, I had to help her. I'd been dreaming about her for weeks and I knew her parents must be worried sick. I couldn't believe she was here, in front of me. What I couldn't figure out was why she was back here all alone. If she wasn't being held against her wishes, why was she wandering around the festival? I stopped running as it dawned on me that maybe things weren't as they seemed with this girl. It was too late for me to stop though. I had to know if she was okay. She'd haunted me, and there was no way I was letting her loose until I found out she was okay. We were close to the edge of the field, but the lights from the concert were still illuminating the area, casting a shadowy glow over the grass. I was breathing heavily from running and was glad to see her finally stop and turn towards me. "Bree," I questioned. "Is that you?" It was hard for me to see her face the way she was standing. "I'm Bree. Who are you?" she said in a small weird voice. I recalled she was just a teenager and she would probably be worried about a stranger approaching. I took a tentative step towards her. "I'm Bella. I saw your photo on a poster at my coffee shop. Your parents are looking for you. Are you okay?" Her upper lip curled slightly and I watched as she inhaled deeply. The gesture was oddly familiar and Edward's face flashed in my mind. She turned fully towards me and said, "I'm fine, Bella. In fact, I was sent here to find you. Thank you for making it so easy." She took another breath through her nose. "You smell heavenly. Sent to find me." I peered at her in the darkness while my internal alarms began to sound. I found her eyes in the darkness. Rubies. Bree's face was pale and hollow. Her eyes shone bright red and she had a maniacal expression on her face. This was not the little girl whose picture I obsessed over and dreamt about night after night. This girl was a monster, like, "Oh no, oh no, oh no." I heard a branch snap beside me and I looked over quickly. In the odd lighting I could see a halo of red. No, this couldn't be happening. Not again. "Ah, you're not happy to see me," Victoria purred. "I've come to visit you more than once. We even left you a gift. But I was a little disappointed that you didn't send a thank you card. You know, one of those pieces was an antique and very special to James," Victoria said, and I cringed at her cryptic words. I found my voice. "I don't understand. What are you talking about?" I thought I heard Bree make a sound like a hiss under Victoria's booming laughter. She cocked her head in question and said, "Your boyfriend didn't tell you about your gift. How selfish of him. I'd heard that once, keep them talking and never let them take you to a second location." I wanted to smack myself for remembering something like that, when clearly it would be useless against a psychopathic stalker. But I tried anyway. "My boyfriend." In a flash, Victoria stood in front of me and reached out towards my face. Her ragged fingernail scraped across the contours of my cheek and she brushed my chin with her impossibly smooth and cool hand. Smooth and cool. I shook her off, but for the second time, the image of Edward appeared in my mind and this time it made me stop. "You think Edward's my boyfriend?" I stated more than asked, finally making the connection. I hastily took a step backwards, trying to get some space between us. She gave me an odd smirk and said, "Of course he is. He's your mate. Or he wants you to be, I guess." She laughed and stole a glance at Bree who looked like she was coming down from a high. Victoria made a cooing sound in her direction. "I know you're hungry, young one, but you know the rules. Only James tastes the blood of this treasure." Her words slid around me like pieces of a puzzle. Sometimes they didn't fit but others were interlocking and everything looked clearer. Before I could stop myself I whispered, "Vampire." Victoria cackled at the word. "Welcome to the game, Bella. Everyone has been playing around you. Now you can play with us too. Although it is too bad you don't get to pick which side you want to play on." I saw the evil glint in her eye, similar to last time. My feet began moving instinctively, propelling me towards the crowds but it was futile. Before I could even move, Bree was behind me, hands clasped around my upper arms. I could feel her cool breath on my neck as she inhaled and exhaled slowly. She smelled fresh, like lemo, but when I looked down her hands were filthy, covered in a thick coat of grime. I felt pathetic but there was no way I could fight her off. She was inhuman and had been stalking me. She was determined to take me to James, and I didn't see how I could stop her. Victoria looked around my now shaking frame, settled her eyes on Bree and said, "Young one, you can touch, but do not taste." And she put one hand on top of Bree's and said in a vicious tone, "But do not damage her or we will all pay." I shuddered from Victoria's words and tried to fight back the tears that were threatening to spill. She spoke so freely of my death, as though it was inevitable. Desperate, I tried the last thing I could think of, hoping someone would stumble upon us and save me from this impossible nightmare. "Victoria, what do you mean Edward wants me for his mate?" I said shakily. Bree never loosened her grip but Victoria did pause for a moment before giving me an amused eye and asking, "You really don't know?" I shook my head nervously confused by this whole line of conversation but enthralled at the same time. Softly I replied, I have no idea what you are talking about. Victoria's amusement turned to hysterical laughter and she tossed her head back, forcing her red hair to shake in waves over her shoulders. From behind me, I heard small giggles coming from the demonic girl holding me prisoner. Well, this makes everything so much more interesting. See, James is my mate. My partner, my other half. We've been companions for decades. I knew my face betrayed my disbelief as I processed this information. Decades. Victoria couldn't be older than me. She moved closer, so close, I could see the thick rows of freckles across her nose and cheeks. Her movements were unnaturally fast and disconcerting, and my eyes couldn't keep up with the level of speed. She smirked. It's what our kind does. And Edward wants you as his mate. Slowly it unfolded in my mind, almost like a series of photographs. Edward. I thought of his habits, the secrets, the lies. Why he was so young yet appeared so old. His cool hands and cryptic words. I considered the lack of food or drink in his home, his strength and beauty. The look of hunger in his eyes. My heart lurched into my throat. Edward was a vampire. No. Victoria's head nodded. Yes, your boyfriend is just like me. And like Bree behind you. Well, not just like us, he has chosen an alternative lifestyle. She rolled her eyes at this and continued, regardless, you don't belong to him and James wants you more, and whatever James wants I will give him. Because that is what a mate does for the other. She turned and walked into the woods with no other words. Bree's fingers dug into my arms harder as she pushed me along, taking me with them, back to this man named James. Also a vampire. Edward was a vampire. Victoria and Bree were vampires. Bree released my arms when she realized I was no longer resisting, and pushed me ahead into the forest. I stumbled and fell more than once, and her small hands yanked me up from the ground. I flinched knowing the bruises would be worse than last time. Slowly the realization took over that it no longer mattered. Bruises, cuts, and heartache no longer mattered. These two creatures were marching me to my death. EPOV. I was panicking. I closed my eyes in the middle of the crowd and tried to get my bearings. 1 minute she was standing in the line for the restroom and the next she was gone. Her silent mind shut me out and I was blind. Thrusting my hands into my hair, I dropped to my knees in frustration in the middle of the park. I knew I was overreacting, but ever since she told me she was coming here I had a sense of dread. There were too many people. It was too easy for them to get to her and for me to lose her. I rocked back on my heels and listened. This band is great. Hey, S face if he touches me one more time. I wonder how long the beer truck stays open after the band finishes. My gift was a blessing and a curse. In a crowd of 2,000 people it was a curse straight from the devil. Finding Bella among this crowd was literally like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even my vampire eyes weren't that good. I pulled out my phone, stabbing my finger at the button going to the only person who could maybe find her if I couldn't. Where is she, Alice? I spit out with unnecessary hostility. She didn't deserve it. Bella, she asked, knowing there was only one, I would be concerned about. What's wrong? You can't see her? I asked, the unfounded panic rising again. The phone went silent and I began pacing around the park, looking for any sign of Bella. I couldn't catch her scent over the overpowering odors of food, drinks and sweat. Alice, I asked tentatively this time. Edward, all I see is her in the woods at some point. She won't be alone and she is not going willingly. Other than that it's shifting and moving too quickly. Whatever happens isn't determined. The only thing I know for sure is you need to find her in the forest. Alice stated. I closed the phone and wove through the thick crowd. I had no choice but to ignore their blaring thoughts and obnoxious minds. I passed a couple engaged in a deep key, and sighed with relief when I smelled Bella on the back of the man's shirt. She must have come this way and brushed into him. I saw the first aid tent ahead and thought maybe she had gone there. It was likely with her level of clumsiness. She wasn't there, but I found indentions in the grass just beyond the tent. There were two sets of footprints, one possibly running behind the other, both leading to the shadowy darkness towards the forest. What would make Bella come into the darkness like this? I wondered and was instantly hit by a scent wafting in the breeze. I'd smelled it before, at Bella's home and on the necklace left on the door. Bree. I groaned, knowing that only this little girl could lure Bella away from safety, and I berated myself for not telling her to stay away if she saw her. But what could I do? Comments like that would only force her to ask more questions and cause me to tell more lies. It was an unfortunate cycle I was hoping to break. I picked up my pace and opened my thoughts, trying to catch hold of Bree's mind. I could only hear the faint murmurs from the distancing crowd and the music from behind me. I could smell her, though, and it was becoming stronger as I approached the edge. Suddenly, I was struck by a different scent, Victoria's, and I realized she had been here as well. Bella's odor was strong, filled with adrenaline and fear, and I felt the panic surge through my body again. Hungry, soft skin, flowers, Bree's thoughts were unfocused, immature, and unpredictable. Her ideas were followed by the image of Bella's neck. My neck. The vision sent me into a rage and I pummeled through the trees and brush, with a viciousness I'd never felt before. I saw them up ahead. Small and wild, red and dangerous, and lastly, timid and scared. My eyes zeroed in on Bella being manhandled by Bree as I crashed towards them. I cringed at the sight of her filthy hands touching Bella's fragile skin. Her fingers were pressed in, causing Bella to flinch, and the thought of her pain caused my fury to rise. Her body was mine and mine alone to worship, and their disrespect would cost them heavily. Ahead, Victoria heard me coming. I could see it in her mind as I raced in her direction. Her mind began processing escape plans and considering how angry James would be if she failed to bring his treasure back. She wavered for a moment, weighing the fact she knew I was here for Bella, not necessarily her. She made her decision quickly, flight being her best weapon of defense, and before I fully reached them, she fled into the darkness of the forest. Bree paused at the sudden disappearance of Victoria and jerked Bella to a stop. Bella yelped and cowered a little from the pain. I winced with her and decided how to proceed. Bree was a newborn and very powerful. Bella had no idea what was coming, and I didn't want to shock her with what I may have to do to save her. Regardless, I made my decision quickly. "Bree," I said, lower than Bella could hear, in an attempt to not startle her. The newborn turned to me, placing Bella between me and her. Bella's eyes widened with hope. Fear. I wasn't sure. I was never sure. Her face was pained, and her skin splotchy and red. And I felt my face tilt to the side, longing to reach out for her. I heard a hiss and my eyes snapped back towards Bree, and I directed with venom in my words, "Take your hands off her." I saw her fingers fumble, as though she wanted to, but instead she tightened her grip, causing Bella to whimper in pain. I pulled my eyes towards Bella and realized she was close to slipping into shock. Her eyes were unfocused and she had yet to utter a word of recognition. Bree began speaking in her young, high-pitched voice, "You can't save her. No one saved me, and look at you. You're no different. Just because your eyes are gold and not red doesn't take away what you really are." My eyes flickered to Bella's and I breathed a pain-verted sigh of relief that she still seemed dazed and unable to understand her words. "Bree, take your hands off, or I will take them off for you. Like James. You saw what happened to him," I said, and watched in horror as her fingers moved this time, but instead of dropping to the side, they pushed to Bella's head and twisted, exposing her neck. I lunged forward, thrusting my body between the two, shoving Bella aside as gently as possible. I heard her stumble to the ground, but Bree was my priority. Her newborn mentality came out in full force as she growled and hissed at me. She was barely 2 months old. Hunger and the desire to fight were the primal urges that coursed through her infected veins, and now that Victoria abandoned her, she had no reason not to follow her instincts. Pushing thoughts of Bella aside, I dove at the newborn and began my task of tearing her limb from limb. She howled like an animal in pain until there was nothing left. She may have been stronger, but I was smarter and more disciplined. It was really no match. I had no idea how much Bella had seen or what she understood, but at some point she crawled far away from me and began retching in the dark, dank forest. A feeling of absolute dread filled my body as I performed the ritual of burning the body, and I realized my opportunity to have this woman had been completely shattered. I knew all along she wasn't mine to have. I was placed here to protect her. My need for her was irreversible, but now that she knew, really knew, I wasn't some fairy tale or folk legend passed on by generations of old men, but in fact the real monster that haunted her dreams, there was no way she would want me in return. I covered the remains with dirt, stamping out the fire, and tentatively walked towards her with my hands in an open gesture. "Bella." I called her name and waited with fear for her response. She was sitting on the ground, her pants smeared with dirt from kneeling on the ground to vomit. Her pale arms covered in purple bruises and she rubbed them unconsciously. She looked up at me with confusion and apprehension in her eyes. I dropped to my knees in front of her and whispered, "I'm so sorry. I promised you and I failed." My knees pressed into the soft dirt and we sat in the quiet of the forest together. The energy between us had shifted. The air was filled with pain and fear. When she remained silent, I pushed my desperation aside, and twisted my neck to make eye contact. "I won't hurt you. I promise. Let me take you back," I said in an even tone, unsure of what she was thinking. I attempted to help her to her feet. She flinched at my touch, so I distanced myself from her once she was stable. Her eyes were clouded and she was mute. Mouth and mind. The only sounds were our feet on the dirt and her erratically beating heart. She stumbled through the forest, arms wrapped around her body. She couldn't see clearly, as it had grown too dark, so occasionally I was forced to point out a tree or branch or hesitantly nudge her the right way. It was so far removed from our gentle touches last night. The excitement and flair were gone. My touch now repulsed her just as I always feared it would. I'd lost her. I had her and I lost her. We made it to the edge of the forest and we could see the lights on the field. The music had stopped and people were gathering their things to leave. I had to address the situation. I had no choice. It was for her safety and my own. "Bella," I said softly. Her head tilted upwards and her eyes slid towards mine but never fully focused. "I know what you saw back there was," I forced myself to be honest, disturbing. "But I really need you to keep what you saw to yourself." She swallowed deeply and finally spoke. Her voice was shaky and low. "Who would I tell Edward? What would I say? That I'm being hunted by a pack of deranged monsters? That deep in these woods are the burnt remains of a missing little girl that will never be seen again? That I finally thought I found the man of my dreams and he's—" She gasped for air as the words and tears rolled down her face. "Not human." The last word came out in a strangled whisper. Her words hit me like a ton of bricks. She thought she found the man of her dreams and all I was a monster. I couldn't respond, since everything she said was true. Instead, I held her gaze, hoping she understood what she needed to do. Bella steeled herself for a moment. She wiped her eyes with the back of a dirty hand and I watched as her chin jutted out in determination. "I'm not telling anyone anything, Edward. Your secret is safe with me." If you enjoyed this alternate journey, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the alternate path for more incredible what-if stories.